I'm walking along a street to the south of Berlin's Olympiastadion, which will host tonight's final of Euro 2024. England looking to make history against Spain. The street I'm on is called Jesse Owens Alley, named after the black American athlete who angered Hitler by winning 4 gold medals in this stadium at the 1936 Olympics. Owens refused to give the Nazi salute, but he did shatter Hitler's myth that the Aryan race ruled supreme.
I'm very glad to have won the 100 meters in the Olympic Games here in Berlin. A very beautiful place and a very beautiful setting. The competition was grand, and we're very glad to come out on top. Thank you very kindly.
2 years later, England came here for a friendly, and the players did give the salute under orders from the British government, who was seeking to avoid a world war.
All the courtesies are observed before the start. God Save the King is played, and the English team in white shirts give the Nazi salute during the German national anthem.
Approaching the stadium, you realise its oval shape and the columns surrounding the venue make the whole thing resemble a Roman Colosseum. And that was Hitler's intention. He wanted a stadium that showed off the might of Germany. It was purpose-built to present to the world for the 1936 Olympics. The history is not ignored. Today, there's a Jesse Owens lounge here. More recently, this was the place where one of the world's greatest ever footballers played his last ever game. He scored, but his France team lost, and Zinedine Zidane's last act on a pitch was to headbutt an opponent and get sent off.
The red line has gone across now with his hand in his pocket. He's been told about it. It's off, it's red, it's Zidane. Zidane's career ends in disgrace.
And Usain Bolt broke not 1 but 2 world records in this stadium in the 100 and 200 metres within 4 days of each other 15 years ago.
Bolt leading a moment and going away. Gay trying to go with him, and he's being dragged through to second place, but he's going to win it by 2 metres. 9.58. The world record's gone.
So this is a venue filled with history, and tonight on Talksport, England want to make Berlin a place for magical memories. Putting it simply, if England win this football match, then what happens here at this stadium in this city of Berlin will fill our hearts and souls forever.
Rice trying to flick it on. Gay, he can. Oh, it's in! Unbelievable!
Tonight could change lives.
Kyle Saka taking 3 or 4 quick steps back, but exorcises demons brilliantly.
Tonight could bring a football joy most of us England fans have never, ever known.
Watkins making a good run forward here, and he slipped him inside the penalty area, and he's hit it. Oh! Has he hit it? He's just won it. Ollie Watkins has just scored the goal that surely takes England into the final.
Tonight here at the Olympiastadion in Berlin on Talksport, this could be the biggest moment in the modern history of English football, and it might just become the biggest night of our lives.
And here comes Pearce. He's got some people are on the pitch. They think it's all over. It is now.
I'm excited by the challenge of trying to do something that no England team have ever done.
Southgate saved it. Oh my word.
You know, we've never won a European Championship.
Saka against Dollar on the left, put in! And it has been saved! It just isn't meant to be!
We've never won a tournament away from home. We've never been to a final away from home.
Saka working it in, left footed shot! It's in off the post! And England are back!
Gareth Southgate, a man who's had so much criticism, he's got us to the final again. Respect the man's name.
We've always said about Gareth's reign with England, you've got to look back and say this was a golden era for England.
We're now in a second final. The last one was the first in 50 years. We're now in the first that isn't played on our shores.
For 1966 and 2021, read 2024.
This is Berlin, where history is knocking on England's door. It's the final of Euro 2024, Spain against England, live from Berlin. Let's hope England take our breath away tonight. Spain have been the best team at this tournament. They've scored the most goals, they've had the most efforts on target, but England have always found a way to come out on top in their games. If they find a way to come out on top tonight, these England players will be legends forever. And here's what a Spanish football journalist told me yesterday. Spain need to play well to win. England can win even if they don't play well. Think on that. Good evening, I'm Adrian Durham, proud to be on England duty for the world's biggest sports radio station, Talksport. It's the biggest football night of my life, and I'm proud to be sharing it with a good friend, a brilliant colleague, your commentator tonight, Jim Proudfoot. Jim, how are you feeling about it?
Back at you, Adrian. Yeah, very, very excited to be here in Berlin. I was fortunate to be here for the 2006 World Cup final and saw history unfold. That was the first major final that I commentated on from within the stadium, and to see England's first ever final on foreign soil here 18 years later is an immense privilege. I'm excited about what the night holds. I am more than cautiously optimistic as well. I tend to be a glass half empty person as a football supporter. The closer we get to kick-off, it's quite the reverse today. With every hour, I've got more and more confident. I think that Spain will come into this feeling that they have everything to lose. England, quite the reverse. They seem to be in a really good place from what we heard from both Gareth and Harry Kane at the press conference yesterday. And I have a sneaking suspicion, and it might be my heart rather than my head, but I have a sneaking suspicion that this could well be England's night.
My goodness, I hope you are right, Jim Proudfoot. Jim and I both feel privileged to have a proud England legend with us for TalkSport's England coverage, a man with big England history and big history against Spain.
The brave man steps forward to take England's third. Banish the memory of Turin. Stuart Pearce. Oh, yes, what a penalty! And the relief belongs not only to this championship, but to the World Cup of 1990. That was a thumping penalty, could not have been more accurately into the corner.
It was superb, and the celebrations equally superb. And Stuart Pearce, what a privilege to be alongside you here in Berlin for England in a major final under Gareth Southgate. Yet again, how are you feeling, sir?
For me, it's an enjoyable event. You know, I don't get tied up in the nerves of it. I'm just looking forward to the event. I'm looking forward to the game. We've earned the right to be here, by hook or by crook. We've earned the right to be here. It's been a nervous journey en route to get here, but what a stadium. You walk in this place, Aid, and it's just full of history, isn't it? You know what I mean? And you just... the amount of England fans that are around this place, I'm just really looking forward to this game. We got a tilt at winning a trophy on foreign shores for the first time. Second major final at the Euros. Fantastic.
I've just been speaking to a couple of England fans just before we came on air, and they said they weren't optimistic until they got here to Berlin, and suddenly they started to feel really positive about it. I was in press conferences yesterday. De La Fuente, the Spanish coach, described England and Spain as the two best teams in the tournament. I think some might take issue with that, but they're both in the final. They both have a chance of winning it. But what do England have to do to win it?
Well, they're going to have to take their chances. Going to be almost faultless defensively. Make sure we nullify their wingers, who have been absolutely outstanding. I just think handle the occasion as well, Wade. It's really important. This is a major final, and you've talked around sort of being nervous, the fans being nervous, all of those things. Multiply that by 3,000 and you've got a player's mind and mentality. Okay, so they have to handle the occasion. That's vital.
Yeah, there's some young players in there, but they've handled big occasions so far. This, though, the biggest of them all. It's another England final, and Faye Carruthers, our England correspondent, is pitch side. What you, the listener, might not realise is that if England go out of a tournament, Faye goes home. Her work is done. And Faye, let's go to your pitch side. There must have been times when you thought this is it during this tournament. You must have thought, I'm heading home, and yet here you are at the final.
I know, it's a pinch me moment. I'm not going to lie, Aid. You know, when you go back to that last 16, I was 30 seconds away. I'd packed up all my kit. I'd said to producer Keelan, after this throw-in, I'll leg it down the tunnel. And that didn't happen. Instead, I got to sit behind the goal where Jude Bellingham did that spectacular overhead kick to send us into extra time. And then Harry Kane down the other end sent us into the quarterfinals. And it feels like every game since then, we've just managed to find something to come from behind. We've never done that in a tournament before. 3 knockout games, and we've come from behind in all of them. So I just feel like this is our tournament. Exactly what you said when you spoke to that Spanish journalist earlier on. It feels like we've got here through grit and grind, and we don't have to play the best we've ever played in order to win it, whereas the Spanish have had to play at their very best to get here, and that might have a psychological advantage tonight. I'm actually in front of the Spanish fans where I'm sat. There are a whole top tier of English fans additionally as well, going all the way round this incredible stadium. And I was in front of the away fans in the last game, in the semi-final, in front of the orange wall, which was full of Netherlands fans, and you could hear the England fans on the other side of the stadium out singing them for every moment, and they'll need that tonight.
That is brilliant. Faye doing a great job for us pitch side behind the goal away to our right. I'm actually sitting right in line with where Zidane headbutted Materazzi. If you could pitch that back at the World Cup 2006, I was here for that as well. And tonight England have a chance to make history. They don't want that kind of history. They want to be winning the European Championships. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on Talksport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, please drink responsibly. We had a shower of rain around about an hour or so ago. Around that, the sun has been shining on another warm day here. No complaints about the conditions here in northeast Germany. It's the Euro 2024 final, live from Berlin on Talksport.
Euro Game Day live on Talksport with Burger King, official providers of food fulfillment. That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction. Order your Burger King delivery now.
Hang about, who's that in Joe's story? Wearing a t-shirt of the band only you know, isn't it? Yeah, that one from the party last weekend. They follow you, right? Maybe you could drop a DM, see if they're up for that gig? Bit cringe maybe. Or you could post a story and add a music sticker of their favourite track. Yeah, that should do it. Next time you want a gig, buddy, say it with a music sticker on Instagram.
Get match ready with Club Card prices. Like Doritos tortilla chips, 180 grams, now £1.25, down from £2.50. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel the to lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores in 16th of July. Club Card or app required.
One, live from Berlin.
Licensed broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Euro Game Day live with Adrian Durham
on Talksport.
Well, here in Berlin, there's bright sunshine above this Olympia Stadion, but most of the pitch is covered in shade. And on Talksport, we've got full commentary of the game, and we know the Spain team, they've gone early with it as well. And with that team news, here's Jim Proudfoot.
And a lot has been made of Dani Carvajal's availability for this game, but his suspension is over, and he's back in the Spanish side tonight. Robin Lenormand also served a one-match ban in the semi-final. He returns to Jesus Navas and Nacho, the two players left out. So it is the Spanish team that we were expecting to see. Unai Simon in goal, Carvajal, Lenormand, Laporte and Cucurella, Rodri and Fabian Ruiz, Yamal, who becomes the youngest player ever to feature in a World Cup or Euro Championship final, surpassing Pele's 66-year record. Yamal only turned 17 yesterday. Dani Olmo, who scored in all three knockout ties, plays at 10. Nico Williams on the left. And Alvaro Morata plays up front. So two changes. Carvajal and Lenormand in for Navas and Nacho.
Jim, thank you very much. Spain have won all their games. The only team to win all their games and win the Euros was the great France team in '84 with Platini, and that team is the subject of our latest Sports Book Club podcast. Just check out the Outspoken section of the podcast. Scroll down for it. Loads of podcasts are available on the Talksport app, and they're really good as well. And by the way, the team France beat in that final in 1984, Spain, by 2-0. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on Talksport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now. Let's bring in a man who was a World Cup semi-finalist in 2018 with England under Gareth Southgate. Ashley Young, currently of Everton, is with us live on Talksport. Ashley, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good. I'm feeling excited about the game, and I'm ready for it to kick off now.
Yeah, I am as well. I'm so excited about it, I can't tell you. Just a quick word on that Spanish team news. He's brought back in the two that were suspended, Lenormand and Carvajal. Does that surprise you a little bit?
No, I don't think it does. I think that, the team has worked well together. They've gelled together, and you know, of course, when them players got suspended for the game before, I had every reason and no doubt in my mind that they were going to come back into the side. And, you know, they had bundles of experience in that team. And I think the manager would have wanted them to get back into the team straight away.
And I've got to ask you, as you played fullback in your time, you played as a winger in your time. They have a young winger in Yamin Lamal on one side. They've got Nico Williams on the other side. They've caused problems. They've been pests all tournament. Lamal turned 17 yesterday, Yamin Lamal. And I'm just wondering how you would deal with him, how you expect England to deal with him and Williams on the other side.
Oh, he's a few years younger than me, put it that way. You know, it's going to be one of the things. You've seen how good the two wide men are for this Spanish team. And, you know, it's fantastic to see how, you know, they look above the years of what they actually are right now. Just turning 17 yesterday for Yamal is incredible. And Nico Williams on the other side is a fantastic prospect as well. But, you know, of course, we know they've got danger men all throughout their team. But it's going to be one of the things where I think Gareth Southgate is going to be telling the team, of course, they've got danger men and, you know, we have to watch out. And at times, maybe we're going to have to double up on the two wide men. But, you know, he's going to go into the game worrying about himself, thinking about our team, worrying about England. That's what we need to do. We need to worry about what we're going to do, not about what they're going to do. That'll be a negative approach. And, you know, we've got to take all the positives and go at this game, and attack it, and just go for the win.
I totally agree. Want to see England on the front foot. One of the problems is with that, you might leave yourself a little bit open, but I'd rather win 4-3 than lose 1-0. The other problem with it is we've seen this England side under Gareth Southgate, Ashley, go ahead and then sit back. I don't think they'll be able to afford to do that today.
No, I don't think so either. And I don't think that's going to be the case. You know, if we do get the opportunity to go ahead in the game and we sit back, you're bringing on a very good Spanish team onto us. You know, it could be, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a lot of defending to do. So, you know, we've got to stay on the front foot. And like you say, I'd rather see us win 4-3 than, you know, having to defend for 90 minutes of the game.
Absolutely right. You've been in the dressing room with Gareth Southgate for a huge game back in Russia in the semi-final in 2018. What's the sort of thing he'll be saying to the players ahead of the game when they arrive at the stadium? How does he prepare for big games in major tournaments?
He'll be just going around to talk to a few of the players. He'll be relaxing himself. He'll just be making sure that everyone's feeling comfortable, not nervous. Obviously, there's going to be a few nerves in the dressing room because obviously the magnitude of the game. But, you know, he'll just be having quiet word, like I say, with a few players and, you know, letting the players get on with it themselves until, you know, he says his last final few words of everybody knows what the magnitude of the game is going to come up and what it's going to be, to then go out there and put on a performance. And, you know, it's one game, it's the final where everyone wanted to get to, and, you know, it's there in touching distance to get the win and, you know, create that bit of history for the country.
What about England's approach? We have been told that Luke Shaw is starting the game this evening, Ashley. Some are surprised by that, but the team news is yet to be officially confirmed. But if their information is correct and Luke Shaw does start, is that a surprise to you?
I wouldn't say that is a surprise to me. I've been, you know, wanting Shaw to start, you know, when he could, when he's fit enough. And, you know, I think he showed in the last couple of games where he's played that, you know, he's got every attribute to be the best, for me, the best left back in the world. And, you know, as long as he's fit enough and he can give us, you know, whether it be 60 minutes, whether it be the whole game, he's such an attacking threat. He can defend. He's got everything about him. You know, hopefully, if his sources are right and he's starting, then, you know, it's going to be fantastic for England to have that natural left-footed player out on the left side. Trips has done well. To be honest, I think his best game was last game. He played 45 minutes, but he was getting forward a lot more. And, you know, people were saying he's been cutting back on his right foot a lot, but, you know, he was there. He was getting in the opposition half and in the box, getting balls in the box, and, you know, getting the back stick as well. So, you know, Luke Shaw coming in for me is a positive, and, you know, hopefully, like you say, if that's the team news, then he goes out there and gives a performance that we all know that he can give.
Yeah, he will be up against Lamine Yamal, and I mean, it's a tall order. First of all, how long can he last? I mean, he's been out since February. He's had some minutes in the last 2 games with England, around about an hour he's played on the pitch for England, sub-appearances. But before that, it was mid-February. He came off early in the second half in a win at Luton for Manchester United. So it's a long time out. How long can you last? When starting a game after that long out, how long can you last?
I think it all depends on how long he's actually been in training and how much training he's actually had. Of course, you need games to get the minutes under your belt to know exactly, your fitness and your match fitness or your match sharp. And, like you say, the last 2 games he's come on for us. And a game of this size is going to be another test as well. And then, you look at the opponent that he's going to be coming up against, who's, played in all the games for Spain and is, full of confidence. I'm just hoping that, nothing goes wrong in the game. If, like you say, he's going to start, that, he stays fit throughout the game and can produce a performance and give us, just go out there and give as much as he can for as long as he can. Whether that be, he lasts a half, or he lasts 60 minutes, or he can last the whole game. Like I say, he'll be having the adrenaline pumping through him right now if he's told that he's going to start, that, he can last as long as possible.
And would you go with a 4, or would you have 3 centre-halves and Luke Shaw and on the other side, Bukayo Saka going up and down and being attackers as well as defenders? Tactically, how would you approach this Spain side?
I think that you'd go with a 3. I think we actually look more comfortable with the 3 centre-halves and, like say, Luke Shaw on one side and Bukayo Saka on the other. I think we look more comfortable, and it gives the boys that I've said that I've wanted to play in the 10s, Phil Foden and Jude Bellingham, the freedom to, get on the ball in the areas where they can turn and face goal and, either thread passes through or, get their shots off in the final third. And, I think when you've got Declan Rice and Kobe Mainoo behind you, mopping up and cleaning up to feed them as well. I think that's the best formation for us to play the 3. We could revert and play a 4 if need be, but like I say, I think that playing the 3 will be the best formation for us right now.
We've seen Yamal at this tournament just come in from the right-hand side, cut in and let it fly and score with a brilliant shot curling in towards the far post. We've seen Jordan Pickford beaten by something similar in the semi-final from Xavi Simons for the Netherlands. That is an area of concern, I think, and I think that, they may well have looked at Jordan Pickford, who I think is a brilliant goalkeeper. You've obviously worked with him very, very closely, but he's not the tallest goalkeeper, and maybe if you're looking for weaknesses, opponents look at that and think, well, if we have a long-range shot and it's right into the top corner, then he's going to struggle to get there. So they may well have looked at that, but England will have looked at Lamine Yamal and what he can do, but it's about whether they can stop him.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I think that if Luke Shaw is playing, he'll be looking to be attacking more than defending. And, is Lamine Yamal wanting to do the defensive work, and, obviously he's going to have Carvajal behind him. But, if we can get the opportunity for Luke Shaw to go forward rather than defending, I think that would be, perfect for us as a England side. It's one of the things. You've got Nico Williams playing one side, he's right-footed predominantly. Yamal's left-footed. They want to cut inside and they want to get shots off. It's down to the defenders to know that, what foot they are and, stop them from getting it on their favoured foots to take shots. I've got every faith in Picks that, any shots that are coming at him that he can save. He's a world-class goalkeeper, and I think he showed that throughout, for years, not just this tournament, for years he's shown he's a world-class goalkeeper. And, I think we'll be looking at Spain's weaknesses and the areas that we can hurt them. I think France were unlucky, especially in that second half, to not hurt that Spanish team. And Gareth Southgate and his team would have done their homework on the Spain team to work out the weaknesses and the areas of the pitch where I believe we can hurt them. And I do believe that is their back four, that we can definitely hurt their back four and get opportunities and get chances for the boys to go forward.
Ashley, stay with us. We'll be talking more to you as and when, and the England team will be out and arriving very shortly, actually. The bus is on the way. Spain are here. They're out on the pitch, keeping themselves in the shade, waving to their fans that have made their way in. It'll be England to the left here at the Olympia Stadion in Berlin, and Spain to our right. The Spanish players, as I say, on the pitch. Keir Starmer is here as well, the Prime Minister to watch England. He's landed himself a decent job, and he gets to come out and watch England playing a Euro final already. You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on Talksport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by Talksport with Burger King. What's better than a last-minute winner? A crispy chicken royale delivered straight to your door.
Think about, who's that in Joe's story? Wearing a t-shirt of the band only you know, isn't it? Yeah, that one from the party last weekend. They follow you, right? Maybe you could drop a DM, see if they're up for that gig? Bit cringe maybe. Or you could post a story and add a music sticker of their favourite track. Yeah, that should do it. Next time you want a gig, buddy, say it with a music sticker on Instagram.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by Talksport with Burger King. Get your classic Game Day flame grilled Whopper made fresh and delivered to your door. Order your Burger King delivery now.
Friends, Germans, Footballfans, lend us your ears. Der Fußball is here. Und natürlich, Talksport Bet have got a tasty tournament load of top offers to check out, including
Spain versus England. Spain to score first, Bellingham to score, and England to win, all in 90 minutes. Latest price 28-1, broadcast boosted price 40-1.
Talksport Bet, back of das net broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie.
Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Get match ready with club card prices. Like Doritos tortilla chips, 180 grams, now £1.25, down from £2.50. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel to lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores in 16th of July. Club Card or app required.
Strength comes from confidence, both on and off the pitch. And confidence starts with self-care. Upgrade your game with Dove Men Plus Care Advanced 72-hour sweat protection antiperspirant deodorant and Dove Men Plus Care 24-hour nourishing body wash. Perfect for your post-match shower. Now available in new eucalyptus and mint long-lasting fresh fragrance. Let confidence last with Dove Men Plus Care. Proud partners of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
When Andre sold his car on finance with Motorway, he got more money. Ooh! He then put that extra money into tickets to follow his team around the country. Come on, lads! Selling on Motorway was completely stress-free, which is more than I can say about being a supporter of... Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against 2 independent sources. Visit motorway.co.uk/claim.
Where can you get the latest breaking sports news delivered with the laser-like accuracy of Michael Van Gerwen? And hear passionate opinions debated with the confident dexterity of Virgil van Dijk.
The Liverpool fans celebrate.
Answer on the radio show that's got the nation's sports fans buzzing like a Van de Graaff generator. Early breakfast with Shabana Hearn. Weekday mornings from 5 on Talksport with Adrian Flux Van Insurance. Insurance for the individual. Search Adrian Flux Van Insurance to find out more.
Euro Game Day Live on Talksport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Talkensporten und Talkensporten 2. Official broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Absolutely magnificent.
Every twist, every tackle, every tantalizing touch of the ball.
What a goal!
With an unsurpassed team of experts, post-match pundits, and on-location German people. Yeah! UEFA Euro 2024 Germany on Talksport and Talksport 2.
Let's take the trophy home.
England off to a winning start. Boy, is there room for improvement.
To wear that England shirt is heavy.
Denmark pick it up easily again. Jorman, it's in off the post from 30 yards.
We're flat as a pancake, we really are.
I'm not sure any other team that's topped their group will have received the reception that we have.
It's a 0-0 draw, and the boos ring out from an element of the England support.
Did they top the group? Yes. Did they look like European champions? No.
Got no doubt in my mind that, we've got what it takes to win this tournament.
Who can be the hero for England? Unbelievable! A Jude Bellingham overhead kick has spared all the blushes in the world.
Somehow we've got through. Could this be a turning point for England?
We've been here before. England to get the job done from the spot.
We're trying to climb a mountain here. You know, there's a lot of steps along the way. And
Kyle Saka taking 3 or 4 quick steps back, but exercises demons brilliantly.
I was so proud of him.
Trent Alexander-Arnold against Sommer. Not this time! Not this time!
3 semi-finals in 4 tournaments.
We don't want the story to end there.
These semi-final nights stay with you. A nation holds its collective breath, hangs motionless, breathes out, runs up right-footed, and scores!
We all want to be loved, right?
So Harry Kane leaves the fields, replaced by Ollie Watkins.
Southgate gets it right, finally!
Watkins making a good run forward here, and he slipped him inside the penalty area, and he's hit it! Oh! Has he hit it? He's just won it!
I'm so happy for everybody at home, and one more night.
Respect his name.
The second final delivered by Gareth Southgate in the space of 3 years. It will be England-Spain on Sunday in Berlin. They have beaten the Netherlands.
Well, England have arrived at the stadium here in Berlin, and looking relaxed with a smile on Kieran Trippier's face. As we understand it, he may well be out. Luke Shaw starting. The team news for England to be confirmed very shortly. The Spanish team news confirmed already. Lenormand and Carvajal come back into the starting lineup after suspension. The Spanish players are out on the pitch, having a good laugh just a moment ago as well. They seem very relaxed. Just under an hour and a half to kick off live on Talksport. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on Talksport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. Let's look ahead to England-Spain, thanks to Burger King.
Big match preview on Talksport with Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
And Ashley Young, the former England player, is with us, a World Cup semi-finalist in 2018 with England, as Harry Kane walks out onto the pitch here at the Olympia Stadion. England arriving just a few moments ago. They go and join, the England players go and join the Spanish players on the pitch. There will be no words between them, even though some of them are teammates. And the England fans have just realised their heroes have emerged from the tunnel. The Spain fans have realised as well. They're delivering the cheers as we speak. It's Euro 2024. It's another final for England. Let's talk about this tournament, Ashley Young. The Spanish coach De La Fuente said that these are the best 2 teams at the tournament. Do you agree with that?
I think you only have to look at the 2 teams that are in the final. It's got to be the best 2 teams that are there. Do I think that other teams have played well? Yeah, I do think other teams have played well. The draw's fallen the way that it has, and we find ourselves against Spain in the final. So, you know, the Spanish manager, I think, is spot on with saying that the 2 best teams are in the final.
Spain have scored 13 goals. England have scored 7. Spain 37 attempts on target. England 19. Spain have had 3 clean sheets. England have had 2. Spain have conceded 3 goals. England have let in 4. The stats all in Spain's favour, but I mentioned before, Ashley, a Spanish football journalist told me yesterday that Spain must play well to win. England can win without playing well, and it's become a hallmark of this team for England at this tournament. Big moments have won games. They've not necessarily been brilliant in games, but big moments from certain players.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I think that, you know, big moments in tournaments are the ones that win tournaments, that win games. And, you know, we've shown that. Of course, everybody knows that England in the group stages, especially in the last 16, they weren't good. England, we just weren't playing good enough. And, you know, you look at the quarterfinals, you look at the semi-finals, how well we actually played, and the big moments there. It's like things are starting to turn and things are starting to change. For me, stats are all the stats there, and you know what have gone on throughout the tournament. They go out the window. This is a shootout. This is now down to the final. This is where the exciting stuff comes. The big moments in games, the ones where the players stand up and be counted, and you know put themselves out there to go and create history, make history for our country.
Absolutely. I mentioned before that there will be no contact between the Spanish and English players. Joselu and Jude Bellingham having a massive hug in the middle of the pitch and exchange words as well. I suppose you can do that, Ashley, when you're an hour and 20 plus minutes away from kick-off, but come kick-off they'll be the best of enemies.
Of course they will be. You know, when you see someone that's a teammate, of course you want to say hello, and I think for me that's about as far as it would go. Once you get back in that dress, they're an enemy. There's no loyalty to someone that's a team. You're going out there to win a football game. And, you've got to put a strong challenge in on an opponent that is a teammate. Then that's what has to happen. There's no loyalties when it comes to international football. It's, your club loyalties go out the window, and you just concentrate on going and do well for your international team.
Let's bring in Stuart Pearce alongside me here in the stadium. Just Stuart, watching the England players come out has brought it all home. It's made me feel that little bit more nervous, a little bit more excited as well. They know, they will feel they're capable of getting through any game with the impact off the bench maybe, or the quality those who start can bring in certain moments of games.
Yeah, they'll have confidence in each other. Just when you were talking there and just mentioned the amount of clean sheets, whenever I used to take a team to a tournament and I used to sit down, there was almost 5 rules, 5 tick boxes you had to deliver to win a tournament for me. 2/3 clean sheets, I always thought. Win a penalty shootout. No suspensions or sendings off in games. Very few injuries. And more importantly, probably the one that underpins everything, squad unity. So you need everyone to contribute. And I think as we stand at the moment, I can honestly say I think we've ticked all those boxes as yet.
And I think, Ashley, that's fair to say, isn't it? And talk to me about squad unity, because that seems to be absolutely paramount with England. And how does Gareth Southgate get that together? Because it didn't seem to be the case, you were around, but it didn't really seem to be the case looking in from the outside before Gareth Southgate arrived.
No, and I've always said that, since Gareth Southgate got the job, one of the big things was to get that togetherness there from not just the players but the staff as well, to integrate everybody in together and create a family. I think that I've said myself, and there's many of the other players from the World Cup. It was like a boys' holiday when we went to the 2018 World Cup. It was, the pictures of your family and friends in your room. Everything was it was so relaxed. It didn't feel like you was at a tournament where you didn't want to be there, and it was long days. And there was always something to do. People's doors were always open, and like I say, the mix and the blend that Gareth's got with the squad, the togetherness is fantastic. That he's been able to do that, and he was a player himself, so he knows what he wanted to do and wanted to create the culture there. And the togetherness that he's brought is exactly what the team bond, the team spirit is, and you see why he's got us to finals, as many as he has so far. And hopefully this will be the one where he could turn around and say the togetherness got us over that line and brought us the history that we're looking to make tonight.
Win or lose, the suspicion is that this will be Gareth's last game as England manager. That's not been confirmed as yet. Me personally, as an England fan, I'd love him to stay on and have a crack at the World Cup. Would you be surprised if he left his post?
I would be surprised, yeah. I think I said the other day that, for me, I'd definitely keep Gareth Southgate on. If anything, then I think it should be down to him to make the decision, not someone making the decision for him, because I think he's done fantastic well in the 8 years that he's been there. He's, the finals he's got us to, and just the way, like I say, that he's managed to get the togetherness there for the players and the staff is, for me, it's just fantastic. And he just knows what to do. And like everyone's been saying that that people wanted him sacked during this tournament or straight after it in the early rounds of when he was in the group stages, but for me, I think he's turned a few people's heads, and now, like I say, I think that come the end of the tournament, I think it should be down to him what he wants to do, and I'd love to see him lead us to another World Cup.
And a quick final thought from you, Ashley. It's been a pleasure having your company, not just tonight but throughout the tournament. What's your prediction for this game?
I'm going with an England win, of course. I've said throughout the tournament that we haven't been at our best, but at teams that win tournaments, that win titles, that win things at times, go through tough periods and manage to get wins. So I think it's definitely going to be I'm hoping for an England win.
Ashley, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Ashley Young, a former World Cup semi-finalist under Gareth Southgate with England. That was a look ahead to tonight's action in association with Burger King.
Big match preview on Talksport with Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Right, let's check in with how fans back in England are watching the game. We've got reporters across the country. Ian Abrahams is in the Midlands for us, soaking up the atmosphere. How's it looking, Ian?
Welcome to Luda Springs here in Birmingham, where the atmosphere is absolutely bouncing. Fred Stigler's to be like when the actual game is on. What's your name?
Callum, Macaulay, Brad.
Callum, why is everybody queuing up right in the front of this huge screen when you can see over half of Birmingham?
They're getting ready for the madness. Best seat in the house, right at the front.
Excellent. Are you going to throw your beer in here when England score?
Absolutely not. £7 a point. I'm keeping this. We'll be in the chaos though when it goes off. When Harry Kane scores a winner.
What about when England win? Are you going to throw it in the air?
Yeah, maybe then. When we win. On penalties.
Yeah, 3-0. Jude Bellingham hat-trick.
Blues fan?
No, Villa. Villa through Stourbridge finest.
Listen, how much do you realise, all of you, how much history this is tonight?
Biggest game. I can't even fathom how big this game will be, but if we win it, oh God, I can't imagine. Fingers crossed, but biggest game I'll see in my lifetime potentially. Who knows? Yeah, absolutely huge. Like England winning something would be unbelievable. You can't even think about it until it happens.
Did you ever think you'd see England win anything?
Absolutely not, and I don't think we will, but we'll see what happens.
So he's not confident, but what about you two?
I think we'll snatch it. The tournament's gone. That we've been lucky the whole tournament. We've not played well, but we've done okay, so I think that'll happen. Everything's gone our way. I don't know. I feel like something's going to happen, some sort of magic written in the stars. Who knows?
What 3 words are written in the stars?
It's coming home. It's coming home.
It's coming home.
There we go. It's coming home from the centre of Birmingham.
Ian Abrahams, thank you very much. I've got to tell you, I actually bumped into Ian Abrahams' Uncle Roger out here in Berlin earlier today. As you might guess, he's a massive West Ham fan, and he said to me that 58 years after winning a European trophy, West Ham won their second European trophy. It's now 58 years since England won the World Cup. Is that an omen? We can only hope. He did tell me as well he didn't think England would win tonight, but I'll ignore that bit. You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on Talksport, presented by Carling, UK's #1 lager, 18+. Please drink responsibly.
Euro Game Day Live on Talksport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18+. Always drink responsibly.
When Sarah had hay fever, she felt like the world didn't care. Just a case of the sniffles, they said. But then she discovered Histolay, 24-hour relief. Hay fever taken seriously. Histolay, what a relief.
Histolay film-coated tablets for hay fever symptoms. Contains fexofenadine. Always read the label.
749 passengers all stationed at the platform's start line. The atmosphere is electric. Great Britain is ready to launch. 186 miles per hour from London to Paris. The ultimate track event. This is the moment we've all been training for, and we're off. The Eurostar has left the station. Let the games begin. We're proudly taking Team GB and Paralympics GB to Paris. Eurostar. Together we go further.
So forehand from Serena.
Or watch the things you gave your life to broken.
The end of the road for Alina Svitolina.
If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue.
Vondrousova is the unseeded champion.
If neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you.
Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid have done it.
If you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run.
Championship points to win Wimbledon.
Yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And which is more, you'll be the one.
There's a new king of centre court.
Wimbledon, always like never before. Download the Wimbledon app now for the latest news, scores and highlights.
GarageFloorsDirect.co.uk. Everything you need to transform your garage from low profile to high performance. Or make your shed less junk, more punk. And evolve your man cave from Neanderthal into Nirvana. Make any floor awesome with a premium interlocking tile system from Garage Floors Direct. Plus, it's so simple you can fit it yourself. Just cut, click, and it does the trick. Upgrade a single garage space from just $399 including VAT. Say no to boring flooring at GarageFloorsDirect.co.uk. Terms and conditions apply.
Keep your finger on the pulse and stay connected with all the latest football news every Monday afternoon at Drive on Talksport with 3. Group Chat Goals is your essential update of all the weekend's football action, drama and hot topic talking points blowing up your socials. From the fast-paced on-field action to the backroom bust-ups, Talksport's got it covered. Don't miss Group Chat Goals at Drive on Talksport with 3. Football needs a big network. Keep connected to the team you love on 3.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by Talksport with Burger King. Get the ultimate food satisfaction this half-time with the flame-grilled bacon double cheeseburger XL. Order now on the Burger King app.
No one gets you closer to the Euro action. Pump up your summer. Euro Game Day Live with Adrian Durham, live from Berlin on Talksport. Clifford!
Well, here in Berlin, the England players came out and had a look at the pitch, had a wander around, then went in. But the Spain players, some of them have been out there much, much longer. And Spain have been the best team of the tournament so far. They've done it without starman Gavi, but he is here tonight. He's been there with them out on the pitch. He's here to watch his teammates in the final. And we're bringing you here as well. This is Talksport Live from the Euro 2024 final on Talksport. Spain against England. A chance for these England players to make some serious history, to etch their names into our football hearts. Time now to cross over to our Carling correspondent, who's capturing the build-up to the final at Box Park, Wembley.
The Carling correspondent on Talksport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
And Romario Webster is back at home for us. How's it looking there, Romario?
Thank you, Adrian. Yes, I'm here at Box Park. The fans are beginning to flood in. There are hundreds, if not thousands of fans here at Box Park. The atmosphere is electrifying. I've managed to grab 2 fans. Boys, what's your names?
Yeah, it's Jay. It's Sean.
Boys, you must be ecstatic. England about to take on Spain in the Euros final. Let me know how you're feeling.
I'm so just grateful to be down here. England fan my whole life. I was down here 3 years ago, and it means everything. It really means everything. We just want to win it. We just want to bring it home for everybody. It means so much, and the country needs it.
How impressed have you been by Gareth Southgate this tournament?
He's done well. He's known what he's done, and he's sort of executed it well. And we've just got better and better every stage, and hopefully it's coming home.
Who are Spain's danger men that England need to look out for today?
They need to look out for us. That's what they need to look out for. I think they've peaked too soon. I think they've played their 6 games. They've been unbeaten. We're now in momentum. I think we're going to have them on the ropes. Yeah, I think he's right. We've just got to go out, go strong. We've got them. It's going to be winning for us, hopefully.
And just to end, boys, I've got to ask, score predictions. How does it come home?
I think we're going to win 3-1 in normal time, but I think Spain will score first, and that'll get the engine going for England. We play better when we're from behind for some strange reason, but I think that's what's going to happen. I think 2-1, and Spain will be the first goal, and I think that's when we'll come out fighting after their first goal.
England fans are confident. Adrian, back to you, boys.
Mario, top man, that was our Carling correspondent. Thanks to Carling 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
The Carling correspondent on Talksport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Stuart Pearce, really interesting what he just said there. Spain have peaked too early, said that England fan. You've got a little smile on your face.
Well, they're surmising that peak will drop off at the edge of a cliff tonight. I certainly hope he's right. There is no guarantee that will be the case. I've got to say, they've certainly been impressive. They've been the best team continually in this tournament so far. Doesn't mean they're going to win the trophy, though.
Well, let's hope they don't. Let's get the England team, which has just been announced. Here's your commentator on Talksport, Jim Proudfoot.
And for a 5th successive game, England make one change. Luke Shaw in to start his first match since February the 18th and his first for his country since last June. He replaces Kieran Trippier, who's out of the 11 for the first time in this tournament. Shaw is one of 6 in the side, who started the Euros final 3 years ago. We expect it'll be a fluid 3-4-2-1 formation. It could well become a back 4 when England are out of possession. So it's Pickford in goal. Walker, Stones, who like Pickford starts a 26th successive tournament game, and Gahey, Saka, Mainu, Rice and Shaw, Bellingham and Foden, and Kane. who scored in England's last game here in Berlin, and he wins his 98th cap today. A reminder, Spain making 2 changes. 6-time Champions League winner Dani Carvajal back after suspension. Robin Lenormand also returns from a ban, so Navas and Nacho made way. Lamine Yamal turned 17 yesterday, becomes the youngest player ever to feature in a World Cup or European Championship final. Alvaro Morata plays his 17th game in the Euros, which is a new Spanish record, and they field 6 of the side that started the Nations League final last year. Simon in goal, Carvajal, Lenormand, Laporte, Cucurella, Rodri and Ruiz, Yamal, Olmo, Williams and Morata. And today's referee, Francois Letellier from France, has enjoyed a meteoric rise. He wasn't at the World Cup. He now takes charge of the Euros final, just his 20th international, and he's officiating England for the first time in his career. But a reminder of that England side: Pickford, Walker, Stones, Gahey, Saka, Mainu, Rice and Shaw, Bellingham, Foden and Kay.
Jim, thank you very much. Stuart Pearce, then Luke Shaw confirmed he does start, and Gareth Southgate must have so much faith in this player. Not played for England since last June, as Jim was saying. 18th of February, came off just at the start of the second half in a 2-1 win for United at Luton. Played as a sub in the last 2 games at this tournament for England. By including him injured in the squad, Gareth Southgate was showing faith in him. The only game he's going to start at the tournament is the final. In a player's heart and mind, does that mean he feels he's got to give absolutely everything? I know they're going to give absolutely everything, but there's a special relationship there between Shaw and Southgate. Is this where the manager gets repaid?
Well, put it this way, we spoke in depth about this back in March, about the importance of this boy being fit and available. I'm sure he's worked behind the scenes fantastically hard to get himself to this juncture where the manager has seen fit to give him a start in a major final. So it's a big confidence booster, a big pat on the back. And when your manager goes out on a limb like that, as a player, I know full well that you do want to go out there and repay him. But listen, he's by far our left-sided left back that we've got. You know, whether he plays wing back today or he slots in as a left back on occasion, whatever it may be, he's got a really important job to do, Aid.
Well, Jim was saying it's a fluid 5 becoming a 4, depending on possession. Do you see that as a really effective way to defend? Because everybody's got to be switched on and doing all their jobs individually properly.
They certainly have. I think the interchange between us in possession, playing and maybe a 3 if you like, playing out from the back on the build-up, to interchanging to drop into a 4 on occasion, to be a 5, has to be seamless. You know, it's one of the key things I've jotted down in front of me. We've got to get that right. If you don't get it right, all of a sudden you might get overloads, fullbacks getting forward for Spain, coupling up with their wide players, and what you don't want is getting 2-on-1 situations in areas where the likes of Williams and Yamal are a handful 1-on-1.
There's no other surprises in the England side. There was a few mentions that, you know, because Ollie Watkins scored and looked really lively when he came on, there were a few mentions back home from fans that maybe it was time that Kane, who doesn't look fit to some people, be left out. It's never going to happen for a final of this magnitude, the captain, the record scorer, being left out. That was never in Gareth Southgate's thinking, unless he couldn't start for injury reasons.
No, you're absolutely spot on, and I think probably this tournament, maybe more than probably any other tournament, we could almost go into the games and tell you what team it was going to be near enough every game. It was incredible. I don't think Gareth strayed far from the team that he picked. He's always had the confidence in Gahey to change him, come in and got a game because of suspension, but in the main I think this team's almost picked itself.
Just back to Luke Shaw. He got the last Euro final off to an absolute flyer with a brilliant finish, actually. Quite a difficult one to catch sweetly, and he kept it down, hit the back of the net, and I just wonder if something like that is in the mind of the manager at this point as well, or is he just thinking about what he needs to do on that left-hand side?
We've lacked balance. Whichever way you look at it, we've lacked balance on this left-hand side. At least today you can turn around and say we've got a natural balance on that side of the pitch. A lot's going to be made of this side of the pitch because we know they've got a young kid who's just celebrated his birthday. Let's hope he's overdone the cake last night, you know.
Like you.
Yeah, or maybe had his driving test. I don't know what these young Spanish boys do. But listen, the bottom line is that side of the pitch is going to be absolutely vile. For us, for sure, to get forward and hurt him and make him come back and defend, but more importantly, to defend this young man.
We talked about how Luke Shaw being in, and he's got to repay the faith of the manager and builds a relationship between the two. How's Kieran Trippier feeling right now?
Kieran Trippier will feel disappointed that he's not starting, but because of the nature of him, he'll be excited and supportive to Luke Shaw. I can assure you that. I think he is the type of individual, when he's been around Gareth's squad, and will pick up all the messages and be a message bearer for Gareth, because that's how Gareth looks at him and elevates him, and the type of player and the type of man that he is. So I think he'll just be supportive. Listen, if Luke Shaw plays well, we might win the game. If we win the game, Trips goes home with a winner's medal, and he might have to come off the bench and contribute.
You asked how Kieran Trippier is feeling. The answer, potentially, not very well. I think that is probably one of the reasons why the decision has been made. I still think it would have been Shaw rather than Trips anyway, but there is some conjecture that he has just been feeling a little bit under the weather over the last 36 hours, and that might have had some influence in the decision.
That's your commentator on Talksport tonight, Jim Proudfoot. We've already heard from two World Cup semi-finalists with England in Ashley Young and Stuart Pearce. More from Stuart Pearce to come as well. Over on Talksport 2 right now, they've got commentary of the World Match Play Darts at Blackpool's Winter Gardens. It's the end of an early session, and they're doing that so it doesn't clash with this final here in Berlin. You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on Talksport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Euro Game Day Live on Talksport with Burger King, official providers of foodfillment. That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction. Order your Burger King delivery now.
When Sarah had hay fever, she felt like the world didn't care. Just a case of the sniffles, they said. But then she discovered Histolay, 24-hour relief. Hay fever taken seriously. Histolay, what a relief.
Histolay film-coated tablets for hay fever symptoms. Contains fexofenadine. Always read the label.
Imagine a mechanic. What do you see? Someone in the garage? Repairing an engine? Or do you see a problem solver? Using their skills to maintain vital equipment during an aid delivery operation. Because we do. We know you have skills. We'll show you how to use them in new ways. Find the reserve in you. Search Army Reserve. You belong here.
Football. UEFA Euro 2024, Germany.
Euro Game Day Live with Adrian Durham
on Talksport.
Zeit für den Fußball.
Well, England are in another final. It's their first final outside of their own country. Another barrier broken down by Gareth Southgate. And while they may not have been the best team at this tournament, they have had the biggest moments. And after one of those moments, when Jude Bellingham kept England in the Euros with an incredible overhead kick against Slovakia, he posted these powerful words on social media.
It is not the critic who counts.
Boos and whistles greet the full-time whistle. England mentally and physically drained.
Not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles.
The chance inside the penalty area, and it's been taken. Schraps with the goal, and England trail in Gelsenkirchen.
Same old Southgate. It just doesn't look like he's ever going to change. He doesn't want to be proactive.
Or where the doer of deeds could have done them better.
Gareth Southgate's England are putting us through it yet again.
Look at this squad, it's just dripping with talent. They're not delivering as they do for their club.
The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena.
England centre stage at the last game of a major tournament.
We all want to be loved, right? When you're doing something for your country and when all you read is criticism, it's hard.
Whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood.
Oh no! The Germans go through again.
Who strives valiantly, who errs.
The other players going to try and console Gareth Southgate, but there is no consolation.
Who comes up short again and again.
Saka against Dollar on the left foot, and it has been saved. It just isn't meant to be.
Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming.
It's Harry Kane. He hits it right footing. Oh, he's blasted it over the bar. He's missed it.
But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions?
Saka working it in, left footy shot! It's in off the post! And England are back on level terms! He deserves it!
He's instilled a belief in these players. This England team doesn't know when it's beaten.
Who spends himself in a worthy cause, who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement.
Rice trying to flick it on, Gay, he can... Oh, it's in! Unbelievable! A Jude Bellingham overhead kick!
And who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly.
Watkins making a good run forward here, and he's hit it! Oh! Has he hit it? He's just won it! What an extraordinary turnaround. The first final on foreign soil.
So that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls.
They've definitely grown in resilience and belief from the experiences they've been through in this tournament. We're looking forward to the challenge.
Who neither know defeat nor victory.
England in a final and with a chance to be crowned European champions. Never stop believing.
My thanks to the brilliant David Morrissey for giving Talksport his magnificent voice and skills for that piece, Man in the Arena, from a speech made by former US President Teddy Roosevelt over 100 years ago, a passage that Nelson Mandela gave to Francois Pienaar before he led South Africa to a Rugby World Cup victory in 1995. LeBron James has the Man in the Arena, those words written on his shoe. These are words for winners. Jude Bellingham is a winner. He posted it on Instagram, and we're looking out on the arena right now. It's empty, bar a few balls and cones, etc., waiting for the teams to come out and warm up. Less than an hour to kick off. Live on Talksport, we're here in Berlin for the final of Euro 2024 as Spain take on England. Time now to take a look at the team lineups with Burger King.
Team lineup on Talksport with Burger King. Introducing the ultimate lineup with the Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus and Bacon Caesar loaded fries. Order your Burger King delivery now.
So let's remind you of the team news for Spain-England with your England commentator on Talksport, Jim Proudfoot.
There's one change for England, two for Spain. Luke Shaw returns in place of Kieran Trippier on the left, starting his first match for club or country since mid-February. Spain have Carvajal and Lenormand back from suspension at the back. Navas and Nacho make way. So England line up with Pickford in goal, Walker, who wins his 90th cap, Stones and Gahey, Saka, who wins his 40th, Mainu, Rice and Shaw, Bellingham and Foden, and Kane. 7 of that side featured in the last final 3 years ago. Of the other 4, 2 have won the Under-17 World Cup, and the other 2 won the Champions League and FA Cup final, respectively, this season. Spain have Simon in goal, Carvajal, Lenormand, Laporte and Cucurella, Rodri and Fabian Ruiz, Yamal, Dani Olmo and Williams, and Morata leads their line. As you say, Adrian, kick-off about 55 minutes away.
Jim, thank you very much. That was a look at the team lineups, thanks to Burger King.
Team lineup on Talksport with Burger King. Introducing the ultimate lineup with the Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus and Bacon Caesar loaded fries. Order your Burger King delivery now.
Well, I tell you what, these two guys in charge here, Stuart, Pearce, never won anything as club managers, but one of them will win something today with their national team. Luis de la Fuente won titles as a player with Athletic Bilbao, played in their notorious games with Barcelona when Maradona's ankle was snapped in two by the butcher of Bilbao, Andoni Goicoechea. De la Fuente won the Nations League with Spain last year, beating Croatia on penalties. He's also won the Under-19 and Under-21 Euros with Spain. Crucially, with some of these players, they lost the Olympic football final under De La Fuente 4 years ago as well. Keeper Unai Simon, Cucurella, Oyarzabal, Olmo, all in that side. Marino was the captain of that side as well. And there's similarities. Gareth Southgate won the Toulon tournament with England's youngsters 8 years ago in France. His goalkeeper in that tournament has just walked out onto the pitch. It was Jordan Pickford. Well, let's talk about Gareth Southgate. This could be his last game in charge of England, Stuart. Win or lose, the suspicion is that Gareth will walk away from the job, even though the FA will keep him. I think he's impossible to replace, given everything that he does. I'm not just talking about picking a team, picking tactics, sending them out to play. Everything that he brings to the role, I think he's impossible to replace? How will you feel if he does decide it's time to go?
Split thoughts, really. If he makes that judgment call, which it'll be his choice whether he stays or goes, he would have done it having considered everything, considered some of the flack that had come his way, all the good parts of the job that he loves, the pride that he's got with England, and he always has had that pride even when I played alongside him as a player, let alone what he does now for the national team. So it would be very considered, his decision on what he does. So it won't be a gut reaction on win or lose this game today. Irrelevant. And I just hope it's the right decision for him. I'll be sad to see him go. I love him at the helm of our national team. I think he's an absolute credit as a man, as an ambassador and as a football manager.
It feels to me, Stuart, like nobody, and I might be overplaying that, but it feels like nobody can bring the care and attention that he brings to the job, and that has come with his experiences as a player with England. It's also come with his experiences with the junior sides, with his experiences at St George's Park as well. He's lived all of that. He's breathed all of that. He's wanted what's best. When he did a press conference last week, he said he took this job because he wanted to make English football better. He wanted to improve English football. Now, I really treasure and value that. And we've had an incredible time in recent years going deep into tournaments. Unprecedented. The consistency with which we've gone deep into tournaments has never happened before. So I'm amazed that people want him out, but people are entitled to their opinion. But I don't see nobody in world football. You can say Jurgen Klopp's won loads of trophies. Absolutely fine. Would he really care about as much about the England job as Gareth Southgate, do you think?
I don't think anyone will, if I'm being honest with you. And I've been on the inside of the England thing, and I've seen senior managers operate within that job. And I don't think I've ever seen anybody operate with the duty of care and the consideration for everything that goes with England. And listen, anyone that's ever played alongside Gareth, either at club or international level, will know that he is a team player through and through.
Absolutely. I mean, Gareth Southgate's taken the England team from humiliation to the brink of greatness that could happen tonight. We've never had such a sustained spell of competitiveness, going deep in tournaments ever. He's spoken well on issues beyond football. He's been a leader of the country, actually, at a time when we needed a leader. So, for example, he's been England manager through COVID, through poor leadership at Downing Street level in Parliament, and he's actually been asked to speak about various issues beyond football, and he's spoken really well. He's not ignored those issues, and what that does is it takes heat off the players being asked that kind of question. He does all of that, Gareth Southgate. He's like the leader this country's needed for the last 8 years.
In all honesty, I've been out here while our general election was on back home, so I didn't vote, right? If the gate stood for election, I'd vote for him, because I think he'd look back at me with a level of honesty, and if he made you a promise, he'd deliver on that promise.
And I read a piece from Craig Hope in the Mail today, a brilliant piece on Gareth Southgate, and he said that the one thing with Gareth Southgate, you can agree with tactics or disagree, you can agree with team selection or disagree, but you're always going to get an honest answer from Gareth Southgate. Honesty is his thing. You know, there might be things that he knows about players that he has to keep for personal reasons from people, but he will always try to give as honest an answer as he can to any question that's put of him. You can't ask any more than that.
I think that's a great trait to have for any human being, personally, and listen, what will be will be. I think his decision is probably made now before this tournament on what his future lies. If he does decide to step away, I think there'll be a little bit of frustration there. This game that we're involved in is at times ridiculously harsh. You know what I mean? People bounce along and they make judgments on 90 minutes of football. The game's longer than that, it's bigger than that, it's deeper than that, and sometimes I think for even all the people in the stadium and watching back home tonight, before a ball's been kicked, just sit down, relax, and just try and take a view of what you think now. Not when you've had a few beers and you're a keyboard warrior later on and all of those type of things on the back of a result. just relax and watch your national team in a major final.
England in a major final. The second in 3 years, both of them under Gareth Southgate. They've been to semi-finals. They go deep in tournaments, all under Gareth Southgate, who arrived after a manager had gone after one game, and before that England had been humiliated at the Euros against Iceland. It's improbable, it's extraordinary where he picked up England and where he's taken them to. Absolutely extraordinary. You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on Talksport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. The fans in fine voices, they make their way into the stadium. All the England flags are being put up, draped over the tiers, from the top tier down to the bottom tier, and they're making themselves heard here at the Olympiastadion in Berlin. We are just over 45 minutes away from kickoff. Are you getting nervous? I am. Spain-England coming up on Talksport.
Euro Game Day Live on Talksport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Get match ready with Club Card prices. Like Plaza Centro Prosecco 75 centilitres, now £5, down from £7. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel to lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Drink aware 18 plus, majority of larger stores, ends 15th of July. Club Card or app required.
Let's go live to hear about that winning goal.
The crowd's gone absolutely wild here. How on earth do you sum up your emotions right now?
Amazing. A hat-trick is just the best feeling ever.
Is it though? Is kicking a ball into the back of the net really better than food fulfillment from Burger King? That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction, like finishing the last bite of a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus.
No.
Correct. Burger King. That's food fulfillment.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders are 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Here we are then, Jeff. Just minutes to go until the whistle. Will they make it?
Tense is an understatement, Jeff. There's so much riding on it. The question is, will they be able to find that extra gear when they need it most?
And here we go. Oh, yes, they've made it. That's why you drive a properly maintained vehicle.
Love to see that.
It's starting. Come on.
Make sure your journey to the match is a smooth one. Book a free vehicle safety check today at quickfit.com or your local centre. Quickfit. Drive away happy every time.
When Andre sold his car on finance with Motorway, he got more money. Ooh!
What are you doing there?
He then put that extra money into tickets to follow his team around the country.
Come on, lads!
Selling on Motorway was completely stress-free, which is more than I can say about being a supporter of... Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against 2 independent sources. Visit motorway.co.uk/claims.
Strength comes from confidence, both on and off the pitch. And confidence starts with self-care. Upgrade your game with Dove Men Plus Care Advanced 72-hour sweat protection antiperspirant deodorant and Dove Men Plus Care 24-hour nourishing body wash. Perfect for your post-match shower. Now available in new eucalyptus and mint long-lasting fresh fragrance. Let confidence last with Dove Men Plus Care. Proud partners of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
We are getting so close. Let's keep everything the same to keep the good luck.
Yeah, same t-shirts, couch spots, same place to buy the snacks.
I got them at BP on my way back from Leeds. I can't go back at... Fine, I'll go back to the Lucky BP.
Yeah!
Lucky BP!
Lucky BP!
BP is here for all your big game essentials. Plus, BP Me Rewards members can earn points to put towards great saves. BP, here for all of life's journeys. BP Me Rewards card or app required. For full T's and C's, visit bpmerewards.co.uk.
Euro Game Day Live on Talksport with Burger King, official providers of food fulfillment. That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction. Order your Burger King delivery now.
UEFA Euro 2024, Germany.
The most hotly contested European football tournament, driven by the passion and prowess of the world's biggest sports radio station. Euro Game Day Live with Adrian Durham
on Talksport.
Sister in the tournament so far is 16-year-old Lamine Yamal.
It was a joy to watch him, and the next Messi, in fact.
He is a generational talent.
He was the star of the show.
He's got this incredible ability to come in off the right wing.
Yamal, 25 yards out, right of centre, left footed corner! Oh my goodness! A wonder goal from the Wonder Kid!
Tonight we may have witnessed, by the way, the birth of a superstar.
If you are what you say you are, a superstar.
The England players and the Spain players out there warming up right now with just over 40 to kick off. What a noise from both sets of fans, singing along, cheering their heroes, getting ready for what will be a momentous night. It's going to be a night of history for England. We just heard about Lamine Yamal there. He starts, of course, a day after his 17th birthday. Let's get more on the Spanish team. Sam Marsden is ESPN Spanish football expert. He's live with us at our commentary point for TalkSport at the stadium. And Sam, Spain's run has been phenomenal. They've been the best team in the tournament, no doubt about it, but they're due a defeat, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. I mean, they've won 6 in a row now, isn't it? What's the old saying? You know, every winning run, or you're closer to either losing or winning when you're on a losing run. So yeah, they are due a defeat. I don't know if it will come today. Like you say, they've been the best team at the tournament. But as Luis de la Fuente said, you don't even have to be the best team to win a game.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And that's good news for England, because they've not been the best team. I think even they would admit that. They've had some big moments. They're going to need big moments defensively against the two Spanish wingers, in particular Lamine Yamal, who is just insanely good. I mean, how do you stop this guy?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because obviously Luke Shaw's coming in for his first start, but that's one of the big talking points, like you say, those battles between the full-backs or the wing-backs, if that's how England play, against Lamine Yamal and Nico Williams. Nico Williams and Lamine Yamal have been talking about that in the week, and they kind of say it's difficult to double up on both of them, and there have been games where one's been doubled up and it's given the other one perhaps a little bit more freedom, and then vice versa. And Lamine, for, like you say, 17 yesterday, he's just playing with such freedom. He just seems so unfazed by the situation. He's been like that really since he made his debut for Barcelona as a 15-year-old. We've not seen him sort of react to any sort of pressure. I mean, famously, before that France game now, we had Adrien Rabiot say, he's going to have to up it if he wants to get to the final. And then there's obviously that picture of Rabiot standing off him and him curling it into the top corner and saying checkmate. So he's got a little bit of attitude about him as well.
Yeah, there's something about Rabiot. You knew that was going to happen. And it was interesting because Harry Kane in the press conference yesterday was asked about Lamine Yamal, and they told him that it was his birthday. First thing he said was, well, happy birthday to him. And he's had a really good career, but it's a short career so far. But he wasn't giving anything away. He wasn't doing anything like Adrien Rabiot did. And that's smart from the England captain.
Yeah, you absolutely don't want to give any extra ammunition. I mean, Stuart and guys that have played will know more than me how those sort of things can react to a dressing room and, sort of spur them on, or if you need extra motivation for a final, probably not. But there was a nice little narrative around that France game, and yeah, Lamine Yamal's been the absolute story of the sort of Spain run to the semi-final, to the final really. And it's just interesting as well. I was down with the Spain fans earlier, and his dad was there. I think his dad's probably the most famous sort of dad in football at the moment. I can't imagine there's any other dad who'd be getting sort of requests for so many selfies. I mean, he was thanking Spain fans for all their support and whatnot. I mean, he plays up to a little bit as well. He's got the Lamine Yamal 304 for the Rockefeller barrier where he's put from shirt on and stuff. But yeah, the Lamine Yamal sort of craze is absolutely huge right now in Spain.
There's been this bizarre picture of Lionel Messi bathing him when he was a little baby as well, which I don't really want to go into.
I'm still refusing to believe that that's true. I feel like it's some sort of like AI campaign that's going to come out and we've all been tricked.
It's one of the weirdest things ever. But the other thing is there's this story that he's a Spurs fan as well. Is that true?
Lamine Yamal?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that one. He's obviously, he obviously was born just outside of Barcelona, grew up in Barcelona, he's been in La Masia since he was 7, as far as I know. I've not heard this Spurs story. It's new to me. I'll have to look into it.
Yeah, that's something you've got to investigate, no doubt about it. The other end is where the perceived weakness is for Spain. The two coming back in, Carvajal and Lenormand back into the 11. Has that been a surprise to you, maybe?
No, I think that was expected. I mean, there was a little bit of talk about whether he would stick with Nacho instead of Lenormand, but obviously Lenormand and Laporte has been Luis de la Fuente's first choice sort of centre-back pairing now for over a year. It was the centre-back pairing when they won the Nations League last year. I don't think there were ever really any doubts. Lenormand, on the back of a brilliant season with Real Sociedad, he's closing in on a move to Atletico Madrid, and Laporte's had a really good tournament. There were a few doubts before the final side about his fitness and about the fact he's playing in Saudi Arabia, but he's been good. He's quietened those doubts so far, so I don't think there were really doubts. I mean, that is probably the perceived weakness in the Spain side, like you say, because of those doubts there were before about Laporte, because of Cucurella off the back of a difficult spell at Chelsea. Obviously finished the season strongly, but even so, you've got Carvajal, a Champions League winner with Real Madrid, Lenormand about to join Atletico, and yes, it is probably the weakness in the Spain side, but they've had a good tournament and it's not that much of a weakness.
Yeah, they're just reading the names of the Spanish players out, hence the cheering after the Tannoy. Cucurella is a really interesting one. He has had what you consider to be a very poor season with Chelsea, but it looks like he's played really well, been one of their best players at these Euros. However, from an English point of view, I'm thinking Saka up against Cucurella, there's only one winner. Could that be an outlet for England, a possible weakness for Spain?
Yeah, like you say, Cucurella's had a great tournament. He's probably been the revelation of the tournament for Spain. I mean, before the tournament, a lot of people thought Grimaldo would start on the back of his season with Bayer Leverkusen. De La Fuente's gone for Cucurella, perhaps because he's a slightly more defensive profile to add a little bit more balance, and he's been really good. But like you say, he's not turned into sort of Maldini overnight. He is still Marc Cucurella. He's obviously a very good player. Chelsea paid 60 million, whether we think that's a fair price or not for him, for a reason. When he left Barca, he did very well at Eibar, Getafe, Brighton to earn that move. But yeah, I mean, Saka is an absolutely top player, and you would back him against Cucurella.
Spain fans love Cucurella. I was on a metro with them earlier. They all had Cucurella wigs in red and yellow. They absolutely love this guy, don't they?
It's just been, he's, like I say, alongside Lamine Yamal, he's been one of the stories of the tournament, particularly his performance against Italy, which was probably, I mean, it's hard to judge because it was a group stage game, and obviously the France and Germany wins were more important, but he was brilliant against Italy, and he sort of developed that reputation from there, because like I say, he didn't actually make his Spain debut properly really until March of this year in a friendly against Brazil. Technically he made his debut a couple of years ago, but it was a game when the under-21s filled in because of a COVID outbreak in the senior squad, so he was kind of not unknown in Spain, but in terms of the national team he was completely off the radar. Jose Luis Gaya was probably the first choice before the tournament. He's injured. The Valencia left back Alejandro Balde, the Barca left back, is also injured, which is sin Grimaldo, and Cucurella come in. Jordi Alba obviously retiring. He was the left back for the Nations League last year, and Cucurella has almost come in as a complete surprise as the starting left back and had a brilliant tournament, and he's got that hair, but he's also got, I don't know if you see it in English when he's in the Premier League, but when he speaks in Spanish, he's got a really good personality. He's a really fun guy. He's happy to sort of take the mick out of himself a little bit and go along with some of the memes and stuff that have come out, Roberto Carlos with his hair on him and stuff like that, and really sort of play into it and play up to it. So it's hard not to like him when you see him speaking, and the Spain fans have really latched on to him during this tournament.
Yeah, he's kind of lovable. Even the Chelsea fans, I think, have warmed to him. Listen, the midfield we've talked about the wingers, the midfield for Spain, if it was, just say in the team of the tournament, you've got Rodri, you've got Fabian Ruiz, Olmo in there as well, that wouldn't look out of place. Those three as a trio have been brilliant, haven't they? I mean, how do you get past Rodri? It feels impossible. We know him very well from the Premier League, but it just feels like, we've said many times in the build-up to this, if England had Rodri, we'd feel 100% confident of winning the game. He seems to be the key.
Yeah, I think he is the key, absolutely. I think he's been the player of the tournament. Like you say, you guys will know as much, if not more, about him than us back in Spain. He obviously had that remarkable winning run for Manchester City, which ended in the FA Cup final if we ignore the penalty shootout defeat to Real Madrid. But he is the best player in this Spain team. Before the tournament, you're looking at the Spain team, you're saying they've got some good young players, some good potential in there. They've got a couple of journeymen who are okay. But if you're looking for top world-class players, you go, that's a world-class player. They only really had Rodri, and he has been sensational in this tournament. The way he, not just, like you say, not just getting past him, but the way he sort of leads on the pitch. There was a moment against Georgia when they were 1-0 down, and he just sort of stopped, and everyone was sort of urging Spain to attack, and he just stopped sort of on the ball and issued some sort of instructions and stuff. And he was asked afterwards, and he said sometimes it's better to stop for 20 or 30 seconds than to attack. And about 10 minutes later he scored the equaliser. Obviously not related to him stopping, but it was kind of a nice sort of moment after that moment. And yeah, he is the best player on this Spain team, probably the best player in this tournament. I guess we were all looking at the Mbappes, the Kanes, the Bellinghams and stuff. and you sometimes perhaps, and this has been the big thing in the Spanish press, that you sometimes perhaps overlook those slightly more defensive-minded players. But he's not even defensive-minded when you see how far up the Spain line plays and where the sort of areas he gets into in the pitch, and the same for City and the way he sort of spread balls around almost in the final third so quickly. Yeah, I think he's probably going to be the key player in this final.
Yeah, sadly. Quick prediction.
I mean, all logic suggests from this tournament that Spain win. I mean, if before the tournament you'd probably have gone England. England's got better players. They've been in okay form. Obviously, they had the Iceland defeat, and we weren't quite sure about Spain. But on the logic of the tournament, it should be a Spain win.
Sam, great to talk to you. Appreciate you taking the time. Thank you so much.
Cheers, guys.
Sam Marsden, Spanish expert from ESPN. Let's go down to Talksport's Faye Carruthers, who's pitch side and is watching the warm-up. Faye.
Yeah, I've been watching the England players at close quarters. Aid all look really focused and calm. Was watching Jordan Pickford. Normally he sings along to the songs with the England fans, but fully focused with the goalkeeping coach Martin Margetson on his preparations. But a word to the England fans, they are so loud. I mean, we had a proper little medley going on a minute ago with Wonderwall and Angels, followed by Vindaloo, and they blasted it out. Their voice is certainly going to be heard.
Oh yeah, they are. It was so loud. Rocked the stadium. In fact, it's a bowl of a stadium. Apart from away to our left, there is a slither out of the whole wall of the stadium that just looks out onto Berlin. But still, they kept that noise in. It was so loud from the England fans. We are just over half an hour away from kickoff. You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on Talksport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by Talksport with Burger King. What's better than a last-minute winner? A crispy chicken royale delivered straight to your door.
We are getting so close. Let's keep everything the same to keep the good luck.
Yeah, same T-shirts, couch spots, same place to buy the snacks.
I got them at BP on my way back from Leeds. I can't go back at... Fine, I'll go back to the Lucky BP.
Yeah! Lucky BP! Lucky BP!
BP is here for all your big game essentials. Plus, BP Me Rewards members can earn points to put towards great saves. BP, here for all of life's journeys. BP Me Rewards card or app required. For full T's and C's, visit bpmerewards.co.uk.
Strength comes from confidence, both on and off the pitch. And confidence starts with self-care. Upgrade your game with Dove Men Plus Care Advanced 72-hour sweat protection antiperspirant deodorant and Dove Men Plus Care 24-hour nourishing body wash. Perfect for your post-match shower. Now available in new eucalyptus and mint long-lasting fresh fragrance. Let confidence last with Dove Men Plus Care. Proud partners of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
When Andre sold his car on finance with Motorway, he got more money. Ooh! He then put that extra money into tickets to follow his team around the country.
Come on, lads!
Selling on Motorway was completely stress-free, which is more than I can say about being a supporter of... Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against 2 independent sources. Visit motorway.co.uk/claims.
I tell you what, Jeff, it's been some journey, but here they are, just moments away from the whistle.
Absolutely. There's been twists, there's been turns, not to mention that parking of the bus. But as the clock runs down, I think they're going to make it.
It goes to show that you can really handle the pressure when your tyres are performing.
I'm home. Has the game started yet?
Top performance.
Driving home for the match? Keep your tyres in peak condition. Book today at quickfit.com or your local centre. Quickfit. Drive away happy every time.
Get match ready with Club Card prices. Like Doritos tortilla chips, 180 grams, now £1.25, down from £2.50. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel to lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores in 16th of July. Club Card or app required.
Let's go live to hear about that winning goal.
The crowd's gone absolutely wild here. How on earth do you sum up your emotions right now?
Amazing. A hat-trick is just the best feeling ever.
Is it though? Is kicking a ball into the back of the net really better than food fulfillment from Burger King? That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction, like finishing the last bite of a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus.
No.
Correct. Burger King. That's food fulfillment.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and, straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders of 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Euro Game Day Live on Talksport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18+, always drink responsibly.
Talksport, it's the big one, live from Berlin.
Licensed broadcaster of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Euro Game Day Live with Adrian Durham
on Talksport.
Well, Three Lions ringing out loud and proud from the England fans who are making a hell of a noise inside this stadium. It's Talksport live at the Olympia Stadium in Berlin, where the Euro 2024 final is less than half an hour away. Both sets of players still out there warming up. It's an emotional night. It could be a momentous, historic night for England. And it's at times like these you think about those who went before, those who came close with England. Sir Bobby Robson, Terry Venables, who both sadly left us. You think about the winners, the boys of '66, Banks, Cohen, Wilson, Charlton, Moore, Stiles, Ball, Charlton, Peters, Hunt Hurst, and of course Alf Ramsey. And Sir Geoff Hurst has shared with Talksport his words of wisdom and guidance for such a big day.
There are rare moments that only define you, but an entire generation. I know better than most.
And Hurst waiting to sprint in there. Beautiful goal by Hurst.
It's a funny thing. Pressure. Some falter.
Harry, your country is well and truly behind you. He hits it. Right footing. Oh, he's blasted it over the bar.
Some thrive.
Rice trying to flick it on. Gahey can. Oh, it's in. Unbelievable. A Jude Bellingham overhead kick.
These chances don't come around often. Remember that.
For 1966 and 2021, read 2024.
You yourselves can become the sweetest of memories. Become unforgettable.
The first final on foreign soil.
Fight for that space. Make it yours. Make it England.
England are in the final of the European Championships again. The second final delivered by Gareth Southgate.
You'll face adversity. There will be pain.
Saka against Dollar on the left foot in, and it has been saved. It just isn't meant to be.
There needs to be passion. It's time to commit. To rise to the occasion.
Watkins making a good run forward here, and he slipped him inside the penalty area, and he's hit it. Oh! Has he hit it? He's just won it.
The authors of history eager to write your name. So take this opportunity. Transcend those who have come before you.
And here comes Pearce. He's got some people are on the pitch. They think it's all over. It is now.
It's time to become immeasurable.
The dream lives on.
It's time to do the impossible.
Hurst has got through. It is all over. England are the world champions.
It's time to join the immortal.
It is that time. Our thanks to Sir Geoff Hurst, World Cup winner. Only he and Kylian Mbappe have scored hat-tricks in World Cup finals. And as the England players make their way off the field, down the steps, back into the dressing room after the warm-up, let's remind you of the teams, of the lineups for tonight's Euro 2024 final. Live on Talksport with your England commentator, Jim Proudfoot.
And England named 6 of the side that started the final 3 years ago. Among them, Luke Shaw, who replaces Kieran Trippier in the sole change to the team that won the semi. He's the first player to make his first Euro start of the tournament in the final since the Italian Marco Del Vecchio in 2000. It's the third youngest side England have fielded since the start of the last World Cup, but the fourth most experienced that Gareth Southgate's ever picked. It's Pickford in goal, Walker, Stones and Gahey, Saka, 19-year-old Colby Mainu, Rice and Shaw, Bellingham and Foden, and Kay. Unai Simon plays in goal for Spain. The back four are Carvajal and Normand, Laporte and Cucurella. Rodri alongside Fabian Ruiz. 17-year-old Yamal and Williams wide. And Dani Olmo off Morata up front. Frenchman Francois Letellier takes charge. And the 2024 final kicks off in a little under 25 minutes.
Jim, thank you very much. Let's look at the latest odds ahead of today's action with William Hill.
In the zone on Talksport with William Hill.
Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Well, Lee Phelps from William Hill is with us. Tell us about the match odds and where the money's been going in the build-up to tonight's final, Lee.
Yeah, absolutely packed out with England over 50% of the 90-minute market, 38% for Spain and 10% for the draw. So England have been backed in from 12-5 to 9-4 to win in 90 minutes. The draw 19-10, and Spain still the favourites and still rock solid at 6-4. Spain also the favourites to lift the trophy at 8-11. England 11-10. We're also seeing a lot of interest in both teams to score, and England wins by these correct score lines 3-2 and 3-1 in 90 minutes. They're big prices. And I think, you look at the fact that both France and Germany had more shots on goal than Spain in their quarter and semi-finals, and I think England fans are getting confident and hoping that England can put some of these shots into the back of the net. So yeah, everything about both teams to score. Another one, Foden shot on target. England to win and both teams to score at 8-1 has been unbelievably popular.
Lee, I don't know if you surely can hear the England fans singing Hey Jude. They are belting it out. Every single one of them is giving it their all. Even the Spanish fans are joining in as well. Extraordinary noise here in the Olympia Stadion, and it could be going on some time. What about the prospects of extra time and penalties tonight?
Well, after that win over Switzerland on penalties in the semi-final, the bets on the penalty win for England were off the scale, and it's the same again for this final. England to win on penalties has been backed in from 8-1 to 7-1. So that's really, really popular. Bet builders are really popular, as they have been all the way through the tournament. They've got a 50% boost on there. One that I've picked out is Lamine Yamal to have over 2 shots on goal. Don't have to be on target, just on goal. Alvaro Morata over 2 fouls in the 90 minutes. He's the man who's fouled most in the Spanish team, and incidentally England are the most fouled team in the tournament. And Declan Rice over 2 tackles. Those 3 in a bet builder with a 50% booster at 18-1. Huge game for us, as it is for everyone else in the country supporting England. Big thanks to everyone at Talksport. I think it's been a brilliant listen throughout the tournament. All we need, guys, is hopefully for us to listen to you. Bring it home for England.
Lee, thank you very much, and thanks to you as well. That was a look at the latest odds. Thanks to William Hill. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Zone on Talksport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Well, let's bring in Henry Winter, the doyen of football writers, who's been to so many tournaments, award-winning football writer, and has been reflecting on England's performances on the Talksport website throughout this tournament. And first of all, let's talk about these fans, Henry. The noise is absolutely astonishing, as ever with England fans. They deserve to be rewarded with a trophy. It doesn't work out like that, I know, always, but boy, do they deserve it.
Totally agree. I've been with them, 16, 17 tournaments and seen how they've suffered, but how they've kept turning up. I mean, you just look at some of their travel plans. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, there must be a heat map all over Central Europe with England fans in their they've travelled, they've driven, they've flown, they've come from the most exotic routes here. But I mean, apologies for being late because I was caught up in that. Well, it wasn't a crush, but it was so packed outside with fans wanting to get in. So many England fans were just there. 1 or 2 without tickets, it has to be said, but on the whole incredibly well behaved. But it's the little details that paint the big picture, which I always find with these occasions. If you look down in front of us where the families are sitting, what is absolutely lovely to see is they're together. There isn't just a sort of group of Kanes sitting in one place and the Gallaghers sitting in another. They're all sitting together, they're all greeting each other, and again it's a reflection on how Southgate likes to work with that actual sort of camaraderie between the families who, some of them their kids are rivals for the positions, but absolutely they're all one down there.
And by the way, if you're wondering how we know their family of England players, they've all got England shirts with the name on the back, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, you can recognise Pat and Charlie Kane do look like Harry.
Harry Kane's brother. It's a bit spooky, actually. I was in an airport queue once and I saw Harry Kane. Oh my goodness, it's Harry Kane. Went up to just at the right moment. I realised it isn't quite Harry Kane. But listen, we say the fans deserve it. How do you see it going? Because Spain have won every game. they have played better. They've scored more goals. They've had more efforts on target than England. I mean, if you're applying logic, football doesn't always do that, but if you're applying logic, Spain win.
Spain are the team of the tournament, but as we know, it doesn't work out that way. There's been this sort of element of momentum building with England. They've been more a team of moments, but you just think of their resilience, the strength they can bring off the bench. It is a terrific squad. I know he calls it a group, that Southgate's got to call upon. If he wants to take Kane off, if he's just sort of done so much in and out, obviously we've seen with Watkins coming on. So all those little elements, and Southgate's been bold. I love seeing Shaw start because you've got the balance. He could have been conservative, which he has been in the past, at times in the past, but actually he said, no, I'm going to stand up to this fabulous 17-year-old flyer that the whole world's talking about. I mean, actually, I think a lot of the England players have been talking more about Rodri, but he is, Lamar is a fantastic player out wide, and he's put Shaw up against him to make him think back.
You've got to tap into what Foden, Walker, Stones all know about Rodri. It still might not be enough to stop him, but you've got to tap into that inside knowledge, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine Foden will get in and around him in that way of his. I mean, but it's not simply about Rodri. I think Fabian Ruiz, if you're actually doing a team of the tournament at the semi-final stage, you can make definitely a case for Gay, probably Pickford, probably Mainu, and then you look at probably about 6 or 7 Spaniards, including Cucurella, who we sort of all raise our eyebrows at when we see him in the Premier League.
Well, I'm thinking tonight is the time when the real Cucurella turns up, because Bukayo Saka is capable of rinsing him, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, Cucurella's been probably the left back of the tournament. But Saka, you look at his performances, and he's just one of the nicest. And this is another element with this group, which sometimes gets overlooked. They're not simply good players; they're good people as well. I mean, you and Faye have been spending the last 3 weeks talking to them individually, and they're just a nice bunch. And that's one of the many reasons why you want them to do well. Of course, it's about the 58 years of Pearce. Of course, it's about the 30 million tuning in back home. By the way, one of the other 30 million doing. It's about people all over the world, the whole English diaspora. It's about former players like Stuart. It's about the current generation. It's about the future generation of kids coming through the academies, who are coming through the age group, who are dreaming. Southgate handled it brilliantly yesterday when he said, I don't believe in fairy tales, but I do believe in dreams. And this is about belief. This is about turning, this is about manifesting, as Ollie Watkins would say, just what you can achieve in life. It's not simply about the sporting lessons, the footballing lessons that these 26 are showing us. It's about lessons in life as well.
Is this Gareth Southgate's last game?
Do you know what? I think it's his call. Stuart would know better than I would. I think maybe the pressure, he might want to walk away, but I can absolutely guarantee by Tuesday all the headlines will be players plea for Southgate to stay. The majority of fans want him to stay. The players certainly all want him to stay, even those who are not, maybe the 4 or 5 who are not playing, and that's a reflection on the unity of the group.
Is the World Cup in Mexico, USA and Canada winnable for a European side, though? Will he have that in his mind? I'm not saying that, he wouldn't take on the challenge. He's clearly taken on a huge challenge just managing England. But it might be that this might feel right for him to go. We know he wanted to go after the last World Cup and changed his mind, so it could just be that this is the moment for him.
But we talk about these young Spanish players. What about the young English players? He's got Bellingham, who's lighting up Spanish football. Kane at 30, he's probably got another tournament in. I know he's taken some criticism on this, but he could finish up as leading scorer. Jordan Pickford's got another tournament in, so no one knows the sort of the pressure of the so-called impossible job. But the FA certainly want him to stay. The FA are absolutely desperate for him to stay. A, because they love him, they know the relationship he's got with players. Also, we have a slight dearth of English coaches. It's not like in Spain or in Germany or in Italy where you can turn to 4 or 5 other contenders.
What's going to happen tonight? What's your prediction?
Well, I said England would sort of edge it in extra time. Spain are fantastic. England got to get the ball off them. But there's something about the mental resilience and the heart of this team, as well as the quality that Southgate can call upon on the bench. And if it goes to penalties, definitely backing England.
We'll see you at the party. OK. Henry, thank you very much. The closing ceremony is ongoing at this moment in time. Well, there's a usual UEFA closing ceremony. There's pyro everywhere, dancers everywhere. We will be getting to the bringing out of the trophy very shortly, and the players coming out as well. You can read Henry Winter's latest articles on Talksport.com from tomorrow morning. We've been delighted to have Henry provide his big match verdict on Talksport.com after each England match at Euro 2024, and this final is no different. And I'll remind you, for the final final time at Euro 2024. There will be an England debrief with myself, Jim Proudfoot, and Stuart Pearce. That will go online on the Talksport YouTube channel. While you're there, please make sure you subscribe. That will be a little bit later on this evening, and I'll be giving my marks out of 10 for the England players after this final, for the final time at this European Championships. Those will be on the website talksport.com. You are listening to Euro Game Day Live on Talksport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. We have less than 15 to kick off in Berlin.
Euro Game Day Live on Talksport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Let's go live to hear about that winning goal.
The crowd's gone absolutely wild here. How on earth do you sum up your emotions right now?
Amazing. A hat-trick is just the best feeling ever.
Is it though? Is kicking a ball into the back of the net really better than food fulfillment from Burger King? That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction, like finishing the last bite of a Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus.
No.
Correct. Burger King. That's food fulfillment.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders with 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
When Andre sold his car on finance with Motorway, he got more money. Ooh! He then put that extra money into tickets to follow his team around the country.
Come on, lads!
Selling on Motorway was completely stress-free, which is more than I can say about being a supporter of yes! Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against 2 independent sources. Visit motorway.co.uk/claim.
Strength comes from confidence, both on and off the pitch. And confidence starts with self-care. Upgrade your game with Dove Men Plus Care Advanced 72-hour sweat protection antiperspirant deodorant and Dove Men Plus Care 24-hour nourishing body wash. Perfect for your post-match shower. Now available in new eucalyptus and mint long-lasting fresh fragrance. Let confidence last with Dove Men Plus Care. Proud partners of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
Here we are then, Jeff. Just minutes to go until the whistle. Will they make it?
Tense is an understatement, Jeff. There's so much riding on it. The question is, will they be able to find that extra gear when they need it most?
And here we go. Oh, yes, they've made it. That's why you drive a properly maintained vehicle.
Love to see that.
It's starting, come on.
Make sure your journey to the match is a smooth one. Book a free vehicle safety check today at quickfit.com or your local centre. QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
Get match ready with Club Card prices. Like Plaza Centro Prosecco 75 centilitres, now £5, down from £7. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel the to lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Drink aware 18 plus, majority of larger stores, ends 15th of July. Club Card or app required.
We are getting so close. Let's keep everything the same to keep the good luck.
Yeah, same T-shirts, couch spots, same place to buy the snacks.
I got them at BP on my way back from Leeds. I can't go back at... Fine, I'll go back to the Lucky BP.
Yeah!
Lucky BP! Lucky BP!
BP is here for all your big game essentials. Plus, BP Me Rewards members can earn points to put towards great saves. BP, here for all of life's journeys. BP Me Rewards card or app required. For full T's and C's, visit bpmerewards.co.uk.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by Talksport with Burger King. Get your classic Game Day flame grilled Whopper made fresh and delivered to your door. Order your Burger King delivery now.
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
No one gets you closer to the action.
It is game on.
Euro Game Day Live with Adrian Durham
on Talksport.
Achtung, baby.
Live at the Olympia Stadium in Berlin. You join us right at the end of the closing ceremony, the song of the tournament by Medusa, One Republic, Leone Fire, has just been performed live on a stage, on the pitch. Fireworks let off from the roof of the stadium, multicoloured smoke from the roof of the stadium as well. Quite the sight, as it is all dismantled right now, and the players who are already in the tunnel. They might have a little bit of a wait because we can barely see any of the green pitch at this moment in time. They get ready to come out and get ready for the final of the European Championships 2024 between Spain and England. I think it's personally been a superb tournament. I've enjoyed the football. There were a few teething problems that the Germans got fixed early on, but I think the atmosphere at Stadio has been really, really good. It's been great to have it in one country and great to have it at cities dotted across the country, from Munich up here to Berlin, from east in Leipzig to west in Düsseldorf and Dortmund and Hamburg and down to Stuttgart as well. We've had some fantastic venues for the European Championship games at this tournament, and Talksport, the only UK broadcaster that has brought you every single game live, and we're proud to do that at every tournament as well. And yet again, England find themselves in a final. Jordan Pickford lining up in the tunnel just gave a sideways glance to a camera that was on him and bulged his eyes. He's right in the zone, Jordan Pickford, as ever, as the European Championship trophy comes out, held by Giorgio Chiellini. 117 caps for Italy, and he's won one trophy with his country, and it was the last European Championships, we know it so well, on penalties against England at Wembley 3 years ago. He holds the trophy aloft to the booing England fans, and it must be a sweet moment. He's getting booed, so he just picks up the trophy and he holds it up to them and gives the smuggest look you could ever wish to give. Kisses the trophy, leaves it on the plinth, and all I'm thinking about is how he clotheslined Saka at Wembley in that final and got away with a booking. That's all history. England came close, they only lost it on penalties. Can they go one better tonight? What a moment of history awaits us. What a moment of history awaits these players as they emerge from the tunnel under the sign that says Berlin. And they go up the few steps to pitch level behind the young referee, Harry Kane, leading England out. The skipper of this side yet again. And they make their way around the flags from each country. The Spanish flag to the left as we look, and the English flag to the right. There's an England shirt being waved on the pitch. There's a Spanish shirt being waved as well. The pitch is still covered apart from the little stretch, the little triangle that the players are now walking into as they line up behind the banner that says UEFA Euro 2024. It's either going to be Spain or England, but boy, we hope it's England. It's been so long coming. Players are standing there, so let's get the national anthems. We start with the English one, God Save the King. To it, but it sounds a little bit like the theme tune for the 80s comedy on TV Blackadder. Sung, well, one of them. The time has come, and this surely is England's time. Gareth Southgate says he believes in dreams. Well, he's made us dream, and now let's make that dream come true. Here's your commentary team on Talksport, live from Berlin, for England against Spain in the final of the 2024 European Championships. Former England captain Stuart Pearce and Talksport's England commentator Jim Proudfoot.
Thank you, Adrian, and good evening to you at the start of what could be the night of all nights. For 2 generations, we ploughed through different variations on a similar theme. Tournament after tournament, time after time, missed opportunities piling up with the relentless passage of the years. For most of us, that one true moment of glory for England's men, a fabled story rather than a reality we've shared. For nearly 6 decades, we've waited. But is that wait into its final 2 hours? Because this is the night for heroes, for moments, for those clad in white to write their story, their names indelibly etched in footballing immortality. It's a match that will be recalled and relived for better or worse, a night of familiar agony or unbridled ecstasy. There will be no middle ground. As England's 1966 team remains so familiar, will this 11 still roll off the tongue in years to come? 6 of them started the final 3 years ago. It's Pickford, Walker, Stones and Gahey, Saka, Mainu, Rice and Shaw, Bellingham and Foden, and Kane. Spain named 6 of their 11 that won last year's Nations League final. Unai Simon, Carvajal, Lenormand, Laporte and Cucurella, Rodri and Fabian Ruiz, Yamal and Williams wide, Dani Olmo off Morata up front. Now there's no prouder Englishman than the man to my right, the living embodiment of grasping a second chance in his country's shirt. And Stuart Pearce, that's what your successors have to do tonight, and learn from 2021 and get it right next time.
Yeah, they certainly do, Jim, and good evening to you. What an evening we've got in front of us, whether it be an hour and a half, 2 hours or longer from the penalty spot. We've got a wonderful evening in front of us. They've got to do that. They've got to learn from all the tournaments they've been before. 1 or 2 of them, it's new, it's virgin territory for them. Handle the occasion and come out and just give their best. And hopefully for all of us, everyone at home, everyone in the stadium with an English heart, I hope that best is good enough.
It will be England that will get us underway in all white, kicking from left to right. Spain, red shirts, very dark blue shorts with yellow trim, and they're defending the end away to our right-hand side. It's a gorgeous, a little bit cloudy evening, but the smoke continues to billow around after the pyrotechnics in the pre-match ceremony. Berlin, where today's reality becomes tomorrow's history, and now is the time to let that history unfold. It's England against Spain for the European Championship, and we're underway. Long ball played for from the kick up Jordan Pickford. Saka trying to keep it in, down by the dead ball line, can't quite, and it goes out of play for a goal kick. That'll be taken by Unai Simon away to our right-hand side. What are your thoughts, Stuart? How do you see this progressing? What's the one sole key battle for you on the field tonight?
Well, firstly, Jim, I don't think it'll boil down to one sole thing. I think it's going to be a multitude of things here. I'm looking at Foden, who's got himself around Rodri straight away. So if you want me to pick one thing, that is probably it straight away. Foden's going to be dealing with Rodri out of possession. In possession, can him and Bellingham play off either side of Rodri and make us tick?
Spaniards have a throw over on the right-hand touchline, the far side as we look at it. And they're 15 yards inside English territory. They've been able to work the ball back into the retreating centre-half Lenormand, who goes to his left-hand side for Aymeric Laporte. And Laporte will bring the ball forward, still well inside his own half. He's got Cucurella to his left. He checks back the other way and finds Lenormand.
Just looking us out of possession now. We talked about in depth, will it be a 3, will it be a 4? Defensively, they've dropped into a 4, England, with Bellingham being asked to operate on that left-hand side, helping Luke Shaw out.
Luke Shaw very much playing as an orthodox fullback in these early stages, and he has possession. He'll bring it forward. He's just lost out to Danny Carvajal, and it will play back towards Robin Lenormand, just 15 yards outside his penalty area. So an interesting variation on the theme as far as England are concerned. Shaw at left back. What a big day it is for him. He'd scored by this stage of the last final 3 years ago. Coming back in today for his first start for his country since the middle of June last year. His first start for anybody since the middle of February. Throw taken up the Spanish right, flicked on by Morata, headed down at the back by Gahey for England. Lenormand's seen plenty of it, the centre half of Spain in the early stages. He's played it back to his goalkeeper. Bellingham was the closest to Unai Simon. He made absolutely no thought of putting him under pressure, and he just backed off on the edge of the box as soon as the ball was back to the Spanish goalkeeper.
Yeah, just looking there, the Spanish looking to play out, ball gone into Lenormand, and Luke Shaw just bumped up, left Yamal, bumped up, pushed on to Carvajal, and Gahey's been asked to just slide across into that left back berth. That will be the subtleties that they'll need to do and get right within this formation we've got.
So it is, as we expected, likely to be very fluid, although the default position effectively is that 4-3-2-1. Foden in possession now. Just plays the way that he's facing, back to his goalkeeper Jordan Pickford in all yellow. Pickford taking a touch and then a second, scoops the ball wide for Kyle Walker. Walker is winning his 90th cap for England tonight, fires it forward towards halfway. Kane coming to meet it, so too did Laporte. The ball cleared the pair of them, and then Lenormand's able to pick it up. And he'll find Aymeric Laporte again, who plays it through the midfield of Rodri. England hoping that this will be just Rodri's second defeat in 81 games for club and country. An extraordinary run. But the only one that he's lost was the last final in which he played. England bring it forward, lose out almost immediately. Just shadow boxing going on between the two sides through the opening 4 minutes here at this illustrious venue, steeped in history. Last final was played here, the 2006 World Cup. Very early goal in that one, with Zinedine Zidane's penalty. Is Fabian Ruiz. Spain attacking that same end of the ground here. Long ball played inside the box is headed away by Stones, and it'll be brought down by Nico Williams on the Spanish left. Low ball in from him causes problems. Stones backpedaling, just makes sure, taps it away, out for the first corner of the night on the Spanish left. 0-0 with 4.5 gone on Talksport.
Yeah, Williams just come inside on that right foot, whipped it in, and John Stones sort of almost flat-footed and nearly called him out slightly, but just got his studs to it and diverted it for a corner. Just interesting to see what Gareth's done at the front end of the team, Jim. We'll just cover that in a minute.
So, corner from Williams in towards the near post, and flicked away relatively comfortably. Foden can help it further clear. Cucurella arches his back and heads it forward. England looking to break quickly with a Foden headed down towards Saka. Saka stabbing it forward under pressure, and Spain are going to be able to regain the ball back inside their own half with Fabian Ruiz. Possession at the moment in the mid-80s for Spain. England have been forced just to do all of their work off the ball in these early stages, although there's over the one skirmish around the edge of the English penalty area so far. Laporte bringing the ball forward, back to Williams. Space on the Spanish left for Cucurella. He picks it up 10 yards from the corner flag and immediately works it back. Fabian Ruiz, back for Marc Cucurella again, getting booed every time he touches the ball by the England supporters. Now out towards Laporte. Laporte for Fabian Ruiz. He'll come in off the left-hand touchline. Saka is watching him. Police again tell you that it's Cucurella in possession. Back from him to Laporte on halfway. Now they're working forward the other way with Lenormand coming forward from centre half and going out towards Danny Carvajal, midway inside England territory. England having to be disciplined in these early stages where they haven't really had a kick. Lenormand's got it now. Out towards the far touchline and back once more. towards Rodri. Rodri sitting deep for a moment and splitting the two Spanish centre-halves. Now he goes forward towards Laporte. Cucurella again on the left. The switch of play always on for Spain in this kind of situation if they can work it. England have made sure that they haven't been able to so far. And Laporte will go forward again out towards Lenormand. Carvajal making his way forward. Goes into the feet of Yamal. And now out towards the right-hand touchline again for Carvajal. Back for Lamine Yamal. Down towards Lenormand. And to his left-hand side for Aymeric Laporte. 7 gone at 0-0.
Yeah, the Spaniards have settled into this game fantastically well, I've got to say. Knocking the ball around, fortunately, at this moment in time. They've not breached our back line. We've dropped back almost to an 11-man back line.
Nico Williams coming forward. Good little give and go. Kyle Walker stopped the return ball being particularly effective. They're trying to work him in again inside the penalty area and almost managed it. Good defending by England, and clearance from Declan Rice hits Fabian Ruiz and goes out of play for a throw. What have you made of the way that England are setting up offensively then?
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see. Start of the tournament, Jim, it was Foden on the left-hand side, Bellingham in the key position, if you like, that number 10 role where he could influence things. I think the form of Bellingham has dictated that he's got to do a job for the team out wide now, and because of Foden's contribution last time out, they put him in, he's at number 10 to deal with Rodri, yes, but he's probably our most creative player, certainly if the last game's anything to go by.
Danny Carvajal's got the ball inside the centre circle. Foden in that last game, 100% success rate with his passing, just a magnificent first hour particularly. Ball's out of play. England yet to really get a foothold in the game, but no harm done. Spanish possession still in the 80s. And this is a Spain side that don't tend to dominate possession nearly as much as many of their predecessors, as has been well documented. In fact, the win that they had against Croatia at the start of this tournament, they had less than 50% of the ball, which is almost unheard of. Rice has got the ball here and wins the throw for England. England have had more than 50% in every game they've played so far. I don't think they necessarily will tonight. It's a throw to be taken by England on the right-hand side with Kyle Walker, and it's 0-0 with 9 gone.
Looking at the pattern of the game at the moment, Jim, when we do turn the ball over, we've got to go very, very quickly towards their goal. And to be fair, Harry Kane naturally comes to the ball rather than goes away from the ball, but I think that could be a way of hurting this Spanish side on the counter-attack, but we've got to get better at it.
And that's what brought England such success against Spain in the early days of Gareth Southgate's reign. It's the last time that the two sides met back in the Nations League game in 2018, and England won by 3-2. Hardly had the ball in the first half, were 3 up at one stage before half-time. Carvajal heading the ball away here. England winning the seconds in midfield, which hasn't happened too frequently so far. Declan Rice has got the ball at his feet, but there has been a free kick given by referee Leteshier. There was a poor challenge by Rodri, just catching Jude Bellingham, and a free kick that England will take much nearer the edge of the centre circle and the halfway line than the edge of the Spanish box.
Yeah, I think yesterday on the show Adrian was talking about Rodri not getting booked for the challenges he makes because of the way he deals with the referee. There's another point to case to go on his long list of misdemeanours that go unpunished.
So England getting bodies forward for this free kick. Mark Gahey actually the most advanced at the moment, just shuffles back onside. It's fired inside the box. Stones peeling round the back, but there was a push by Gahey as he was attacking the ball. And even before Stones got his head to it, the referee has given a free kick to Spain inside their own penalty area. 10 minutes gone. Aymeric Laporte, the player that was pushed to the ground. You're with Talksport, the station that's brought you live commentary of all 51 games over the course of the season. Nearly 500 games over the course of this season. And many more to come, including the Lionesses in action on Tuesday night. Our season yet to finish. So Laporte plays the ball back for Unai Simon. Now to Lenormand. Those two both French-born, but both having declared for Spain relatively recently. Work it forward. Here's Marc Cucurella. opening up his left foot and playing it down the line. Good ball by Fabian Ruiz, and then Williams is going to chase after that, and he's got Morata and Yamal in the middle, and he's going to go round John Stones. Great tackle, sliding in, blocks it and puts it out of play for a corner.
That's a sight you don't want to see too often tonight. John Stones dealing with Williams, but I tell you what, absolutely top quality defending, and we've just got a problem here. Walker has gone down holding a muscular problem, looks like his calf potentially, and I don't like the look of this, Jim, at all.
And pitchside, our England correspondent Faye Carruthers is there. Faye, you've got eyes on Kyle Walker, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I have, and Kieran Trippier has just come out to warm up actually, and Kyle came off of the pitch, started hopping on his foot, then felt his hamstring. He's just gingerly getting back up to his feet at the moment and hobbling towards the goal at the moment. Hopefully he'll be fit enough to carry on, because he's a key part of this squad.
Yeah, it looked as though he possibly did the damage as he tried to get back on the artificial grass that was laid down in the technical areas. It was in the Spanish technical area at the time, and very big technical areas here in Berlin, and that might have just jarred it. Corner will come in very deep from Williams towards the far post, heading back in. Overhead kick attempt goes wide. No harm done from an England perspective. It's Lenormand that met it, as the corner was sent much deeper than the first one, headed back well. First and second contacts made by those in red shirts, but Rodri's ball finding Lenormand, whose high tariff effort, very difficult chance, goes well wide. 13 gone 0-0.
I'll tell you what, Jim, you've got to say, if you're a Spanish fan, you would be absolutely delighted with the start they've made. The only thing you can say from an English point of view, England have been used to starting games when they've not been fully at it, been defending. It's taken them a while to get in a rhythm, but they find a way.
Jordan Pickford taking this goal kick, and he slammed it forward long. And it's gone over Harry Kane's head, who's been detailed by Lenormand, and goes straight through for Unai Simon.
Yeah, I just think there's been about 3 or 4 balls launched up to Harry Kane, and listen, I know it's very, very difficult for him, but you've got to try and get that ball held up for us and get us up the pitch a little bit. The Spanish defenders being very cute, just taking him under the ball.
So the ball goes square for Lenormand. 2 changes in the Spanish side today. He's come back in after suspension. Danny Carvajal has as well. Nobody will ever convince me that Carvajal should be available to play in this game. It should have been a 2-match ban that he picked up for what happened in the quarters, but it wasn't, and he plays tonight. Ball scooped inside the England penalty area here. It's headed away by Mainu, and then Foden with a deft little touch. Play it out towards the left-hand side for Jude Bellingham, and he's got 4 red shirts converging on him really quickly. In that position, all he could do really was play it off one of them and win England a throw about 5 or 6 yards inside Spanish territory.
Yeah, really good play there by Foden. Ball's been cleared to the edge of the box, and instead of hooking it on, he's got great presence of mind just to cushion it to Bellingham, who's managed to get us up to the halfway line and kept possession.
We're still keeping an eye on Kyle Walker, and it looks as though he's okay, but we'll continue to watch his movement. Now he's making a good barnstorming run forward here off the ball with Bukayo Saka in possession. He's played in Walker. Walker across the edge of the 6-yard box, very well defended by Laporte, who stretched out a foot to steer it behind. But this is England's first corner of the final, 15 minutes gone.
Well, this is that best means of defence is attack, and it was Walker surging past Saka on that occasion. He's whipped it across the face of the goal. I think it was Laporte who just got the interception here. It'd be nice for us to get maybe a cross that would have encouraged the likes of Kane to get his body on it.
So Phil Foden to take the corner. He making movement inside the 6-yard box. And it was claimed that he was pushed to the ground, but the referee says no. Spain clear it out as far as Declan Rice. Back it comes for Walker. And then Walker just chips one out towards Luke Shaw on the England left. His first touch taking him back inside his own half. He runs round the ball and plays it down towards Declan Rice. Kyle Walker still in a more advanced position. Stones can get it forward here for Foden on the half turn. From him to Mainu, down towards Stones. Stones and Walker just switching over just for a moment in this passage of play. And then Stones sends a back pass 50 yards back inside his own penalty area, an aerial one. It was going wide. Jordan Pickford had time to bring it under control. I think it looked worse from up here, or potentially worse than it really was. England then switch it really quickly down towards Saka, towards the edge of the penalty area. Saka taking on Cucurella. Checks back inside. He's inside the box. He's laid it off. Right-footed effort from Declan Rice. Blocked at source by Rodri. Very well-timed challenge by the Spanish midfielder. Now ball inside the penalty area. Beat Foden. Didn't get to Saka. Cucurella clears it. Morata will be able to bring it down. Rice is in there. Morata helping it forward again. And Rodri stabs it forward towards halfway, where England will be able to regroup and come back. And after Spain had an excellent first 10 minutes, this is much better from Gareth Southgate's men. More of the ball and a roar of expectation from the three Lions supporters. Saka onto his right foot, then his left. Foden taking it on, but on the stretch couldn't beat Rodri. And Dani Olmo's going to be able to bring it away from Spain on the edge of his own penalty area. He made a run hoping for a ball down the right-hand side from Yamal, but that was blocked. And Spain get a throw midway inside their own half.
Yeah, there's two sides to this Spanish team, Jim. Supremely confident in possession and a good shape to their team. Good rotations, out of possession, keep feeding Saka. Cucurella, I'm not sure. You can see in the body language he's demonstrated will not be able to handle Saka. Do not take your foot off the gas. Keep going at him.
Well, those two came up against each other twice over the course of the Premier League season. Both Arsenal-Chelsea games saw Saka starting on the right wing for the Gunners and Cucurella at left back for Chelsea. Arsenal scored 7 goals in those two games, and Saka had an assist in each. So he might feel that he's got the winning of that particular personal battle. But it is, of course, only one of those on the field. We're 18 minutes in. The 2024 final here on Talksport, and it's still 0-0. Dani Olmo playing it forward. Yamal covering a lot of ground from the right-hand side into a central area trying to get there. Cleared though by Shaw. And he goes out of play for a Spanish throw, which will be taken by Cucurella. England have played 5 games here at this magnificent venue, the Olympic Stadium. They've most recently been here back in 2016 when they were 2-0 down and came back to win 3-2 against Germany. They also won here in 2008. In fact, they've never lost on this ground. Mind you, Spain have got experience of playing on this ground in this tournament and won very handily against Croatia. Fabian Ruiz gets it forward here for Dani Olmo. He will send one out towards the Spanish right-hand side. Carvajal with an aerial ball in, straight into the hands of Jordan Pickford.
Yeah, as I say, supremely confident, the Spanish, as you would expect, going into this game. Continual wins to their nature. Look very confident in the passing patterns that they're looking to maintain within this game. But from England's point of view, on the occasion, they've turned over and they've attacked, especially this right-hand side. It's caused a big problem for them.
Bellingham's played the ball forward down the England left-hand side, but it just rolled over the line and out of play before Luke Shaw was able to pick it up. It was a close-run thing. It's the first time that those two have really been able to link up down that touchline. Now Spain will bring it forward. There was a foul by Rice on Dani Olmo, but the referees played the advantage. And the ball is with Nico Williams on the Spanish left, wearing 17. It's gone back for curly-haired Cucurella. Rodri working the ball neatly through the midfield. Lamine Yamal picking it up. Yamal in a central area. Here's Dani Olmo, scored in every one of the knockout games that Spain have played so far. Work back down towards Williams on the Spanish left. Still outside the England penalty area. Cucurella caught in possession by Saka. He's waved up actually after a collision between the pair of them. Cucurella under real duress, able to just about hurriedly and panic-stricken poke the ball back for Aymeric Laporte. And Spain will bring it forward again. Laporte's inside the centre circle. Every England player back behind the ball. England with more possession over the last 4 or 5 minutes, but still 70% Spain over the whole piece. Cucurella has it again. On either side, forcing a shot on target in the opening 20 minutes. Another opportunity for Williams. He's going to try and go on the outside for a moment. Faced up by Saka. He checks back. Clips it through the centre of midfield. Fabian Ruiz is able to pick it up. Poked forward by him. England don't do well to win it back. Phil Foden. Foden And the pressure goes back for Saka. Saka will turn and be able to play it Foden again. Foden knew that he's under a little bit of pressure from Cucurella, felt contact, goes to the ground, wins the free kick, which England will take inside their own half.
I've got to say, Jim, on our turnover, I'm just looking at Harry Kane there, and he's not dynamic in anything he's doing. He's got to free himself up to be that ball into feet. Alternatively, those little spin down the channels. If we don't get that, we're never going to break aggressively.
Kane hasn't really been heavily involved at all so far. He's been coming deep again. Hasn't won any of the long balls that have been played forward in his direction. He's trying to draw defenders out of position, but he's only had 2 touches in 22 minutes. We'll look for a third one here as Pickford plays it forward. He was just given a little bump there by Laporte. And Laporte beat him in the aerial challenge. Rice heading it forward here. Foden chasing after it. Cleared again by Laporte. Through the midfield to Morata, turning into trouble. The ball has gone out of play for a throw, which will be taken by Marc Cucurella for Spain. Midway through the first half.
In previous games, I've seen Yamal be the recipient of a lot of passes from Spain. In this game, he's been sort of starved the possession out that side. Spain operating, Williams getting a lot of the ball out this side of the pitch and looking very confident on the ball when he does get it.
And he's picked it up here. He's actually pinged a ball that was intended for Yamal. It was fielded by Carvajal. It just went in 10-15 yards behind the youngster. He then chips it in, Yamal, but it was far too close to Jordan Pickford, who could race forward and get it before Dani Olmo could make a run forward. Foden has given it away, though, as they try and play out England inside the penalty area. Yamal playing it in, it's deflected and goes behind off Guéhi. And Foden straight away across to Marc Guéhi, arm round the shoulder to thank him for capitalising on that error that Foden had made. Spain with a corner on the right. They've taken it short. Left-footed ball clipped inside the box. Good powerful header away. England looking to counter-attack, need to get it forward quickly. And then there is a shove. England win a free kick. No, they don't. What's the referee given a? He has given a free kick, but it's the appeals for a yellow card that the referee has very deliberately waved away. Dani Carvajal knew exactly what he was doing there. Couldn't let Saka go too far, so he tripped him up.
I'll tell you what, it looked as though the referee said play on, and then the Spaniards picked the ball up, so he's changed his mind and give England the free kick. That's how I've read that situation.
Has given it for a handball. England should be moving it forward 15-20 yards here. John Stones will take the free kick. And it's just hit an old-fashioned long diagonal down towards the England right, trying to get Saka in against Cucurella. Mainu has done well. Boot raised by Williams against him. Mainu wins it bravely. Kane works it out towards the England left. Shaw right in the challenge inside the penalty area, flicking it on. Cucurella's there to be able to clear away from Jude Bellingham. There are times when this game is pretty stretched. England have won it back again with Walker. Saka now driving for Morata coming back. Saka, after a touch from Cucurella, able to divert it back towards Mainu. Held forward by Kane. Chasing after it, Phil Foden. And the ball goes into the hands of the Spanish goalkeeper. The referee's pulled play back and has given a yellow card to Harry Kane for his challenge as he tried to help the ball on. Kane's reaction suggests that he thinks it's a fair cop.
Yeah, well, listen, the referees chose to book him. Just looking at the replay of that, he's on the full stretch. He's towed the ball and then his follow through has just caught him. Yeah, I can see why he's been booked. But looking at the Spaniards, and we're just seeing Luke Shaw roaring forward then on that replay, and that's exactly why he's in the team, giving that natural balance that whilst Trippier's been in there and done reasonably well, he's certainly not got the balance of a natural left back like Shaw. Fantastic run forward.
Well, we're 25 minutes in and it remains 0-0. Let's go pitch side and rejoin our England correspondent here on Talksport, Faker Roberts.
Yeah, it felt to me as if Harry Kane got the ball before that and Fabian Ruiz had actually fouled him first, but there we go. And also on that Shaw shot, by the way, I think a Shaw a year ago would have taken a shot himself there rather than pass the ball.
Free kick to be taken by Spain, just outside the penalty area. Night beginning to fall here in the western suburbs of Berlin. The sky has been clear for much of the day. There are a couple of ominous clouds, but some beautiful pinks and orange hues in the sky as the sun begins to go down. Away to our left-hand side, the western end of the ground, which is, if you can visualise this ground, big bowl, but it has just an open nick at one end, and the sun goes down over there. Back underway. Emerick Laporte playing to Cucurella. Now played forward by Williams, chested down by Morata, Spanish captain, hoisting it back inside his own half. Helped on out towards the right-hand touchline. Shaw is there ahead of Yamal and is able to clear. Morata, the first Spaniard to score in 3 separate European Championships. He's winning his 80th cap for his country today, but he, like Harry Kane, hasn't really been too involved so far. 27 minutes in at 0-0. There's still a little bit of shadow boxing going on between the two sides. Cucurella, square to his right-hand side. Help back through the midfield to Fabian Ruiz. Yamal is coming onto it on the edge of the penalty area. Ruiz again, playing it in, deflected actually inadvertently off Yamal. Gahey and Pickford between them, able to deal with the threat. Loose ball comes out towards Dani Carvajal. Work forward towards the edge of the penalty area. Fabian Ruiz coming onto it. And his cross-come shot took a deflection and looped up very conveniently for Jordan Pickford. Just a step forward and take a touch to ricochet off Mark Gahey's ankle right into his path. 0-0 here on Talksport with 28 gone.
Yeah, as I say, once again, ball dropped straight into Pickford's hands, and there's no suggestion that we want to break reasonably quickly, and I think that's certainly a way of hurting these Spaniards, because they do get a lot of players high very quickly in the build-up.
Pickford playing it forward territorially. It's a game that's been dominated by Spain so far, so a lot of the possession advantage they've had has been in England territory. It does give the three lions an opportunity on the counter-attack, but there have been precious few signs of maybe being able to exploit that so far. I had that one good 5 or 6 minute purple patch. Other than that, it really has been Spain who've been dominant. Pickford playing a long ball forward here. Bellingham going up for it, has won it in the air against Lenormand. The loose ball goes out towards the left-hand touchline, where Bellingham runs out of room under pressure from his Real Madrid teammate Dani Carvajal, and it goes out of play for a Spanish throw.
I've got to say, the Spaniards are outstanding at gamesmanship. I've watched a few of their games now. They're very, very cute and clever. They go down cheaply when they have to in certain areas, and they certainly make the most of any challenges that are semi-contentious.
Carvajal taking a throw. Spain winning it back after England threatened to be able to get there. Simon's going to be able to clear it. He's only picked out John Stones in the midfield. Stones will play it forward towards Rice. Rice now back for Bellingham. Kane deep again, 15 yards outside the penalty area, able to pick it up, but pressure came from both sides very quickly, from firstly Dani Olmo and then from Nico Williams. And it was a hurried touch from Kane that goes straight through for Unai Simon.
Yeah, lacking any real sharpness, Harry there. Received the ball, that should be out of his feet. 1 touch, 2 touch out to Saka, and then we build an attack from there.
Ball helped forward. He is in the right place at the right time. What a tournament he's had. Gets it back to his goalkeeper. Pickford's hurried ball down towards the right-hand touchline, finding Walker. Walker drives it forward. His club teammate Rodri heads it away. Dani Olmo trying to bring it forward and stretched as he did so. Raised his right boot. He's claiming that there was a handball from the England player before he did so, but the referee Letessier has said that the challenge from Dani Olmo was worthy of a yellow card, and so he has joined Harry Kane in the book. Caution apiece inside the opening 30 minutes here on Talksport, the 2024 Euros final, and all the major drama is still yet to unfold as Rice receives a little bit of treatment for that foul.
Yeah, it was an interesting one there. The ball has hit Declan on the upper arm, but the follow through from Olmo, too tight bookings for me. I would have let both of them go personally, but hopefully Declan's okay. Just got a little blow in the ribs.
Well, we talked about it being such a big game for all of these players. It is for the referee as well. Very few major tournaments will be refereed by an official who's only got 19 international games on the CV prior to this. It's his first major tournament. He wasn't involved in the World Cup, Francois Leterrier, but he is the man taking charge tonight. And a couple of players booked already. It's going to be an England free kick, which will be taken about 15 yards outside their own penalty area. Joe Gomez out warming up, amongst others for England at the moment, just after a little bit of early concern for Kyle Walker. Just having a stretch off, nothing more than that, Gomez. No suggestion that they're going to be bringing him on anytime soon. Cole Palmer's another that's out warming up. The ball is from the free kick, been recycled all the way back to Jordan Pickford, and England now will try and turn it forward with Shaw. Shaw's found Bellingham. Bellingham trying to find a way through. Looked like Rodri had just wrestled him to the ground. The referee initially just allowed play to develop to see whether there was any advantage for England. Bellingham's next touch was a loose one, so the referee has pulled things back, and again Rodri has escaped a yellow card.
Yeah, as I say, good referee in there, tried to let the game go when it didn't, and England lost possession. Pleased to see that he pulled it back and give a free kick.
Shaw coming forward again, locked up by Rodri on the edge of the penalty area, finding Fabian Ruiz, who very nearly turned into trouble. Caught Phil Foden and straight away leans over Foden by way of apology. I think that was a genuine accident collision between the two players, but Foden's come off the worst of the two. It's been quite fragmented the last 5 or 6 minutes. That in a way might suit England, but still not an awful lot to write home about, other than England hanging in there seems to be the headline of the opening half hour.
Yeah, that would be fair to say, Jim. The Spaniards look more confident in possession of the ball. England have got to find a way, certainly on the turnover, to get forward quickly. Harry needs to find a little bit of zip in his game to give us a platform to play from.
Those are the thoughts of the former England captain, Stuart Pearce. Victorious against Spain in his playing career in the European Championships, and desperately hoping that his countrymen can follow suit tonight. Spain bringing the ball forward here with Rodri. Down towards Marc Cucurella. Faced up by Sakri, immediately plays it behind square for Rodri. Rodri for Fabian Ruiz. To his right-hand side to Dani Carvajal. 6-time Champions League winner. Goes out towards the right-hand side for Yamal. Yamal getting towards the byline, forcing Luke Shaw to make a challenge. He's just stretched and played the ball out of play. Here's a corner. The on-isolated claim that he managed to flick it off Yamal and it should be a goal kick, but the officials have got that right. It is a corner, Spain's third of the night, and it'll come with 11 to go to half-time.
Yeah, I don't want to tempt fate in any way, shape or form, but Luke Shaw started the game in superb fashion. I've got to say, he doesn't dive in, he's sensible, he's got a real cool head about his defensive work.
So Spain to take a corner from the right flank, left-footed, pinged in towards the edge of the 6-yard box, and it curves all the way through, hits an England player, just goes past Lenormand and goes out for another corner, which will be taken this time on the Spanish left. Good left-footed in-swinging delivery. Lenormand going up for it. Morata well watched by Walker. Lenormand very close to getting there. It just flicked off Gahey's left foot. And goes out for another corner, Spain's fourth. This will be taken on the left.
Lenormand there, he was being grappled slightly by Declan Rice, but he's gone down too early. If he'd have stayed on his feet a little bit longer, maybe the referee might have looked at the flailing arm from Declan Rice.
So the next corner is worked short. Here's Dani Olmo, edge of the area, didn't get hold of it from a really good position. And Kane is able to deal with the shot that was going wide and clip it clear. It'll be chased down the touchline by Kobbie Mainoo. The retreating Olmo did really well to win it back. And now Rodri will play it through the midfield out towards Lenormand, now towards Dani Carvajal to try and get Spain going again. It was a well-worked short corner routine that. England didn't have anyone on Dani Olmo coming onto it 20 yards outside the goal. But his low right-footed effort was a poor one. And England could get it away. Still neither side have had a shot on target, but the shot count is 4-1 in Spain's favour at the moment. Norman playing it forward. Out he goes towards Dani Carvajal again. To Yamal, who England have been so far able to keep quieter than many defensives. Williams, who's seen more of it. Right-footed ball swung inside the box. Good shout from Pickford to short and leave that, and it drifts out of play for a goal kick. And tomorrow morning, Jeff Stanley and Alan Pardew will be bringing you Talksport breakfast from 6, reacting to everything that has happened tonight. If you fancy something different on your morning commute, you can check out the Chris Evans Breakfast Show weekdays from 6:30. That's on Virgin Radio, which you can listen to on DAB or by downloading the app. We're still no closer to knowing whether this is a night of euphoria or frustration, Stuart.
No, we're certainly not. The one thing you do know, the Spaniards have started the game well, look very confident on the ball, but England, as they've demonstrated over this tournament so far, are quite happy to stay in the game, and why it stays 0-0, we ain't got a problem at all.
Williams has done well to run through the midfield and play it out towards Danny Carvajal. Now Rodri can venture forward. Foden is trying to stop his progress. Just gave him a little shove. Play goes on. Williams gravitating from the left wing out towards the right. Had timed his run well and was onside, but was forced to go back. Carvajal then clips it back behind square. Laporte invited forward. Laporte, who's playing his club football these days in Saudi Arabia. Finding Rodri, his former Manchester City teammate. Out it goes towards the right-hand side again for Williams. Williams in towards Yamal. Yamal can't find a way through. And then Lenormand chasing after a ball that it just looked for a moment England might win the 50-50 and be able to set up a very brisk counter-attack. It was an excellent run forward there by Bellingham, but Spain win it and come forward again. Another cross inside the penalty area, hit short. Bellingham wins it, drop of the shoulder, ran into trouble, goes down trying to buy a free kick. There wasn't one there. And Laporte can bring it forward again. 7 to go to half-time, it's 0-0. Spain on top. Fabian Ruiz, poor cross. And Pickford watches it behind and out for a goal kick.
Got another situation there, ball's gone up and you're thinking, come on centre forward, get hold of the ball for us, win a header, and there's just nothing coming. We've got no platform at the moment at the front end of the team, and be interested to know how many touches Rodri's had in this game. He's knitting everything together, and probably the toughest job on the pitch is Phil Foden, trying to get in and around him, trying to stop him on the build.
Yeah, it has restricted Foden from an attacking capacity. He's doing what he can to prevent Rodri having any more influence than is necessary. The answer to your question, 27 for Rodri, with accurate pass rate in the low 90s. Just the odd hard-in-mouth moment for England, and one there as it was briskly played back for Pickford, who controlled it, but he was only a couple of feet off his line when he did so, with 2 Spain players coming in on it, but he got it away. Then the ball's played for by Cucurella. And Williams tried to roll Walker but couldn't. Rice pokes it forward. Now Foden can pick it up and he might be able to drive forward. And he plays it down towards Bukayo Saka. Saka in off the right-hand touchline. Goes back for Walker again. 6 minutes to go to half-time here on Talksport. Still 0-0. Stones for Walker. Saka on the right flank. Mainu scored a winner in the FA Cup final. The back end of the regular season, which will, you imagine, stand him in good stead tonight, knowing that biggest game of your life can end in massive success. Stones coming forward and really motoring forward for the first time, and still he goes, John Stones, almost able to poke it forward towards Kane. He's then off balance, trying to skewer it towards Foden. He's out of position as Spain turn it over, and they will try and break. Bellingham retreats. He's forced Williams to play a hurried ball and towards Yamal. Stones is now back goal side and has done well to recover the ground quickly. And although Spain have still got possession, England have now regained their defensive shape behind the ball. That's what we need to see more of, though. Gallivanting run forward from the likes of John Stones to try and be an extra man pushing them forward towards the edge of the Spanish penalty area.
Well, he's done it outstandingly well there, but how often are you going to get your defenders run past the forward, past the midfield and straight at the back line of the opposition? He's going to need a little bit more help in and around him.
Carvajal hoping it forward for Spain here, and wins a throw off at Bukayo Saka. Throw which will take a midway inside England territory. And drop short at the feet of Yamal. Rice with a block on the edge of the penalty area. Spain win it back again, playing it forward, and now Rice turns it over again. And this could be a counter-attacking opportunity for the men in white to come forward with Jude Bellingham over on that left-hand touchline. Poor ball, though, from him looking for Harry Kane. Does find him in the second time of asking. The aerial switch towards Saka is on. Saka now with an opportunity to run at Cucurella. Walker making a run past him. Saka goes back for Mainu. Mainu's ball forward towards the edge of the penalty area was Paul. Spain win it back and bring it away. And they get it out towards Williams, who's been really influential. Saw that Walker was coming back goal side, and a very clever little back heel flick took Walker out of the picture. Now Williams will play back to Cucurella, and they will now move it from the left out to the right. Attacking opportunity so isolated from an England perspective so far. 3.5 to go to half-time, 0-0, the only saving grace that Spain are yet to have a shot on target.
I've got to say, I'm looking at Harry Kane. It's probably the first time in this tournament I've looked at him and thought, you're a mile off the pace. You look as though you don't want to get injured, you're just going through the motions, and that can't be right. At the moment, we're almost playing with 10 men because he's got no contribution within the game, no zip to his play, no nothing.
You take him off at half-time?
You would have to. Honestly, you would have to, because we've got no platform to play at the moment.
Well, one of the criticisms that has been levelled at Gareth Southgate at times has been his reluctance to make proactive substitutions. Didn't make a change at half-time in the semi-final. Stuart advocating another tonight. Ball play forward towards Morata. Trying to get in. Great defending by Gahey. England end up conceding a corner just for a moment. Looks as though Morata was clear inside the penalty area. Gahey got back goal side, didn't commit himself, and that allowed John Stones the opportunity to come back and do the rest.
Yeah, I've got to say, great tag team defending by those two central defenders of England, Gahey and Stones. They've started well, and England's game plan at the moment, stay in the game, keep in the game. The longer the game goes on, the more we'll get an opportunity to hurt the Spaniards.
Spain's fifth corner, in from Williams, headed away at the left-hand side of the penalty area, and Mainu will get to it, and the pressure from Fabian Ruiz down by the corner flag. He has won a goal kick. Now going back to Harry Kane, 8 touches of the ball so far, and within those 8 touches he's lost possession 4 times.
Yeah. The concern for me is he's not won a header, he's not completed at the front end of the team, and any zip that he's got getting on the ball and getting, it looks as though he takes a backward step on occasion, you know. There's something just not right there, Jim. That's the bottom line.
Well, it's something that you and Adrian will discuss at length at half-time, but just give me a one-word answer who you're bringing on instead, Watkins or Toby?
Well, listen, whoever Gareth sees fit, he's brought both on occasion, and he'll see certain things in certain games that he thinks individuals can contribute, but I think maybe Watkins' little bit of zip and pace and movement down the side might be helpful.
Now Carvajal has lost it to Bellingham. Foden is in the area. Kane with a right-footed shot from the edge of the box. It's blocked. Coming onto the loose ball is Walker. Shot to the ground by Williams. Free kick to England. Level the edge of the right edge of the penalty area, and it's 12 yards away from the box.
Yeah, once again a harum-scarum moment for the Spaniards, and they do. They look superior in possession. On the odd occasion you put them on the back foot, and what an opportunity there for Harry Kane. And I tell you what, who was that man getting across in front of his back line? It's Rodri again. Quite incredible.
Fantastic defending from Rodri. We're going to have 2 minutes of additional time at the end of the first half. That is what is going to be signalled in a moment, but because of the problem that Laporte has got here, we'll probably end up playing near a 3. So the 4th official, Simon Marciniak, who took charge of the last World Cup final, just puts up the numbers board. 2 additional minutes, but as I say, I think we will probably end up playing probably up to the 48-minute mark, just about.
Yeah, got a great opportunity here though, Jim, just to whip this ball in the box. Potential movement round the back post. Make sure we stay onside. What a time to get our nose in front.
First half stoppage time. Shaw and Rice, the two players standing over this. Rice hits it, right-footed towards the penalty spot. Flick header and a left-footed volley from the far post. Straight at Unai Simon from Phil Foden. First shot on target of the day. It was a defensive flick header. It came off the normal and Foden peeled round the back, stretched, did really well to get a left-footed volley on target. Simon at the foot of his near post can make the save.
Yeah, he done fantastically well. Good defending initially by the Spaniards, but when it's ended up arriving at Foden's feet, he's managed to manufacture a hell of a volley.
While following the game, be sure to catch the final England reaction episode on Talksport's YouTube channel. That's with myself, Jim Proudfoot, along with Stuart and Adrian as well. We'll be dissecting everything that has happened over the course of the night and the course of the tournament as far as England are concerned. Hopefully it will be a podcast in celebratory mood, but one thing we will be talking about is the decision to or not change Harry Kane at half-time. The ball is worked from Pickford down the England right. Correa ended up on the deck. He got his head to the ball before it went out of play for a throw. The play is allowed to continue over on the far touchline, which is the Spanish right. We've played 2 additional minutes, and the referee, in fact, signals that will be enough to end the half. Only one shot on target between the two sides in 45 minutes. Right at the death from Phil Foden from a set piece. England have really struggled to get a foothold in the game or create anything, but this free-scoring Spanish attack have been negated at the other end. Plenty of Spanish possession, not much English sparkle. Half-time, England 0, Spain 0 on Talksport.
And you still can't predict which way this is going to go. Phil Foden walks off after having the only shot on target. It's 0-0 at half-time live on Talksport. Let's take a look at the half-time highlights with Carling.
Half-time highlights on Talksport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Well, what a first half. You couldn't take your ears off it, but we saw some great defending from England. Let's say that first and foremost. It's 0-0. Spain haven't scored. They haven't really created that many chances. And the epitome of it, Stuart Pearce, was a John Stones tackle in the 11th minute on Williams. It was top class. He had to get it absolutely bang on, otherwise it's a penalty and possibly a yellow card. He got it absolutely spot on. The defending from England's been great.
It certainly has. It's been the feature of our game, and it's had to be good, Aid, because the Spaniards do very well. Their build-up is very good. They get 5, sometimes 6 in the forward line, and they're waiting patiently for that ball to be delivered. On that occasion, John Stones dealing with Williams in the box, not easy for a central defender. And I've got to say, Shaw's looked very comfortable within the game, as has Gahey, and Walker's done his bit as well, and they've had to be good.
We've got some news actually. Faye Carruthers has been watching the Spain players as they left the pitch at half-time. Faye, what have you seen?
I've seen Rodri with his face in his hands then down to his knees. Jude Bellingham coming to check on him and tap him on the back. He then went down the tunnel, hiding his face a little bit with his shirt. It doesn't look good for him at all. The collision was right in front of me, actually. He'd gone in for a ball and he'd clattered into Laporte. Laporte didn't look comfortable when he was walking off earlier. He was also limping. So we may see a Spanish change at half-time. I'll keep an eye on it.
Wow, that will be big news. Rodri looking injured, looking uncomfortable, looking actually upset, it sounded like. Laporte limping as well. I mean, I don't know how Rodri has not been booked yet, Stuart Pearce, but if he goes off, that's a big loss for Spain. They've got to get him fit in this half-time break.
I think he's arguably been the best player on the pitch, Aid. He's been the most influential. He's got on the ball, he's passed it around, he's been the conduit that's picked it off the back line and got them going. And listen, if he does go off, I for one won't be shedding a tear.
No, I won't. Let's keep an eye on that one. Harry Kane, it's been obvious to anybody that he isn't himself. He's not playing well at all. On my marks out of 10 on that first half, would he be lucky to get 1 out of 10? I mean, it's just been, you said it in the first half, there's been nothing dynamic from Harry Kane. He isn't playing like Harry Kane normally plays.
No, this isn't Harry Kane on that football pitch for me. I don't want to be overly critical of him because he's been a wonderful player for England and he will be. this hasn't been his tournament, and in this game I'm looking at a player that looks as though he's protecting himself, you know, almost David Beckham in 2002 was it, when he was playing with a broken toe or whatever. This is a similar sort of performance, you know, not getting there, nothing dynamic about him, and we can't counter-attack, we can't break, and we haven't got a platform to play, I'm afraid.
Well, the game plan is to stay in the game, and they've done that, England, but they nearly went in front. Phil Foden, a volley straight at Unai Simon. Phil Foden scored in the under-17 Euros final against Spain, and he scored twice in the under-17 World Cup final against Spain back in 2017. So I fancy him to score in a final against Spain for those reasons alone, and he came close, and England have had a threat. That's the only thing they've really created, but there has been a little bit of a threat, despite the fact Kane's not played well, and despite the fact they've had all the possession and we've been defending. There is something there for England.
Well, it's been the matchup. It's been the matchup with Saka, but when Saka's been eventful in this advanced area, what's been the catalyst to that? Cole Walker surging. You know, we spoke about it earlier in the tournament. Cole's got to continually get forward. The two Spanish wide players, fantastic going forward, don't want to do the hard yards going back. So I know you've got to defend them and it's not easy, but Cole's got to get forward, Shaw's got to get forward, more so Cole Walker.
Is Gareth happy?
It's 0-0. We're still in the game, and he's got a team that he trusts implicitly that get the job done by hook or by crook, and that's what we're hoping for, my friend.
And he's got a bench that can do some damage as well, and maybe those subs might be coming sooner rather than later. That was the half-time highlights thanks to Carling. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Half-time highlights on Talksport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
Well, Zubimendi's warming up for Spain. No bib on as well, which suggests there will be a change. Could it be that Rodri is going off injured at half-time, because it didn't look good for him? Laporte was injured as well, so we'll see what changes, if any, the Spanish make, and if any changes that England make as well. Spain have bossed it in terms of possession, but it's anybody's final. Euro 2024 here in Berlin. It's Spain 0, England 0. You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on Talksport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Euro Game Day Live, delivered by Talksport with Burger King. Get the ultimate food satisfaction this half-time with the flame-grilled bacon double cheeseburger XL. Order now on the Burger King app.
When Andre sold his car on finance with Motorway, he got more money. Ooh! He then put that extra money into tickets to follow his team around the country. Come on, lads! Selling on Motorway was completely stress-free, which is more than I can say about being a supporter of... Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against 2 independent sources. Visit motorway.co.uk/claim.
This tournament, prepare for greatness with William Hill. Get ready for last-minute winners, legendary goals, and... straight red cards. Oh, what was he thinking? Win 50% more on every England game this tournament with Bet Builder Extra, online or in the app. Only from William Hill. Available day before match to kick-off. Bet Builders of 3+ selections at 3-1 or more. Pre-match singles, match stake £20. Full T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Strength comes from confidence, both on and off the pitch. And confidence starts with self-care. Upgrade your game with Dove Men Plus Care Advanced 72-hour sweat protection antiperspirant deodorant and Dove Men Plus Care 24-hour nourishing body wash. Perfect for your post-match shower. Now available in new eucalyptus and mint long-lasting fresh fragrance. Let confidence last with Dove Men Plus Care. Proud partners of UEFA Euro 2024 Germany.
I tell you what, Jeff, it's been some journey, but here they are, just moments away from the whistle.
Absolutely, there's been twists, there's been turns, not to mention that parking of the bus, but as the clock runs down, I think they're going to make it.
It goes to show that you can really handle the pressure when your tyres are performing.
I'm home. Has the game started yet?
Top performance.
Driving home for the match? Keep your tyres in peak condition. Book today at quickfit.com or your local centre. Quickfit. Drive away happy every time.
Get match ready with Club Card prices. Like Doritos tortilla chips, 180 grams, now £1.25, down from £2.50. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel the to lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores and 16th of July Club Card or app required.
We are getting so close. Let's keep everything the same to keep the good luck.
Yeah, same T-shirts, couch spots, same place to buy the snacks.
I got them at BP on my way back from Leeds. I can't go back at... Fine, I'll go back to the Lucky BP.
Yeah!
Lucky BP!
Lucky BP!
BP is here for all your big game essentials. Plus, BP Me Rewards members can earn points to put towards great saves. BP, here for all of life's journeys. BP Me Rewards card or app required. For full T's and C's, visit bpmerewards.co.uk.
Let's go live to hear about that winning goal.
The crowd's gone absolutely wild here. How on earth do you sum up your emotions right now?
Amazing. A hat-trick is just the best feeling ever.
Is it though? Is kicking a ball into the back of the net really better than food fulfillment from Burger King? That warm, fuzzy feeling of total food satisfaction, like finishing the last bite of a Gourmet King's barbecue steakhouse Angus.
No.
Correct. Burger King. That's food fulfillment.
Euro Game Day Live on Talksport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
No one gets you closer to the Euro action. Pump up your summer. Euro Game Day Live with Adrian Durham, live from Berlin on Talksport. Treffers!
You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on Talksport, presented by Carling, the UK's #1 lager, 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. Half-time in the final, it's Spain 0, England 0. We suspect Rodri is injured. Might he be going off? Martin Zubimendi of Real Sociedad has been warming up, a defensive midfielder. That could be the switch. We'll let you know as and when. John McDermott from the England setup has been out onto the side of the pitch to watch him warming up as well on his phone to the dressing room. So something is going down. We'll let you know as soon as possible on Talksport. Let's look at the latest, all thanks to William Hill.
In the Zone on Talksport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Well, it's still 0-0. Spain are 15-8 to win in 90 minutes. England are 29-10. The draw is 23-20. England to win on penalties 15-2. Jude Bellingham to score or assist 11-2. That's a look at the latest odds, thanks to William Hill. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Zone on Talksport with William Hill. Prepare for greatness with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Well, the big summer of sport continues on the Talksport network with over 250 hours of coverage from the Olympic Games in Paris, starting on July the 26th. Talksport's experts and pundits will provide live commentary and expert analysis across the Games, including former Olympic champion Sir Steve Redgrave and Dame Kelly Holmes. Download the free Talksport app. Do not miss any of the action on Talksport and Talksport 2. Over on the watch-along for this game on the Talksport YouTube channel, Jamie O'Hara's agreed with Stuart that Kane has been, in Gabby Agbonlahore's terminology, miles off it. Jason Cundy thinks Spain's wide players have been terrible, Williams and Yamal, although Jamie doesn't want to agree. He's nervous criticising them because it's Lamine Yamal and Nico Williams and they're capable of the spectacular, and you don't want to tempt fate, do you? So all that's going on the Talksport YouTube channel, so head there and subscribe. Our England debrief after the game, win or lose, we'll be there later on this evening live. We'll put it on from Berlin, record it in Berlin, me, Stuart, Pearce and Jim Proudfoot. And on the website talksport.com, Henry Winter's piece, his look back on the England performance in the morning, will be on talksport.com. And I'll be giving you the marks out of 10 as well later tonight for the England players. Harry Kane's mark is not going to be very good unless he improves in the second half. From what we were saying there, Stuart, Pearce, about Zubimendi, a defensive midfielder, warming up without a bib, and it was looking at like a pretty serious half-time warm-up. And Rodri, head in hands, looking injured, looking upset as he went off. I mean, nobody wants a player injured, but that's a dream for England, isn't it?
Well, what we've done is Spain's best players coming off the pitch by the looks of things. They're definitely making a change. Zubimendi's going through, he's kitted off and ready to roll, to be fair to him. So, listen, we'll be pleased we're still in the game. Spain have been the better side, but tell us something we don't already know. You know, we're still there. We're 45 minutes out the way. We're getting closer to winning the trophy in my world, and their best players left the pitch.
Let's check back in with the fans in England while we wait for the teams to come out. Talksport's Joe Amplet is with some fans in Wembley Box Park. Joe.
Nick, Man United fan. It's half time. It's 0-0.
What are you feeling?
I'm feeling confident going into the second half. I think we've played well. You know, we've not given much away. Knights have had a few more chances. I think Kobbie Mainoo, Luke Shaw have been outstanding. I wouldn't say that as a Man United fan, but I'm optimistic for the second half. Come on, England.
I'm with John as well as an Arsenal fan. John, are you happy with the performance so far?
It's a nervy performance from both sides. It's like two boxers just sussing each other out, I think. 50-50. We've had a good chance with Foden at the end of the first half. I want to see Saka on his left foot. I want to get on his left foot, just give him half an inch. Top corner bins. We're done.
Is it coming home?
It's coming home!
It's coming home!
Oh, the dangers of alcohol. We'll fill you in with the thoughts of the England fans after the game as well. Interesting players on their way out. Harry Kane looks like he's coming out for the second half, the England captain. So no change from that point of view. Laporte and Walker, former teammates at City, having a little chat as well as they were coming out. Morata having a little chat with the referee as well. Let me tell you what's happening later on Talksport while we wait for the players. Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy doing the watch along right now on our YouTube channel. They will be getting all your reaction on Talksport when we're done here in Berlin. Jeff Stelling and Alan Pardew on breakfast tomorrow morning from 6. White and Crook live from Berlin 10 tomorrow morning on Talksport, and I'm going to be back in London for kick-off tomorrow night with football writer Sean Custis and the former England striker Dean Ashton. That's from 7 till 10, looking back on hopefully how England managed to win Euro 2024. Gareth Southgate out there already in his seat in the England dugout. We can see the back of his head to Perspex dugout, England on the back of it, and he's sitting to the far left of it, watching his players go past him and back out onto the pitch. Harry Kane is definitely there. Let's fill in on any other changes that might be happening, because it's Spain 0, England 0. The European Championship trophy is there for the taking. Who wants it most? Second half is coming up live from Berlin on Talksport with the former England captain Stuart Pearce and Talksport's England commentator Jim Proudfoot.
And Rodri is coming off. Martin Zubimendi has been going through that strenuous warm-up. He's got his coach Luis de la Fuente with his arm around his shoulder now, giving him some final instructions. The rest of the Spanish players have reappeared for the second half, but there is no Rodri. So Zubimendi, who played instead of Rodri in the third group game when Spain beat Albania. You may well remember that they made wholesale changes for that game, 10 in all. He played in the defensive midfield role on that occasion, and he's going to get at least 45 minutes of the final here. Came on for the final 5 against both Croatia and France. And he's on now, taking Rodri's place. Rodri off injured at half-time. No changes for England. Harry Kane still out there. Not the decision that Stuart would have made. It'll be interesting to see how long Harry Kane gets. It is going to be Spain in their red shirts with yellow trim and dark blue shorts that will get us back underway for the second half, having lost their best player at the break. England in all white, 0-0. UEFA have said that Fabian Ruiz's first half shot was on target, so it's one shot apiece on target from the opening 45 minutes. It's been a tough watch in some ways, even without the emotional involvement, I would imagine. Two sides have up to a point have cancelled each other out. Spain with so much of the possession, 2/3 of the ball, but now without their talismanic midfielder.
Yeah, and what does that actually mean for England? It means at this moment in time that Foden probably won't be detailed, obviously, to mark Rodri, and don't worry about Zubimendi as much. He's sort of bumped up alongside Harry Kane when they go on the press. He'll be aware of what's behind him, but I don't think out of possession he'll be so dogmatic in and around as he was Rodri.
So it's almost a 4-4-1-1 now for England as Jamal brings it forward onto that dangerous left foot, and he set up Williams, who scores, and Spain lead in the opening 90 seconds of the second half. One young winger setting up another, and potentially setting up another night of despair on the biggest stage for England. Brilliantly worked. Jamal onto his left foot, but not lining up the shot this time. Instead, slipping it in towards Williams, who came in unmarked, fires it across Pickford. England's best football in this tournament has been when they've been up against it. They're up against it again now, and they've got to improve.
Yeah. Yamal it was, who just come inside, looped inside, the ball was held round the corner to him as he's come across the face of the goal looking for a shot. There wasn't one to be had. He fed Williams, and Williams coming in from the left hand side, got over the top of the ball, good solid side foot, and it was too good to be stopped by Walker or Pickford. England have got to react now.
Nico Williams scored against Georgia. He scores in the final against England. But remember, England, in 9 games this season in which they've gone 1-0 down, have only lost twice. And they've come from behind to beat Italy and Slovakia in extra time in this tournament, and the Dutch in the semi-final. But they're going to have to do it the hard way again here. Spain 1, England 0. England up against it. Just as it looked as though the loss of Rodri to injury at half-time was going to be a bitter blow for Spain, they inflict a devastating blow on the field to the English. But we know from bitter experience from 3 years ago that first goal doesn't win the final. Long ball play forward from the back by Lenormand. Morata trying to help it on. Carvajal volleying it back infield. Walker drawn underneath it by Dani Olmo. It's come for Williams again. Williams in. Olmo on the turn. Just wide. England haven't got going in this second period. And Williams this time the architect for Dani Olmo coming onto it, hoping to score in a 4th successive game, but he didn't get hold of it really, and he's dragged it well wide of Pickford's far post.
Well, on that occasion, England's defence were pulled around, and when it fell to Olmo on his left foot, you thought, here's trouble, and if that would have hit the back of the net, big problems for England. But he managed to pull it wide, and they need to just calm down, steady the ship, but that doesn't mean play slowly.
England working out towards Shaw. Shaw to Jude Bellingham. Just think back to the other night in Dortmund, where England conceded that early goal to Xavi Simons, and it brought the best out of it. It was a great response almost from the instant that they went 1-0 down, but that is what they need to replicate here. Spain 40 minutes away from being European champions. That was a poor challenge from Bellingham, who didn't make any contact on Carvajal. It was a mighty good job that he didn't. Carvajal ends up conceding a throw. Let's go back pitch side to Talksport's England correspondent Faye Carruthers. Faye, you've spotted something about Jordan Pickford.
He is absolutely apoplectic with rage, and Kieran Trippier on the subs bench is trying to get him to calm down, focus, but it was Kyle Walker out of position there that caused all the problems twice.
So England getting forward again, going forward with Rice to Bellingham, out towards Luke Shaw, who can't find a way past Carvajal. Carvajal just using his experience, cannily getting in between Shaw and the ball. Shepherds it over the line and out of play for a goal kick. With Talksport, Spain leading England in the final by a goal to nil. Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, we've got to need to calm down within the situation, but calm down doesn't actually mean play slowly, play lethargically. We need to find a way, as was shown earlier in the first half. The outlet is Saka, with Walker driving forward to get into support him. That is our outlet, and that's our best way of hurting the Spanish.
It's the first time that England have conceded first in 4 successive games since 1985. But remember, the previous 3, England didn't lose any of them and went through on each occasion. Bukayo Saka's got possession over on the right-hand touchline. Watched by Marc Cucurella. Ball is played back for Foden. Foden to Declan Rice. Rice to Shaw. Shaw to Jude Bellingham coming in off the left flank again. Now to Rice. Rice square to his right-hand side. Play forward by John Stones. England trying to stretch the Spanish back line. Kobe Mainoo's made his way forward towards the edge of the penalty area. Mainoo to Rice. Rice clipping it forward again. Bellingham turning it neatly out towards Walker. Poor ball in from Kyle Walker. It's going to be kept in on the England left. In fact, it hasn't been kept in at all by Shaw. It was an overhit cross from the penalty area that sailed through over the far touchline on the full and out of play play for a throw that will be taken on the Spanish right-hand side. It's gone second half, England are losing 1-0.
Yeah, they are. And listen, we spoke at length at half-time making a change at the front end of our team, and that's become even more critical now, I think. You know, we need some energy up there, we need a platform up there, and as I say, this is not the Harry Kane that I've watched over the years, that's for sure.
Jude Bellingham has gone down, just picking himself up now as play continues around him. The Spanish have possession over on the far touchline with Marc Cucurella. Spain have conceded in each of their last 3 games. England have only failed to score in 4 of the last 29. Need both of those runs to continue. The problem that England have had, just the 1 shot on target so far and only 2 off target through 53 minutes. Unai Simon has done really well, playing out from the back into the feet of Morata. Stones coming back goal side has pulled Zubimendi down. He's going to get a yellow card. John Stones joining Harry Kane in the book. Zubimendi breaking forward, and Stones didn't dare let him go any further.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much contact was in there. We'll have a little look back. Yes, there was a little tug on his shoulder, but you do know full well that they will be going to ground very, very quickly.
Lenormand to Laporte. To Cucurella. Spain bringing forward back into England territory again. Cucurella ending up on the deck. Just a little cheeky touch there from Saka. Spain have kept possession. They've worked it back towards the edge of their own penalty area. Played into the feet of Zubimendi. Zubimendi turns it immediately back towards Fabian Ruiz. Those two working very well in tandem in these early stages. And it goes towards Williams, the second youngest player ever to score in a European final and the youngest since the 1960s. Ball turned by Zubimendi through the midfield towards Fabian Ruiz. Now goes back for Aymeric Laporte again. 9 minutes into the second half, night has fallen here in Berlin. Is the sky fallen in on England's chances? Still plenty of time, but they need another one of those moments that have got them through this tournament so far. It hasn't been a vintage performance. Room for improvement so palpable. Carvajal playing it forward, stabbed away by Gahey. Down towards Rice. Rice turning up the left-hand touchline, straight to Carvajal. Morata's got it now. Olmo making a run off the ball. And Morata chose the selfish option, and that allowed Mark Gahey the opportunity to make the block. Little double fist pump from Gahey, happy with himself, but furious at the ease at which Spain were able to side through the England midfield to get the shot in the first place.
Yeah, England a little bit flat at the moment, but you've got to say, you've got to commend the Spaniards. Their game understanding and what's needed at certain times has been very, very good in this game.
Haven't missed Rodri in the 10 minutes of the second half so far. Zubimendi has slotted in very well. Back he goes from Fabian Ruiz. And the dark ahead of the two Spanish centre-halves. Robin Lenormand can bring the ball forward. Now towards Yamal. Good ball down the right side of the area. Out comes Pickford. And he's cleared from behind him by Stones. Carvajal bringing it forward. Yamal again. Onto his left foot. Can't get a shot in, although he did nutmeg Bellingham for a moment, but Jude is going to be able to bring it away from the edge of his own box under pressure from Carvajal. And he plays it back towards Declan Rice, who will clear. Poor clearance throw. Straight to Fabian Ruiz. Williams from distance, just wide. And England's goal is now being peppered. And they're on the ropes.
Yeah, we certainly are on the ropes. If they hit the back of the net any time soon, I think that's game, set and match, to be fair, the way things are going. We've got to find a way of getting back in this game. Is that from the substitutes bench?
Mainu plays it forward towards Bukayo Saka. Cucurella is pushed into the ground and fouled him. Well, England needs something. Just a little spark. Cole Palmer has often been the man to provide that. He is down amongst those warming up. So too Wednesday's hero Ollie Watkins. Ivan Toney out warming up as well. Surely the change to replace Kane has to be imminent. They're going to give him an hour. Play 56. Stones forward towards Foden. Ollie Watkins' name now being chanted by the England supporters, who seem to be in unanimous agreement that something's got to happen. Shaw coming in off the left-hand touchline for England, who are trailing 1-0. Lovely little step over. Bellingham making the return run. to get on the end of a 1-2 from Harry Kane, but was blocked off. It was a clever step over from Bellingham that allowed the ball to run through to Kane. Bellingham went to ground, nothing given. England win it back on halfway with Stones. Stones, ball pass from him, looking for Shaw. And it's went straight into the Spanish bench and out for a throw that they will take. Three-time champions leading by a goal to nil and 33 minutes left. That clock, which is on the big scoreboard over on the far touchline, seems to be ticking down very quickly. England have one possession back from that Spanish throw. Luke Shaw working it all the way back for Jordan Pickford. Played forward by Pickford to Walker. And straight back for Pickford again. Pickford under pressure to Stones. Stones to Rice. England in danger of succumbing to the Spanish press here. Are able to play through it. Out towards Mainu. Mainu on the right. Clip ball forward. Rolls up the touchline. Straight out of play. And England are belatedly going to make a change. Faker Brothers?
It is going to be Ollie Watkins coming on. The fans were cheering his name a second ago. I'm just waiting to see what number's coming up on the board, but you would think it would be 9 and Harry Kane.
So Watkins gets his final instructions, and he will be on at the next break in play just before the hour mark. Spain in possession inside their own penalty area. Well, it's a night made for heroes, and irrespective of how much of a part you've played within the tournament so far, irrespective of your reputation, irrespective of your CV, these are the games that make or break you. And Watkins has a chance to further enhance that hero status. What a week he could make this. Carvajal playing the ball through the midfield for Fabian Ruiz. Spain leading 1-0 on the front foot again. Williams scored the goal just 69 seconds into the second half. Back to Fabian Ruiz. Deepest of the Spanish outfield players is Robin de Normand. He's played it forward. Morata coming to meet it. Clip through the midfield for Zubamendi. Now towards Dani Olmo. Morata continues his run. Shaw slides in, diverts it away from him. And Pickford's in a position that he can come out and pick it up. And he wanted to bowl it out quickly. And Morata very cannily just put his arms around the arms of Pickford to stop that happening. It looked like a gesture of solidarity, but play to Morata. It's just a little bit of gamesmanship, which is not a complaint, just an observation. Rice plays it forward. Bellingham needed to come to the party. Sends the ball out towards the England right. Chested down by Saka. Neat control. Back from him to Kyle Walker. Saka coming forward again. England not playing with any real attacking verbal gusto or any great tempo, but they have worked in Foden here. Foden clipping one in. Not particularly convincingly, hit a Spanish player, bounced towards Kane, it was cleared. Kobbie Mainoo's got it now, put under pressure by Cucurella, out on the far touchline. England do well, get round the ball, winning back well with Saka. This is marginally better. Rice to Guehi. Guehi drawing the challenge of Yamal. Plays it out towards Shaw, he's won a throw. And now England, with exactly an hour on the clock, can make the change, Stuart. And it is Watkins for Kane.
Yeah, in all honesty, Harry's had a really, really poor hour. There's something not right there, whether it's injury, whatever it may be. But we've been playing a man down, sadly.
Well, Harry Kane comes off quickly, and Ollie Watkins comes on. Now this is a change that Gareth Southgate needs to come off. Wednesday's hero. What a reception he has received from those England supporters. He's already conjured up one truly, genuinely unforgettable moment in an England shirt this week. He needs another. Look at the architect of another. Here's Mainu coming forward for England. Picked up again by Jude Bellingham in a slightly deeper, more central position, out towards Saka. Saka twisting. Doesn't try and beat his man. Goes back for Walker instead. There's a reluctance at the moment for Saka to try and take on Cucurella, which is frustrating. One esteemed former England captain. Down towards Luke Shaw. Shaw coming in off the left-hand side, goes back for Declan Rice. 61 on the clock, it's 1-0 Spain. England's possession picking up, though, in this second half. Out it goes from Walker towards Saka again. Is he going to have a crack at him now? Shown back inside. Williams with a strong challenge has fouled him. Free kick actually given by the referee rather than the much closer assistant. And then Cucurella threw himself to the ground curiously, which was an incident that saw Morata and Walker very quickly get involved, and they're both going to be called over by the referee Leteshier, but it will be an England free kick near the edge of the Spanish penalty area out on the right flank.
What I'm seeing too much at the moment is the ball being fed out to Saka. Saka picks the ball up and he's got two Spanish players staring at him, Williams and Cucurella. The bottom line is Walker's got to give him the ball and get after him as well and go beyond him on the overlap or the underlap just to help him out.
There has been a real reluctance from England players to do that for the vast majority of the tournament, but tonight has really been a case in point. So is this England's moment, potentially, from a set piece? In the early days of Gareth Southgate's reign, this was their MO. Can Foden get the delivery right? Stones is forward. Jude Bellingham forward as well. Mainu waits on the edge of the penalty area. Foden with the delivery. First contact off Morata. He's got a powerful header away. England will be able to pick it up. They retreat towards halfway, then go all the way back for Pickford. The Spanish back line pushes out. Pickford will try and play a measured but effective ball forward here. Driving it, left-footed. Foden chasing after it with Cucurella. It's going to bounce past the pair of them on the right-hand side of the area. Foden's going to win it and has done brilliantly. Recycles it back for Saka. That was great. Saka, edge of the penalty area. Bellingham lets it roll across his body. Bellingham wide. England's best move of the game. Just maybe the genesis of a little something in terms of a recovery, but Bellingham fired it 4-5 feet wide.
He certainly did, and as I say, really good play there. We went with some energy. We chased the lost calls in Foden's case. He got hold of the ball, fed it back, in it comes to Bellingham, great turn, and his drive just couldn't get any curl on it inside the post, but much, much better from England. And you just get the impression, Jim, that we might get something out of this game. We haven't played well enough at the moment, but there's a long way to go still.
Well, it is 1-0 to Spain here on Talksport. After the game, Faker, others will bring you all of the reaction from the tunnel after us. Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy will give you the chance to have your say on the night's football, one of the biggest in England history. You can have your say on 03717 22 33 44. We're in the 20th minute of the second half here on Talksport, and England are behind. Stone steps up from the defensive line and chests the ball down in the midfield. Bellingham plays it back. Declan Rice under pressure is able to work it down towards Kyle Walker. Walker can come forward into the Spanish half of the centre circle. Right-footed ball clipped over the top. Watkins making the run. Lenormand did just enough to stop the ball getting to Watkins, and it's drifted over the line and out of play for a goal kick.
Yeah, much better. Good ball there. Just chips it over the back of the defence, and it's just some movement by a striker running in behind. He's causing the odd panic there.
England's women in action on Tuesday. They take on Sweden in a Euro 2025 qualifier. Tuesday night over on Talksport 2. Tonight, you're on Talksport. Spain leading England in the big one by a goal to nil. Nico Williams on 47 minutes. Declan Rice picking up the ball at the heart of the England back lines. Just dropped between Stones and Gahey. England desperate to get Walker and Shaw further forward. The average positions were enlightening in the first 45 minutes. But England's front eight, so everybody other than the two centre-halves and the keeper, were pretty much on top of each other, spread the full width of the pitch, but vertically almost identical. Now Spain bring it forward again. Yamal's first touch was poor, and his second forces a good save from Pickford, but has kept England in the final. Diving down to his right, got enough on it to tip it past the post. Make sure that it's only a corner and not the second goal.
Yeah, super play there by the goalkeeper. I've got to say, we've spread to play. On the turnover, they're straight in behind. Yamal bursting in on that left foot, as we've seen in previous games. But a great save by the goalie.
Big save from a player who has been in imperious form throughout the vast majority of his 26 games in major tournaments for England. More work to do now as the corner comes in. Headed away, Laporte actually the defensive headers claiming he's pulled down inside the penalty area. A play allowed to continue for now. It goes out of play past Morata, who smacks the ball into the hoardings in frustration. It's gone out for a throw, which actually has been given to Spain. And a change is going to be made. I must admit, my heart was in my mouth for a moment there as the referee said, don't take the throw. Thought that they were going to be having a look at the potential penalty incident there, but instead, it's going to be a change. And they're going to take Morata off, and he will be replaced up front by Oyarzabal, who's going to come on. Miguel Oyarzabal, who started on the left wing against Albania, and has come on as a substitute in every other game. He's got a 20-minute international hat-trick to his name over the course of this season. And he'll come on for the final quarter of the regulation 90 minutes. Oyarzabal for Morata.
I've got to say, I think Morata's played very, very well tonight. I've got to say, he's led the line. He's tried to hold it up for the Spaniards. And the game's poised at the moment. I think another Spain goal and that's it, curtains. But why it stays as it is, I always feel as though this team are going to find something.
Well, as things stand, Morata has left the field with most of the job done, and it will be he that will be picking up the famous Henri Delaunay trophy.
I think I've just seen Steve Holland gesture down there to Palmer. I think he'll be the next one off the rank.
Yeah, England still need further improvement here. Yamal clipping it inside the penalty area. It's headed away by Stones. He has skewed his header wide. Wasn't what he intended at all. And it's gone out of play, down by the corner flag. And there's a little post-mortem in the aftermath of that. It's going to be a corner which will be taken by Yamal, who's now got more assists than anybody else in this tournament. 4 in all for a player who only turned 17 yesterday. 7th Spanish corner of the night. England have won 1. Williams offers himself for the short one. It's going to be Yamal to bend it in. Out comes Pickford, paddles it away. Helped clear by Walker, although he didn't know much about it. Picked up by Dani Olmo. Sent back in. Pickford punches that one clear as well. But Williams will be able to pick it up on the Spanish right. And he's faced up by Sake. Very cleverly just pokes the ball to his right. Far inside the area by Zubimendi. Gahey got his head to that. Spain come again. Fabian Ruiz from distance. And it's clear Jordan Pickford's bar.
Once again, Gahey, magnificent at the back post there. Fantastic header. Just averted any potential problems. And when Ruiz had an effort there, he just couldn't get over the top of it. And at the moment, it's harum scarum, I've got to say, because the stakes are that high for England. I think another Spanish goal, and that's us done. But it's Mainu now, Jim.
Yeah, Palmer for Mainu. That's the change that is being made. So rather than it being Bellingham or Foden, a little like-for-like swap, Bellingham will sit deeper. Palmer comes on. There's a little low fire between him and Foden. They've swapped flanks for the moment. Ball play forward over the top. Watkins chasing on the goalkeeper's off his line. Watkins couldn't get a shot in. Saka then chases after it, and it's cleared by Aymeric Laporte. Brought forward again by Bellingham from this deeper role now. Look to his left-hand side for Foden. Was he fouled? Referee says no. Bellingham going to ground easily. It was cleared by Spain out of play for a throw, which will be taken on the England right-hand side. Palmer, who has affected every game that he's come off the bench in this tournament, and will be able to have an effect on this one as well. Brilliant assist for the winning goal the other night. Spain have won possession back inside their own half. They get it forward. There are going to be, you would imagine, slightly more spaces now for Spain to try and capitalise upon as England chase this game. Dani Olmo's got possession. We're in the final 20 minutes of normal time. And England have scored a succession of monumental late goals over the last month. Leading another one here. Spain work the ball all the way back for Unai Simon. Take a touch and then we'll send it forward. Clip through the midfield. Headed on by Dani Olmo, looking for Yamal. Brought back down through the midfield. Oyarzabal has come back from an offside position. And it's going to be a free kick which will be taken by England 15 yards inside their own half. 2 changes made. What further changes would you advocate, Stu?
Well, certainly none at the moment, Jim. I've got to say, I think Palmer's come on with good energy. We nearly saw a replica there of that pass that sent Watkins in, and Watkins' run just cut out by Cucurella. But we look as though we've got more energy in our ranks now. Bellingham can get on the ball a touch better at a deeper lying area.
And then has given it away, and he has a lash out of Zubimendi and didn't stop him. Oyethabo, the angle was tight. Shot on target straight at Jordan Pickford, and he gets it forward quickly. Finds Jude Bellingham. Cucurella dives in. Bellingham plays it past him. Worked out towards Saka, who I think stayed onside. Foden is unmarked to the far post if he can get it across. Carvajal's on him now. Played in instead towards the edge of the air. Shot from distance. He's in. It is Cole Palmer! England fight on! They've come from behind again! Brilliantly turned in by Palmer. A goal that could help turn the history of the England team. They never know when they're beaten. And Cole Palmer passes it into the bottom left-hand corner to set up a barnstorming final 15 minutes. What an impact he has had off the bench yet again. Cole Palmer makes it 1-1.
Once again, fantastic set-up play there. I think it was Bellingham who's just got into the box, broke his neck to get in the box. We're playing with more energy now. We've got more of a platform at the front end of the team, I think, and that certainly helped us. And you just have that feeling with this team. They'll find a way. I don't know how. They'll find a way.
They trailed for 26 minutes, but they're back on level terms. Cole Palmer with his second international goal. One of the few ever to score a goal in a major final for England, just the 4th. Declan Rice in possession inside his own half. It is there to be won now. England with the momentum. And it's an oft-quoted observation, but when you get sides trading goals over a relatively short period of time, the side that scores the equaliser often has such a head of momentum, able to build up a head of steam. Bellingham, play through the midfield, so much room again for Palmer. Palmer out towards Saka, right-hand side of the penalty area. Saka dropping his shoulder, getting past Cucurella. Bellingham was waiting, so too Watkins. Spain clear. Those are the England fans that you can hear. And now there is belief in Berlin, where previously it was in short supply. England with a throw in Spanish territory. Spain 1, England 1. And Cole Palmer has written himself into England history. But there's more work to do yet. Saka pulling it back for Kyle Walker. Saka with a lovely little reverse ball. Palmer trying to find a way through. Wins a throw.
Yeah, what we don't need to do now is drop off the pace of this game, because at the moment we're playing at a tempo that I don't think they're quite enjoying. So keep at it, keep pressurising them, and as we said, we kept that second goal out. That was so important, and then from this moment on it's down to us. Can we take the game to them?
Coal-fired equaliser for England, 2 minutes 23 seconds he had been on the field. First substitute to score an equaliser in a Euros final since Sylvain Wiltord. And he was on the winning side that day. Back in 2000, France coming from behind to beat Italy. A long ball played forward by Jordan Pickford, sails past everybody. Unai Simon taking a goal kick. All to play for again. Now we're back to square one. Still the most important moment of the night, and potentially England's most important moment for 58 years lies ahead. We've got 14 minutes of normal time to go here on Talksport, your Euro station. 1-1 the score here in Berlin. Lamorna turning on the edge of his own penalty area, goes back for Unai Simon. Side foots it to the bottom left-hand corner of the penalty area for Aymeric Laporte. Driven forward by him. Cucurella, lovely little flick through the midfield. Fabian Ruiz. Long crossfield ball. Here's Lamine Yamal. Cushion header from him. Brought down by Danny Carvajal. Olmo on the edge of the centre circle. Turns it away from Declan Rice. Zubamendi will bring it forward for Spain. So Williams making a run out to his left-hand side. Yamal shuffling down towards the right-hand touchline to supply the width. Trying to stretch England laterally. They've done that very well. Neat touch from Yamal. Carvajal making a good run. Foden has followed him. So Carvajal plays it back instead for Yamal. Lenormand to Laporte. And now Aymeric Laporte brings it forward. And it's England's turn to defend again, with everybody condensed back behind the ball with the exception of Ollie Watkins. He played away from Bukayo Saka. Zubamendi out towards the left flank for Williams. Back from him to Cucurella. Cucurella now for Fabian Ruiz. Lenormand. Carvajal in space. But again he's shanked and gone back the other way. Spain maintaining possession easily. England diligently doing their work off the ball. Very tight concertina defensive shape. Ball inside the area. Oh, Walker missed it as it took a spiteful bounce and went over his head. Picked up by Williams, but outside the area again. He teases it in. It's a tap by Oyarzabal, and he's won a corner. Corner to Spain, 12 to go, 1-1.
Well, Walker there showing Williams too much at the outside, and he said, thank you very much, I'll have a piece of that, and off he went. And fortunately, John Stones was in a very good defensive position. And this game, Jim, I've got to say, it's anyone's now.
Yes, it is decidedly tense. 12 to go. Spain's 8th corner. Swung in by Williams. Plenty of whip on that. Really good defensive header. Will come out for Fabian Ruiz. He couldn't bring it under control to get a shot in. And there's Palmer. Hero of the hour for England, clearing from inside his own penalty area, and it will go down and out of play for a throw to Spain near halfway. Fabian Ruiz will take. Palmer just epitomises nervelessness. Whenever he comes on, you sense that he's going to be able to change the game. He's had the season of his life, of course, with 27 goals. The season that started, he'd only scored 5 senior goals in his career at the start of this season. And now from midfield, he scored nearly 30 and has got 2 international goals, including one in a major final.
I think what we've got, Jim, is an embarrassment of riches in these front areas, and he's been very, very unfortunate. Maybe the likes of Foden and Bellingham are just in front of him in the pecking order going into this tournament, because when we've used him, he's been magnificent, to be fair to him, and it'll be unfortunate not to have had more starts.
Oyarzabal trying to control the ball on the right-hand side of the England penalty area, and his touch was poor. Gahey very calmly lets the ball run over the line and out of play. It's a goal kick which will be taken by Jordan Pickford. 10 minutes to go. Spain 1, England 1. Pickford spotting the ball down on the edge of the 6-yard box. England have got Eze and Konsa, Gomez and Gordon all warming up. Substitutes have made such a major impact in this tournament, and particularly this week for England. Will any of those be able to play such a significant part and produce a moment that will be talked about to their dying day? We're in the final 10 minutes. There's a freshness, there's a verve and a zest about England now that we haven't seen for large periods. There's a better balance now that Harry Kane has gone off and that Bellingham has dropped into a deeper role.
Well, we've got more energy and more drive within the game. It's no indicator which way this result's going. It might go the full hog, it might go all the way out of penalties, but you just got to have an inner confidence that this team, the longer the game goes on, the more it will benefit us than them.
Fabian Ruiz bringing the ball forward over the halfway line. Ran into Phil Foden. Foden has a couple of little nibbles at trying to win it back. The third time of asking, he's done so brilliantly. Finds Bellingham. Bellingham to Palmer. Palmer's lost possession to Zubamendi. Williams is going to be able to bring it forward. Runs towards the edge of the penalty area. Trying to get it onto his right foot for a shot. He can't. Flicked in by Danny Olmo. He gets a return ball. Danger. Yamal, good save. And cleared by by Gahey. And Jordan Pickford's just produced another crucial stop.
I've got to say, I've just looked down on the bench when Pickford got two hands to that and parried it away, and credit to Ramsdale, he was off his feet and applauding Pickford.
Carvajal for Yamal. Williams going back. Spain still have it, 15 yards inside the England half. 8 to go at 1-1, 8 to go of normal time, that is. Dani Carvajal now coming in off the right flank. Getting a return ball from Fabian Ruiz. 3 inside the penalty area. Lenormand. And Lenormand goes out towards the far touchline. Spain can come in with Williams. He's lost out to Walker, and then it needed a very well-timed challenge over on the far touchline to get that away and put it out of play for what will be a goal kick to England. And another change is going to be made. Lenormand will come off for the Spanish, and he'll be replaced at centre-half by Nacho. Nacho, who captained Real Madrid in the Champions League final just a few weeks ago. And he's going to come on as a substitute for the last 8 minutes of normal time. Has come on as centre-half and right-back over the course of this tournament, but he's going to play in his favourite central position here. Partner Emerick Laporte. Nacho for Lenormand. The change being made in the 83rd minute. England take their throw over on the far touchline. Long clearance forward, giving Watkins something to fight for on halfway with Laporte. And the ball beats the pair of them and goes all the way through for Unai Simon.
Well, we're at a juncture of the game now, Jim, where it's all about character, drive, determination. Who wants it that little bit more?
You would imagine this is the area where England's experience of having played in major finals in the past will come to the fore. Could only stand them in good stead from here. Has come their experience of getting over the line in games when they haven't been at their best, when they've come from behind as they've done again tonight. Williams towards Yamal. Yamal to Dani Carvajal, right-hand side of the penalty area. He's pulled it back. Fabian Ruiz feigned to shoot, didn't. Passes it back for Carvajal, whose cross is blocked by Foden. A pair of them scamper after the loose ball down towards the touchline. Spain get there first, bring it back. Yamal to Williams in the central area. Fabian Ruiz on the right-hand side. Olmo trying to turn, and England do enough to get back with Rice's challenge, but he has put it out of play for another corner.
Yeah, just managed to shore it was with the first challenge, and then, as you rightly said, Declan Rice just poking his leg out and taking it away from Williams.
Still some nervy, crucial moments for England to withstand. 13 shots to 6 in Spain's favour. They've had twice as many on target. They've had 9 corners to 1. Here's the latest of them. Swung inside the box by Yamal and easily headed away. Saka maybe had a little bit more time. He hit it forward on the half volley towards Foden, who was chasing towards halfway, and he stayed up. Fabian Ruiz mops up for Spain, and Cucurella now will bring it forward, and the England fans have started booing him again. Long ball over the top. Yamal's going to chase that. Pickford didn't know whether to come out or not. Yamal will hook it back in. Pickford with a strong hand. He just bounced it into the ground, and now will bolt it out quickly for Kyle Walker. Good goalkeeping again. Walker, as Dani Olmo just tried to kick the ball away from him and missed it completely. Stones back for Gahey. 5 to go. 1-1. And of course it is now going through Gareth Southgate's mind exactly what changes need to be made and at what juncture, because you're thinking about the 35 minutes that lie ahead rather than the 5. But we're going to be seeing Kieran Trippier in a moment. Is it going to be Trippier for Shaw? Shaw's workload still being managed. Will it potentially be Trippier for Walker? We might find out in a moment. And England are also going to be bringing Conor Gallagher on, by the look of it as well. 4 minutes of normal time to go. It's 1-1. Spain working it back through the middle again. Oyarzabal with the layoff. Cucurella. Low ball in. Oyarzabal slides it in. That could be the heartbreaking moment. The Spanish substitutes race down the touchline. Oyarzabal on for Morata, and he is supplied made the touch in front of Jordan Pickford that might just see England beaten in the final. This time when they concede, time is very much against them. 3.5 minutes to go, and England are back in the situation where they need a miracle.
They certainly do. An absolute killer of a goal. It really has flattened us, to be quite honest with you. We didn't see it coming. England looked, and both teams looked as though they were happy to sort of get through the game, and Cucurella's driven forward and whipped the ball across, and I'll tell you what, this is going to VAR, and this is very, very tight. Great ball in from Cucurella, I've got to say. Sliding in just in front of the goalkeeper. All we can do now is hope that some technology bails us out.
Well, it's a good ball in. Oyarzabal on the slide, supplying the touch. His 12th international goal, and it is one that none of us will ever forget. Now, England's imminent substitution has changed, and it's going to be Ivan Toney who will be coming on. Mikel Merino is going to be coming on for Spain. The goal does stand, and England have 2.5 minutes plus stoppage time to bail themselves out again. Palmer, so much resting on his shoulders. Back for Jude Bellingham. Bellingham slipping it in. Watkins taking a touch, but it was a heavy touch, and he didn't have time for a second. It's clear, out of play for an England corner, and they will take off Foden and bring on Toney.
Yeah, what a super ball there that was by Bellingham. Dissected the back line of Spain, and Watkins, magnificent movement, just couldn't get his turn right. And on comes Toney. Come on, my son, deliver something for us.
Stoppage time has been England's friend on a consistent basis. They were dead and buried to all intents and purposes in Gelsenkirchen. And Jude Bellingham conjured up a moment that prolonged the dream and has taken England back within dreaming distance of glory. They need something similar here. Merino has come on for Yamal for Spain. England to take this corner, and Cole Palmer waiting to be given the signal to swing it in. It's only England's second corner of the night. In the 90th minute, deep from Palmer, header, and in off the line, and then over the bar, and Spain somehow survive. Declan Rice with the last touch. First one powered towards goal by Rice, was saved. Second header brilliantly cleared off the line by Dani Olmo, and somehow Declan Rice then misses the target, and it looked for all the world as though England had bailed themselves out. They've come within inches, but they're still behind.
Oh, incredible there. Rice, Gahey, then Rice again with headers, and they've just managed to keep it out. We need to get the ball back off them and stage another attack.
Only stoppage time can save England now. There are 4 minutes of it. Gahey taking the throw. Back for Jordan Pickford. Pickford clatters it long, left-footed upfield. But too wide. Past Ivan Toney, out of play for a Spanish throw. They'll be able to run some seconds off the clock.
Details need to be slightly better. Mark Gahey threw it back to the goal. He's bounced it with no pace on it at all, and it's killed Pickford.
Now Spain turning forward. Oyarzabal, it's gone straight out of play for a goal kick that will be taken by Pickford. Spain have won each of their last 3 major finals. They're aiming for a 4th Euro success, which would be a record. They would be the first side ever to win 7 successive games in the Euros, and they're minutes away. But England have to still believe. 3 minutes of stoppage time to go, and they need late significant salvation. The boot raised here. A Spanish player has gone down on the edge of his own penalty area, and a yellow card is shown, I think, to Jude Bellingham for just raising his boot there. In fact, it's Ollie Watkins, I beg your pardon. He's caught Nacho round the ribcage. One substitute on another. And it is going to be a free kick that will be taken by the Spanish 7 or 8 yards outside their own penalty area. Under the 4 added minutes, all of a sudden, we've seen 90 seconds elapse already.
Yeah, and the Spanish are doing everything they can, as you would expect, to break the tempo of this game up. Free kicks, all those type of things. We need to wrestle that back from them, wrestle the ball back from them, and then it's going to be route one, make no mistake, into the box. Will we get another chance before the end of this game?
Free kick to Spain on the edge of their own penalty area. Play for by Unai Simon. Oyarzabal retreating. Gahey heads it away. Rice plays it forward. Tony chases after it. Laporte wins it. Out it goes towards Cole Palmer, though, over on the England right-hand side. Wins the free kick. Fouls well inside his own half, but he's fouled. He's taken it very quickly. Gahey wasn't anticipating that. He got the ball into his feet, and then he wins the free kick. This one won't be taken quite so quickly. Mikel Merino stopping that happening. Kyle Walker spots it down. Pickford will come forward to take it. And it probably is all resting on this. England need to get the bodies forward around the edge of the penalty area. Keep everything crossed. Pickford clipping it in to the right-hand side of the penalty area. First contact of a Spanish player. Almost header goes out towards the far touchline. And England have given a free kick away. A foul on Cucurella. And with just over a minute to go, that might be the end of the dream.
Yeah, it was. And when you see... let's not go into it. It was a poor effort there.
Well, Saka's challenge on Cucurella, and as Stuart suggests, contact was minimal. 2-1 Spain. We're in the 4th minute of stoppage time. There has been a change in stoppage time which will add another 30 seconds on, or should do. So there's probably about 50-55 seconds left. Unai Simon will drive this forward. The Spain substitutes are out on the edge of the technical area. They can see the finish line. They can smell the glory. England need a dramatic moment like they've never had before. They win a free kick on the edge of their own penalty area. Oyarzabal kicks the ball away. Referee didn't spot that. Pickford will spot it down, and he's got to slam it forward here. This is it. No time to take it. And again, England fall just short. The margin's not quite as tight in 2024 as they were in 2021, but they played themselves back into the game and given themselves a platform from which you dare to dream they might yet be able to turn it around, having conceded early in the second half. It was a moment of brilliance from Cole Palmer, a crisp finish that could have been the platform to glory, but that was not how it transpired. Instead, it was a Spanish sub that sunk England. Oyarzabal 3 minutes from the end of normal time. Still time for England to see a header cleared off the line by Dani Olmo. So tight the margins. But England become the first side ever to lose successive finals in the European Championships. And still, the long, interminable, horrendous wait continues. Spain have beaten England by 2-1. They are the European champions. The England players in despair, picking themselves up, some of them down in the midfield, some being consoled by Spanish opposition. But the same familiar story has come back to haunt England again. The nearest of near misses, but another tournament in which England don't supply the glorious finish.
It's happened again. It keeps on happening. When is this gonna end? When will it end? Or is it never ending for England? There's going to be some scrutiny, no question about it. There will be some scrutiny about that in-game management from Gareth Southgate. And I think one of the telling things was he was going to bring Gallagher on, they score, and he keeps Gallagher on the bench. Why are you bringing on a bustling midfielder? Why don't you go and win the game? That will be the question. It may well get answered on the sports bar a little bit later on, when Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy will be taking your calls. But absolutely gutted up here. Absolutely devastated. I can't help but think we had it in our hands. When Watkins comes on, starts causing the problems. Cole Palmer comes on. They can't handle him. And he scores a beauty. And then we sit back again. I'd love to know if that was the management's instruction. But we sat back again. Wanted a 1-1, wanted extra time, wanted penalties. Our subs are doing, we've been banging on about our subs. Who goes and wins it? A Spanish sub. England fans were booing Cucurella all night. He sets up the winner. There's so much to be unhappy about with this. There's devastated faces out on the pitch. But they're all going to have to look at themselves. You know, this lot, these starters and these subs for England, they shouldn't be underdogs. They shouldn't be playing this badly in a tournament. They should be playing better. Bellingham tonight should be playing better. He's one of the world's best players. He's got a Ballon d'Or waiting for him. He did virtually nothing tonight of any note. A couple of little passes, a couple of little moves here and there. He's got to be playing better. And it's the Spanish players who, led by Cucurella, go over to the fans who love him, by the way. They've all got the wigs. And they leap over the hoardings. Off they go to the fans. Those Spanish players will be celebrating, and why not? They've been the best team at the tournament. They've won all their games. And quite frankly tonight, here in Berlin, the best team won. That's what you can say. That's how you sum it up. The best team won. England only gave themselves a chance of winning when they brought subs on. They got on the front foot. They caused all sorts of problems. They were there for the taking, Spain. We were tearing them apart. And then we've gone and sat back and thought, well, we're both happy with extra time. Well, they weren't. They've gone for the winner and got it. So I'm fuming inside about this, raging about it. It was there for the taking. We've gone one down, come back into it, and then we've gone and let them win it. They haven't really won it themselves. We let them win it. We've let them off the hook. Everybody should be raging about it. Everybody should be asking questions about it. I want to know if it was the players or was it Gareth Southgate? You could talk about brave run, you could talk about big moments, and there's been some massive ones. They've been brilliant. Enjoyed them all. Unforgettable. But in the end, we've let Spain win this Euro final when we had them on the ropes. And that is England in a nutshell. We had Italy on the ropes in the last final, let them in. We had Spain on the ropes, and we've let them win. That is this England. So much to love about Gareth Southgate's era, no question about it. From where we were in 2016, an utter shambles, a humiliation, an embarrassment. He's picked us up, taken us right up there, gone deep in tournaments, 2 finals, all sorts of semis, and he's got a really good squad together. But they've let this final slip through their hands. It was there for them. Gutted, absolutely gutted, and now we've got to go through the trophy lift. We've got to watch a load of Spanish players lift the trophy that England players should be lifting. Not sure anyone who's English, who's been around for a long time, can take this sort of thing much more. Yes, things are better than they were, but come on, go for it. With the players you've got on the pitch, go for it. They were creaking. They were falling apart at the seams. Just go for it. Go for the kill. They thought they'd won it. We equalised, we're on top. We've let them win. Maybe a bit of emotion talking, but the best team did win in the end. Spain with, 60-odd%, 65% possession. They've had far more efforts than us. They've had more on target than us. They played better than us. And overall, neutral observers would probably say the best team won. And you can't disagree. But England, oh England, it was yours and you let it go. Stuart Pearce, am I being harsh on this England side?
Well, let's start with the Spaniards. The Spanish have been the best team from start to finish in this tournament. Let's have that right. And they've probably had about six players at least in their team that will be in the team of the tournament, or should have. So credit to them for that. In this game, I think the loyalty that the manager's given to his captain has not paid off. I've got to say, Harry's been a magnificent player for us, but this weren't his tournament, and probably this definitely wasn't his game. You know, we lacked any drive until sort of we made that change. Then all of a sudden, you're 10 minutes to go in the game, and you think it's 1-1. The substitute has come and delivered once again from the bench. I go back to my last game of the groups, make the changes and give Palmer a start in that game, give another centre forward a start, maybe give Gordon a start, and mix it up a bit and give them the opportunity to have a start in this tournament that might just force your hand, you know, maybe, who knows. Easier said than done. And then you think with 10 minutes to go, we might, if any team's going to win this, it's going to be us. We're going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. And fair play to Cucurella. You know, I don't think he's coveted around the Premier League, but he drove on in those last few minutes and got that cross across the face of the goal that absolutely punctured us and killed us. But we're in another final, and you've got to look at that and say, progress? I think so. The other side of that is as well, where does the manager go from here? That will be a question for him. I think the dust will settle before that decision's made. Hands up to the Spanish. You've been the best side this summer, and you deserve to take the trophy back to Spain. And also their manager's been outstanding. He's taken a lot of these youngsters on a journey in the younger age groups, and that should send a message out for what's needed maybe at international level. You need to do that. He's took them on a journey, and he's been magnificent this tournament as well.
Well, Oyarzabal, who got the winner off the bench, he's one of those players who's been with him. He's been with him at junior groups, the Olympics as well. He's one of those players, and he has repaid that faith from the manager. Some of his picks have been because he had them at junior age group levels, and there's been questions asked about that, but he can just look at them now and hold up a trophy. I mean, when you analyse the game, I understand what you're saying. There has been improvement. There's no question about that. When you think where we were in 2016 to where we are now, England, there's been massive improvement. But when I look at how this game went, I can't help but be really deeply frustrated. Yes, Spain are the better side, but there's ways to win games. There's ways around that. There's ways you manage the game. And I don't think we managed the game particularly well. Having got in front, we've let them back in by sitting back. And their fullbacks, you're right, Cucurella, he drove on. Carvajal was getting forward down this right-hand side endlessly, way more than Carl Walker was doing, way more than Luke Shaw was doing. And I'm thinking, well, hang on a minute, Carl Walker's meant to be a speed merchant, get yourself forward. You talked about him overlapping with Bukayo Saka, needed to do that far more than he did, not just tonight, but throughout this tournament. So I'm thinking about some of the key moments. You talk about Harry Kane there. We basically played 60 minutes with 10 men. That shouldn't have been allowed to happen. Somewhere along the line, a big, bold decision has to be made, whether it's not starting him, whether it's taking him off at half-time. And then the luck we've got, and we've got a lot of luck in this tournament, a huge amount of luck. And one of the luckiest things was Rodri had to go off at half-time. And I'm thinking there, OK, now we're falling asleep. Carl Walker again, falling asleep, start the second half, and they've got a goal. Pickford's made a couple of great saves as well, by the way. Let's not forget that. And so you're thinking, right, OK, no Rodri, surely we'll be able to do something. He waits for the hour mark to bring Watkins on. He waits until, 70 minutes to bring Cole Palmer on. And I get that, but you're basically relying on them with limited minutes to win you the final. And they couldn't do it. I mean, it's right that his in-game management is scrutinised, and I think it will be scrutinised beyond belief, Stuart Pearce, particularly, as you say, the Harry Kane decision. To start him and to not bring him off at half-time, that's got to be questioned, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got to say that at half-time, that call should have been made. Even in the first half, you know, he looked to me as though he was playing not to get hurt, not to have any physical contact with anyone. That I can only put that down to the fact he's a brave captain. I can only put that down to the fact that he was carrying an injury and didn't want to worsen it, let's say. But listen, the bottom line is you've got to make those calls, and probably it was fair to say that call should have been made earlier, if not pre-game.
I'll have a look at Bukayo Saka as well, who I think has been one of the real positives for England at this tournament. I don't understand why he wasn't really just going at Cucurella. He wound Cucurella up. He had the beating of him. We'd seen that a couple of times, and just kept checking back inside.
Yeah, but listen, Williams come back and doubled up on him. What you've got to do, you've got to even those numbers up. Walker's got to be surging on beyond him and leave Saka at least one-on-one. But the trick is to make it a 2v1 overload. And listen, this isn't just tonight. I've been saying this during the tournament. Cole should have been surging on. When he done it, we were getting good opportunities from it, and Saka was going beyond people, and we scored goals. Bellingham's goal in the first game and the like. That only comes because the fullback's prepared to do the hard yards and go beyond and help his wide player. And to be fair to Saka, I don't think he had that help readily enough over this tournament.
Yeah, it's well explained, to be fair. I'd say Saka has been one of the positives, just frustrated tonight. And yep, you're right, he didn't get the support. And now not just the manager's future will be the subjects of questions. Some players as well. Kyle Walker possibly. You've got to look at, he was persuaded to stay with the England camp after the last World Cup by Gareth Southgate. And you wonder if there is a future there. Harry Kane with his injuries as well. Is he going to be the regular number 9? Is it going to be a different captain if he's not the regular number 9 as well? England players are watching on as the stage has been built on the pitch, and the Spanish fans are dancing, the Spanish players are dancing. A lot of the England fans have said their kind of thank yous with reservations to the England players. They were deeply frustrated after all the support they gave those England fans. Deeply frustrated. And a lot of them have left. We are some way from Berlin centre, and they have left to make their way back east towards the centre of this wonderful city as Giorgio Chiellini brings the trophy out, Stuart.
I've got to say, the fans have been absolutely magnificent out here in Germany. Not a problem at all from them. They've come, they've supported the team. Yes, their frustrations come out on the odd occasion, but that's because they're so passionate. We're a footballing nation, we're a passionate nation, and they've been magnificent.
Well, I wonder what the England fans have got to say on the sports bar a bit later on. 03717 223344. That'll be coming up in around about 20 minutes' time. Jamie O'Hara, Jason Cundy will be desperate to take your calls. They've been doing the watch along on the Talksport YouTube channel. That's where our debrief will be later tonight on the Talksport YouTube channel. Subscribe while you're there. I'll be doing marks out of 10 very shortly as well on the website talksport.com. You might guess they're not going to be particularly favourable given my reaction at full time. Chiellini has placed the trophy on the platform, on the stage, on the plinth, and another smug look on his face after he was booed by the England fans earlier. He brings it out, and they're going to be presenting it to Spain, and Chiellini, I think, was pretty happy about that, given his treatment by the England fans. I wonder what's going through the mind of Gareth Southgate right now. He's standing there right at the front of his players, watching on, making them watch as well. That's got to hurt. Lamine Yamal has picked up the trophy. He's got the most assists at this tournament. He's had a great tournament, to be fair. Jordan Pickford kept him out tonight. His goal was a wonder goal in this tournament. As Rodri goes up, he's walking. He was having a chat with John Stones post-match. He was obviously asking him how he is, but he is walking. He's in his kit, so I don't think the injury is that bad. Making his way up to the stage to get the award for Player of the Tournament.
He's been magnificent, I've got to say, he really has been magnificent. And why he was on the pitch, I mean, no wonder we were all delighted when he went off. He's that good.
We didn't make the most of it though, did we? That was the problem.
No, we didn't. As I say, within 90 seconds of him going, we were a goal down.
So Lamine Yamal, the best young player of the tournament. Rodri, best player at the tournament. And they lift their trophies aloft. And you have to say, well deserved, both of those. The officials will make their way up next. Then England will get their losers' medals. I'm sure they really want them. What did you do with your losers' medals, Stu?
I keep all mine. It's an achievement to get to finals. Don't turn around and say, look, it's no achievement. Yes, it is an achievement. You work really hard in your profession to get to finals. If you get given a medal, I've got every medal I've ever won since I was 9 years old. And they all, you look at all of them, well, I don't look at them on a regular basis, but all of them have got a story behind every one of them. And today, our runners-up medals today will be, they'll have a story behind it. When it's about your families as well, and your children, and you pass those medals on to your family, and they'll have pride in what you've achieved.
There's a motivation with them as well. You've got a loser's medal. Do you want to upgrade? Of course you do. Maybe you look at it and think, I'll do things slightly different, marginal gains next time. Word on the referee, young referee, only his 20th international. I thought he did okay.
Yeah, I thought he'd done very well, to be fair. He made a couple of bookings early on, but he was consistent with those bookings, once for each team, and to be fair, for a lightly raced referee, I thought he'd done very well.
Yeah, I think the English officials who were here were quite well favoured by UEFA, but obviously couldn't officiate in the final because England were in it. Obviously England survived the controversial pick of the German referee who'd had a difference of opinion, shall we say, with Jude Bellingham. That didn't work against England. Again, maybe another bit of good fortune. And so the losers tonight make their way up onto the platform to pick up their losers' medals. Jordan Pickford actually still looks like he's fuming. Harry Kane walking, went off after an hour. Kieran Trippier behind him. One wonders whether anything might have been different had he played. It wasn't really an area of the field where there's a big problem for England. Ivan Toney on for a few minutes in this final. Declan Rice, whose header was saved at the end. Mark Gahey with a chance to put it in. That was cleared off the line, and then Declan Rice over. You've got to get it on target at least at that stage of the game. Shaw lasted the pace just about, gets his loser's medal, and the rest do as well. Ivan Toney picks up his. Declan Rice from Seferin, the UEFA president. Saka and Phil Foden. Jarrod Bowen, who didn't get on. I was thinking with that West Ham reference earlier, 58 years after they'd won a European trophy, they won another. 58 years after England won the World Cup, could they win the Euros? I thought, stage set for Jarrod Bowen. Come on, last minute goal like he did in Prague for that Europa Conference League final. He gets his loser's medal. Berit Chiesa with his as well. Came on in a few games, looked okay. Jude Bellingham might well have regrets, I think, Stuart, about his performances here. Scored a brilliant goal to keep us in it, but beyond that, we know he's capable of more.
Yeah, with the season he's had this year, we were expecting a touch more from him. His 2 goals were magnificent, I've got to say, and very special, and we'll remember them from this tournament without a doubt. But we were hoping the likes of him and Phil Foden were going to set, and Harry obviously up front, and probably our best performers when you look have come from the back line. Stones has been pretty consistent this tournament. Mark Gahey's had a very good tournament, I think, and Manu Kobe when he's played, done well.
Gareth Southgate looking pensive as he left the stage, and now it's the turn of the winners of Spain. They're going to get their medals and lift the trophy. Here's your commentator, Jim Proudfoot.
Well, it's the moment so many England supporters will have dreamt of last night, not the happy ending they craved. It's the walk that Harry Kane will have visualised making, but it's his Spanish counterpart Alvaro Morata who will be taking those steps, and who wears the beaming smile in readiness for a coronation. For England, a road of mediocrity paved with moments of gold, but for Spain, under Luis de la Fuente, a route to glory, beating all comers. A Spanish side that's been rebuilt and reimagined by him, who've been unbeaten in competitive matches for 15 months, and who've become the first side ever to win 7 out of 7 at the Euros, beating each of Europe's other World Cup winners in the process. Italy, Germany, France, and now England, all vanquished. Few have had such an arduous journey to claim silverware. in the competition's history. Those players in red shirts shaking the hands of UEFA President Alexander Ceferin as they make their way down the line. You have to feel for Pedri, whose involvement in the latter stages of the tournament was denied by a knee injury. He receives his medal now. At the back of the line, Alvaro Morata just making his way slowly to the foot of the stairs. Ano up 3, 4, and the final 5th stair, just preparing to get his medal. Spain now the most decorated side in the competition's history. A record-breaking 4th triumph and a 3rd in the last 5 Euro tournaments. Morata will soon see his face reflected in the silver of the 2-foot-tall Henri Delaunay trophy, which is going to be presented to him by the man who made this same walk 3 years ago on another night of England heartbreak at Wembley, the former Italian captain Giorgio Chiellini. Morata gets a pat on the back of the head from President Ceferin, the last to receive his gold medal. And he will make his way just 5 or 6 steps further forward to receive the trophy itself. He takes the trophy on a night when so many millions dreamed of England glory. But again, it's just a watching brief during the trophy ceremony, because this is Spain's night. It's Spain's year. And yes, it might have been different, but it's the Spanish who get the ticker tape welcome. And it is the Spanish who are the 2024 European champions.
They were all wearing white shirts, and all the England white shirts are making their way behind the photographers, in front of the England dugout, down the steps and back into the dressing room. The losers have left the building. The winners are partying with the trophy. Spain are the European champions 2024, and they won it with a late goal from a sub. And when we reflect on it, and amidst the disappointment, you'll realise that the best team in the tournament won it and the best team on the night won it. Spain have been the best here. I think it would have been a bit of a quirk had England won it. We'd have loved it, we'd have taken it, but the best team in the tournament wouldn't have won the trophy. As it is, Spain have been the best team. And when we pick apart why England weren't the best team, there's a few things we can look at, Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, we certainly can. The first one for me is 7 games, 8 goals. You know, that we went into this tournament and all the talk was about how we got so many good attacking options and one thing and another. We've only scored just over a goal a game in a side of the draw, whichever way you look at it, was probably not the toughest en route. You know, when you consider who Spain have had to knock over to go and win this trophy, has been very, very impressive, and credit to them. They scored 14 goals, by the way, 2 goals per game on average. That's the contrast between the two. We had some decent performances in our ranks on occasion. You know, Gahey consistently over the tournament. Saka, I thought, done well. But probably 1 or 2 of those, you know, blue chip players we expected that have had brilliant seasons run out of a bit of form this summer.
When it comes down to it, England only won 2 of their 7 games within 90 minutes. Yeah, there was a penalty shootout victory and there was an extra time win as well. But it was 2 wins out of 7 over the regulation distance. Well, Spain won all 7 and have won this tournament by scoring more goals than any other side have ever managed in the European Championships. You can't pretend that they haven't been the best team here, because they have beaten every blue chip side and more.
They deserve it. They have been the best, and they're lifting the trophy, cherishing the trophy. They've earned the trophy. You're listening to Euro Game Day Live on Talksport, presented by Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. get your favourites delivered now. And let's look back at England-Spain, thanks to Burger King.
Big Match Review on Talksport with Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Well, it finished Spain 2, England 1, as Marc Cucurella dances with the trophy, lifts it high above his head towards the Spain fans. I think he's enjoyed this night more than any other, and you can understand why. Given a lot of grief from the England fans throughout the game, sets up the winner, lifts the trophy. How do you feel about that, he says to all those in white who are leaving their seats. But let's pick up on what Stuart was just saying, because that is the reality. Spain, they didn't have the best defence. They've got Laporte playing in Saudi Arabia. Lenormand has been questioned as well. Nacho's getting on a bit. So what they did was they didn't focus on their defence. They decided to focus on going forward, playing to their strengths. And maybe there's something, Gareth Southgate or whoever takes over, should he decide to leave, maybe that's something that a new manager or the current manager might work upon. Because, Stuart, we have some terrific attacking players, and yet they don't score goals, as has been proven at this tournament. They do not score enough goals.
Well, at this tournament, you can't deny that. As I say, we've been a bit shy in front of goal, creating opportunities. And listen, we're in a situation now where there's that disappointment. We're going to sit down, and we've been to another major final, which is fantastic. But we want that little bit extra, don't we? You know, and it's small margins. 10 minutes to go, it's 1-1, and you and I are thinking, come on, just give us a little bit more and this Spanish team will fold. And we just couldn't find it, and they managed to find a winner that absolutely punctured us.
They did. It was heartbreaking to watch England withdraw. And it wasn't that I don't think they were necessarily playing for extra time and penalties. It's that they expected extra time and penalties, and they expected Spain to go for extra time and penalties as well. It was like they'd almost called a truce without having negotiated with Spain first. And Spain thought, hang on a minute, you've stopped attacking us, so we'll go and win it. You had the chance to go and win it, we'll go and win it. That's what's deeply frustrating me. But when I look back at this tournament as a whole, England got very, very lucky in big moments. You know, I don't think there was a lot of luck had in the last World Cup or in the Euros before that. I think England deserved to get to the final. In this tournament, England have been very, very fortunate in moments along the way. When they couldn't score against Slovenia and drew 0-0, they were lucky the other game was a draw as well, and they got top spot in the group. They were lucky with how the draw panned out as well. You can definitely say that. Slovakia, they were virtually out, and on the plane, Jude Bellingham gets a little bit of magic. You know, there's so many moments where England had a huge amount of luck, and you need a bit of luck, but we ended up relying on luck, didn't we?
Yeah, and I don't know whether other nations at this tournament, Aid, will look and say, well, your best player in your squad was Cole Palmer, and he didn't start games for you. You know, why is that? You know, and I still go back to that third group game when we had a brilliant opportunity to make changes and give people their head and say, go on, show us what you can do. Show us that you're going to be good enough to put someone else out of the team, and show us I can trust you from the offset. And we turned the opportunity down. I don't know whether, you know, maybe it's just me.
Yeah, Cole Palmer played 150 minutes of the tournament. He only played as many as that because 2 of the games in which he came on went to extra time. So actually, over his 5 substitute appearances, he's only played 90 minutes of regulation time. He's just been brought on too late with the impact that he's had. And we talked about squad management many times and about how you need players to come off the bench, and the way football is developing, you're going to get players, particularly in international football, that will develop reputations as closers. And I think that Palmer is one of those. But you've got to bring him on earlier. You've just got to give him more opportunity than he's had to make a difference, because every time he's come on, he has, to an extent, made a difference. Made a massive difference tonight. Yes, it could have been different had Dani Olmo not brilliantly headed that one off the line. That could have been 2-2. But that would have been another really fortunate lifeline for England, all things considered. XG will tell you that the better side won this game. England have got to the final. There won't be many neutrals from the other 23 countries who were here. that would tell you that England were the second best team in it. I don't think they were. And with the players that England have, they should have been much higher up the batting order than they ended up. There were just too many individual performances, for whatever reason, that weren't good enough, weren't up to scratch. There were some extraordinary moments we will remember for the rest of our lives. But the moment I wanted to remember for the rest of my life was Harry Kane picking up that trophy. And again, it hasn't happened. So you can have the isolated, wonderful snapshots of glory, but the one moment of glory we needed, in reality, we were probably some way away from.
I completely agree with that. And I'm thinking about Jude Bellingham, and maybe we expected too much, and maybe he's young, but then he's gone and won the double with Real Madrid, so why would we be expecting too much of him to produce for England here? And when he did score that goal, he goes to the crowd and says, who else? Well then, look at the rest of the tournament. There were others who did it for England. We definitely were not relying on you, Jude, and maybe we need to be relying on you to produce more in tournaments if England are going to get over the line. Saka did it. Kane got the winner in that game where he scored the overhead kick, Bellingham. Saka did it in the next game. It was fantastic. Ollie Watkins, Cole Palmer tonight. It's not just you. It's all right asking who else. Well, there's plenty of others who might produce a moment, but what we need is 90 minutes after 90 minutes after 90 minutes times 7 or more in a tournament so that England win it. And we didn't get that from Jude Bellingham, but we didn't get it from a lot of players. I'm only talking about Jude because he was the one who went to the crowd and said who else. We got very little else from Jude Bellingham other than real hard work. He ran himself into the ground. We needed definitely more quality. And by the way, a couple of things on Spain's celebrations. Luis de la Fuente was just being thrown up in the air by the squad, and there was an aerial shot of it on the camera. He's 63 and he looked scared. He looked petrified. They quickly put him down. They looked after him. And how many trophies does Danny Carvalho want to win? I mean, do you think he might just retire now? Just give somebody else a chance? I mean, flipping heck. People like that do, mate. He keeps on winning and winning and winning while others are just desperate for the crumbs off the table. Spain still celebrate. They're still out there. They're still loving it. And they deserve it as well. That was a look back at tonight's action in association with Burger King.
Big Match Review on Talksport with Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction. Get your favourites delivered now.
Well, we'll be reflecting on the England performance in the England debrief, of course. That'll be on our YouTube channel a little bit later tonight. The Marks out of 10 on the website, Talksport.com, will be coming soon as well. Let me give you a little bit of XG. We talked about the goals. England created less XG at this European Championships than Croatia. Croatia went out in the group stage. It's quite an extraordinary stat, that. England get to the final. Their XG was 6.43. Croatia went out in the group stage. Their XG was 7.1. Now, Jim Proudfoot, you study these stats. That doesn't sound normal, does it?
It doesn't sound normal, but it doesn't surprise me to the eye test of what we've seen. We talked before the Iceland defeat at Wembley about how England were, if they were going to have success in this tournament, we had worries about defensive discrepancies, and they were probably going to have to blast sides out and win 3-2 with all the attacking resources that they were. And it just didn't come to pass like that at all. And having a tournament XG of 6.43 when you've played 690 minutes of tournament football, that's you're creating a goal every 120 minutes, simply, not quite 110 minutes, is simply not good enough. Now, is that down to the tactics? The other thing you look at, the two major finals that we've played in this competition, Harry Kane has played 181 minutes across those two finals, and he's had only one touch in the opposition box.
Wow.
Between the two games. So, is that pointing at the game plan? Is that pointing at Harry himself? Still never scored in a major final. He's played 5 of them for club and country. That has to be looked at. You know, whether there's no point in apportioning blame. What you need to do is work out what the problem is and be able to remedy it next time. That's all I'm interested in as an England supporter. But those statistics all point one way, and that is that we haven't learned how to win the biggest games. We still haven't beaten too many top 10 sides in the recent past. What we have learned is how to get through, muddle through at times, but get through towards the latter stages of major tournaments. That cannot be taken away from Gareth Southgate. And it still is worth, even in the context of this, repeating that after 6 wins in tournament knockout games in 50 years, we've had 9 over the space of Gareth Southgate's 8-year reign. You can't take that away from him. But the problem is that I, as an England fan, will always be deeply frustrated that I've seen my side play in 2 major finals and they didn't do themselves or come close to doing themselves justice in either of them. And that is the $64 million question. I don't know how that gets remedied going forward.
Stuart Pearce, you've got another stat for us.
You know what it's like after these tournaments, the dust settles, you start to analyse everything in regard to it, performances, stats, and Declan, our producer, has done a brilliant piece of work here. England have led for 35 minutes across the 4 knockout stage matches, 5 minutes after the Watkins goal and the majority of extra time against Slovakia. So we've actually led for only 35 minutes in those 4 knockout stage games. Incredible.
That is incredible, and what that says is we're not dominating, we're relying maybe on a little bit of luck. I mean, if Spain had got themselves a second and Pickford made a couple of saves at 1-0, they got themselves a second. You were saying in commentary, and I felt you were quite right, that would have been it all over. Now, they didn't get a second. Pickford made a couple of saves and we got ourselves back in it, but we didn't capitalise on that good fortune. Didn't capitalise on the good fortune of Rodri going off at half-time as well. Played with 10 men for an hour. There's so many criticisms and questions that could be levelled. But what we can categorically tell you is Spain deserved to win and England didn't. And Jim Proudfoot, these players, talk to me about these players, because I'm looking at the England team and they are good players and they're winners at club level. They score loads of goals at club level. So I'm puzzled about the XG being so poor, the fact we don't lead in games very often, and the fact that we don't score many goals. It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense, and I think it's easy framing what happened in March and June in the light of what's happened tonight, but this isn't a problem that is a month old. If you look back over the last 11, 12 internationals, England have hardly played well. They had the great win against Italy. They followed it up with a pretty average performance, albeit in a dead rubber, in North Macedonia. They had 2 friendlies. They were lacklustre against Brazil, needed a last gasp equaliser from Jude Bellingham to salvage a draw at home to Belgium. Were bang average in the first 45 minutes against Bosnia, but better as they faded in the second half. Lost at home to Iceland, and we all know what's happened in the 7 games out here. So that's a year of football, really, where England haven't come up trumps. And I don't know what the answer is. When you have a look at Harry Kane scoring 44 goals for Bayern Munich this season, Jude Bellingham having the season of his life, 23 goals for Real Madrid, Cole Palmer only being used sparingly, 27 goals he scored this season. Phil Foden's got 18 for Manchester City since the turn of the year. Then you've got substitutes who've had good seasons, the likes of Ollie Watkins. The goals are there. We can't find a way to fashion the opportunities. England's shot count has been miserably low over 7 games, bearing in mind the standard of opposition of some of the sides that they've faced. And I think a lot of it is being down to the approach. I'm not just pointing the finger at the attack-minded options. The way that England have built from the back has been slow and pedestrian, in stark contrast to the likes of Spain and Germany. And I think that plays a major factor. It's not a question of the fact that the players at the top end of the pitch haven't produced, because they've produced, most of them, some breathtaking moments. But the problem is that England just don't create enough opportunities. They don't cross the ball enough, anything like as much as nearly every side that they've played. And that XG statistic doesn't lie. I know a lot of people don't like it, but it doesn't lie. The exact empirical value you can take with a pinch of salt, but as a trend, it doesn't lie. And averaging less than one a game with the players that England have got just highlights the scope of the problem that there is. I know the players are tired. I understand that. Tired like they've never been tired before with the workload that they have to put up with. And you can make a case that is why some of the next tranche down, the Austrias and the Turkeys, with their players, that they have some players that play into the deeper stages of the Champions League and do well at club level, but without playing the enormous number of games. A lot of England's players play a huge amount of games for club and country, and they look shot. They just look shot. And the Spanish players are the same, and a lot of those have played, bearing in mind they had the Nations League last summer as well, they played a lot of games too, but they look fresh. I think that when we look back over the 7 games, and it was something that Stuart talked about after match day 2, and we've been talking about it ever since. There was a necessity, bearing in mind how tired England players looked, to shake things up for the third group game. That was a huge missed opportunity. Stuart highlighted the need to do it at the time, and it's come to pass. Everything you said, Stu, has come to pass. They should have rested players there. They should have managed the workload. Spain on match day 3, by the way, made 10 changes. So they're all fresh. And when you're bringing them players on like Oyarzabal tonight, he's had a start and he knows what it's about. And he knows the changes. Zubamendi came on for Rodri. He knows what it's about because he started a game. And I think you cannot overplay that team selection for that third game against Slovenia.
Yeah, there was too much loyalty there, I think, and it's a great trait. Listen, I live my life through loyalty, so I understand where he's coming from, but I think he showed too much loyalty to one or two players that in that third game needed, A, for their own sake to be sat out of it, secondly for the other players who showed that they've got their tail up a little bit, they needed to be coveted and put into the starting lineup. And in a game like today, I'm convinced, you two have been telling me there's something wrong with Harry Kane through the tournament, and I'm thinking, well, he's just having a quiet game. Today I looked at that and thought, you know what, there is something wrong with Harry Kane.
No doubt about that for me. You're listening to Euro Game Day live on Talksport, presented by Carling, UK's #1 lager, 18+. Please drink responsibly. He calls in for the sports bar, which is going to start very shortly. 03717 223344. Let's take a look at the King performance, thanks to Burger King.
King Performance on Talksport with Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction with the Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus. Order your Burger King delivery now.
Well, they weren't all bad for England, I don't think, Stuart Pearce, but who gets the King performance?
Well, does that King performance go across both teams?
You can pick whoever you want.
Williams for me. I think he was the one, he was that outlet more so in the first half. He's ended up getting the goal. I just think he's had a decent game all round. I can remember him having more contributions than most players. It would have been Rodri, but he went off at half-time.
I'm going for Luis de la Fuente. I just think that the job that he has done since Luis Enrique left after the World Cup, we saw Spain quite a bit in that World Cup, and they weren't great. It was possession for possession's sake. He's ripped it up. He started again. He's brought in a player who was 15 during that World Cup, who's been a major sensation. Nico Williams is great on the other flank. He's got Rodri controlling things. I look at that defence, I think, probably man for man, that's one of the worst defences ever to win the European Championships. And they coasted through. They've coasted through. He's now won the under-19, under-21 and senior European Championships over a 10-year spell. He's got good players to work with, of course he has. But he's ripped up Spanish football's philosophy and the tiki-taka game plan, and he's produced winning football. He's done a superb job.
if you think I'm going to argue my case for Williams against that when I've been barking on for 2 decades about the evolution of the younger age group teams, you're absolutely deluded. Well done, Jim. Thank you for straightening me out.
Yeah, Luis de la Fuente, nobody's going to argue. That was our King Performance pick in association with Burger King.
King Performance on Talksport with Burger King. Bring home the ultimate food satisfaction with the Gourmet King's Barbecue Steakhouse Angus. Order your Burger King delivery now.
We will be hearing from the England camp on the sports bar and from Gareth Southgate as well. He has already said that now is not a good time to make a decision on his future. He needs to talk to the right people. He says England are in a really good position regarding going into the next World Cup. He also said he feels the team fought until the end but didn't keep the ball well enough. Your thoughts on all of that to come, and we will hear from Gareth Southgate with Faker Others very shortly. But time now to cross over to our Carling correspondent who's capturing the aftermath back home live from Box Park, Wembley.
The Carling correspondent on Talksport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
And Talksport's Joe Ampler's back home for us. How's it looking there, Joe?
I'm here with Elliot at the Box Park, Wembley. Elliot, full-time England have lost. Have they done us proud?
I think they have, mate. Yeah, it's a good performance. We was always in the game, which I was worried about. Spain could get away from you, but we stayed in the game. Just wasn't meant to be. They're a better side. Fair play to them.
Do you think that this team will eventually go on to win a trophy?
I think under a different manager. I'm not a fan of his. Obviously, I'm 40. He's been the best thing that's happened to me, but also I hate the way he plays football. I hate the teams he has. I just think with a different manager, like a Terry Venables or someone like that, maybe we could go over the line.
So you're saying if we had a better manager, a different manager, we would have won this competition?
Not a better manager, a different manager. And I can't thank him enough for all the times I'm used to failure, like going out in the group stages, going out, not qualifying. So this has been better than I could have expected, but he's just not the man for me.
Oh, there you go. That's the views of an England fan there. That was our Carling correspondent. Thanks to Carling. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
The Carling correspondent on Talksport with Carling, the UK's #1 lager. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Well, Jamie O'Hara, Jason Cundy, waiting for your calls. 03717 223344. And it's the end of the Talksport tournament as well as the tournament proper. Thanks to all the hard-working people back home, especially my producer Keelan. For those of us lucky enough to be out here, thanks to the social media team, they've been sensational. Angelina, Jamie, Tom, Sando, Harry. Thanks to Luke and Joe, the real stars behind White and Jordan. Sal and Izzy, who did the games very well. Gubbo, Finby, Joe Andrews is a machine. Pat D'Angelo does all the filming. Ed and Sonny. Sam Stevens, who worked with Shabana, one in Scotland, stay in for those two. Good to have Joe O, my old drive producer, out here for a couple of days. Ryan Clancy, who was here to control when presenters could go to the toilet. Cheers, Ryan. Emma De Smith was great. So too Ollie T. And back home, Ellie and Daisy. Yasmin got some rave reviews. She was brilliant. Apologies to anyone I've forgotten. Hugh Woozy, Shameless Shannon, Benty Big, Chris and Dance, and all the commentators back home. All brilliant. Liam the Boss, Joey A., who tried to look after Manu Petit and failed. Scotty Richards, who sent me a lovely message earlier. Alex Crook and Sam Matface kept the podcast going through the tournament. Alex Crook's dancing was just sensational as well. I won't mention all the presenters, they get enough love anyway. Big thanks to our England team for Talksport. Deck, the producer, who hasn't stopped listening to Hey Jude all tournament. James, the engineer, just brilliant. Faye, whose post-match interviews are special, absolute gold. Can't wait for these here tonight. Jim, the commentator, of course, such words of wisdom and such research as well, incredible. I've known him 30 years, just gets better and better. And thanks to Stuart Pearce for his music quizzes, for his stories, for his insight, and for being a legend in more ways than you can possibly imagine. And thanks to Jason Bourne, our football editor, who hasn't been well, but he's getting better. Wish you were here, mates. Best team won tonight. Best team won the tournament. For England, it was Payne again, this time from Spain. You've heard the whole tournament on Talksport.